Zeke Draker was labeled the shame of his legendary Dragon Slayer family, a man born into greatness who failed to awaken and could not use aura. Branded useless, he was exiled without hesitation, cast aside by the very bloodline meant to protect him. That rejection became the fuel for his life's obsession, which is surpassing everyone who looked down on him. In his relentless pursuit of strength, Zeke obtained an ancient relic powerful enough to catch the Emperor's attention. Seeing him as a threat, the Emperor sent his best elimination squad to hunt him down. Zeke tried to flee, but they caught up to him. Facing certain death, Zeke's will to live erupted. He pushed past his limits, single-handedly slaughtering the elite squad, though the battle left him fatally wounded. As his life faded, a mysterious ancient power answered his resolve and offered him a deal. Zeke accepted without hesitation, and when he opened his eyes, he found himself reborn in his younger body, given a second chance to rewrite his fate. Zeke finds it so hard to believe that he is back in the past because the feeling of getting stabbed multiple times still remains in his head. After looking around for a minute, he figures out that he is back in the Cradle, which is a training institution for the Draker household. Apparently, the Draker family is one of the 3 great households. One of the family members, Terrakan Draker, is known as the hero who saved the continent after slaying the evil dragon, Bahamut, 1,000 years ago. Terrakan's descendants were the ones who later founded the Draker household that still stands to the present day. There is a definite reason for it, but it is believed that everyone in the Draker bloodline had the blessings of aura because they were his descendants. Because of this, they were always able to awaken their aura and become knights. All except for Zeke. Zeke is chilling on his bed when he suddenly spots a strange virtual window, informing him that the administration system is starting. Zeke immediately gets off the bed, and while he is still confused about what is happening, the system says that the soul of the Awakener has been confirmed. Apparently, his soul received the will of the Elder Dragon and has completely merged with it. The system welcomes him on board before activating the status window so that Zeke can properly see what is on board. On the status window, Zeke is classified as a low-rank administrator with his class set as healer. There are a bunch of skills surrounding his class, like healing, composed mind, vigor recovery, and heightened senses. There are also regular skills like precise stab and critical strike, but they are all on the beginner's level. It turns out that there is also a draconic skill available for him, but he can't access it yet because he needs 10 points to do this, and he currently has no points to spend. Zeke is impressed with the whole window thing because it is easy for him to navigate, just like in video games. His mind catches on to the draconic part there, and he remembers what his master usually told him about ancient people and the fact that they categorized themselves into classes depending on what they are good at. Each of these classes would then go ahead to train in a specialized technique called skills. While he was still training under his master explained to him that he could use the healing skill because he was under the healer's class. Back then, his master had no pity for him as she almost trained him to death. Since the system already classifies him as a healer, he decides to test it out to see if what the status window is saying is the truth. Apparently, he became a true healer in his past life after his Ether Hall was unlocked. This time around, Zeke realizes that the Ether Hall is already unlocked, and it finally dawns on him that he might have left his past life, but for some reason, he returned to the past with all of his skills and memories intact. Zeke is pleased to see this because he is in a better position compared to who he was in his life before. Zeke knows that he has to figure out how things work if he wants to maximize the skills he has. Before he gets the chance to do this, his attendant knocks on the door asking if he is there. Zeke stays quiet to deceive the dude, but the attendant is wise enough to know that Zeke is just messing around. On the other hand, Zeke is freaking out because of the status window. He is scared that his attendant will walk in and start asking him questions about the status window. When the attendant realizes that Zeke is not answering, he ignores him and makes his way into the room. The attendant, Decker, expresses his disappointment that Zeke hasn't gotten himself ready just yet. Zeke heaves a sigh of relief when he realizes that Decker can't see the status window. Since he is out of the danger zone, he asks Decker what preparation he is talking about. Decker lets off a scary aura when Zeke asks this question because he believes that Zeke is just messing around with him. Apparently, in his past life, Zeke has always been scared of Decker, and even though he has the mind of a 32-year-old dude, Zeke can't escape the fear that is already engraved into his body. Before he starts shitting himself, the system activates the skill, composed mind, and all of his nervousness immediately vanishes. It turns out that the composed mind class skill allows the user to remain calm in whatever situation, no matter what is going on. Zeke is pleased that the composed mind skill is a passive one, and he finally gets to reply to Decker. Since he is now calm, Zeke has remembered what Decker is talking about, and it is an evaluation test event called Pancration. Apparently, all Drakers are expected to go through the training system, Cradle, which starts the moment they hit 7 years old. For the next 5 years, they go through a series of training, and the instructor is able to evaluate their capabilities through swordsmanship competition and a combat of pankration without rules. Basically, the instructors are the ones who pick the opponents, but there are situations where the students pick who they want to fight, and they both have to give their consent. Because there is no rule whatsoever, there are those who come out of the fights with injuries, or those who even die in the process. However, the children always make sure to give it their all, since the competition is what determines the class in which the students are placed while they are in the academy. Moments later, Zeke joins his mates at the arena, where they meet the head instructor, Pan Mark. Mark lets them know that they have gotten to the last day of evaluation already, and he urges them to prepare themselves. While standing in the crowd, Zeke can hear his cousins making fun of him for coming to the evaluation test again, even though he suffered severe humiliation in the past one. Without wasting time, Mark calls on the 2 students who will be going first. The fight begins, and in under a minute it is already over, with the victory going to a dude named Aaron. While watching, Zeke remembers that he was always afraid of the students in his past life, but now that he has regressed, they are nothing to him. Minutes later, Zeke and his opponent Leon Conrad get on stage. Apparently, Leon has always been his opponent for the past couple of years, and Leon is already boasting about what he is going to do to Zeke again. In the past, Leon was always making sure he got Zeke to beg for his life before letting him go. Since Leon always ends up as his opponent every year, Zeke has come to the conclusion that he is always pulling some strings behind the scenes. His household doesn't really care because they believe Zeke should be able to overcome such little tricks before he can properly call himself a dragon slayer. Zeke always wanted to just fall down and die because he couldn't believe a scumbag like Leon was his cousin. Apparently, in his past life, the 4 siblings from the direct bloodline never had the chance to meet, but there were always loads of his cousins who were more than ready to bully him. Before the fight begins, Leon starts trash-talking Zeke, saying he is such a dumb but brave dude to have stepped into the ring with him again, given what happened to him the last time. Before Leon's words can get to Zeke, the composed mind skill is activated, immediately putting Zeke in a calm state of mind. Zeke then finally gets the chance to talk back, but Leon still doesn't take him seriously. He pats him on the head, asking him what he plans to do, while also calling him an inferior person. This makes Zeke mad, and he punches Leon while subconsciously activating the critical strike. Leon crashes to the ground in pain, screaming about his face. Zeke only wanted to knock the dude out, but because he can't control his abilities just yet, he ends up punching him in the face. The instructor scolds Zeke for attacking when he hasn't started the match, and Zeke defends himself, saying everyone should always be ready on the battlefield. Zeke lets off a terrifying bloodlust while saying this, and even the instructor felt it. Leon manages to pull himself together, and he decides to act cool, telling the instructor that he is free to start the test. Leon is pissed off already, and he lets Zeke know that he is about to die, but Zeke casually tells him that he is getting the wrong idea because he is actually the one in danger. Just then, Mark starts the game, and Leon dashes toward Zeke. Leon throws a punch at Zeke, and Zeke was initially scared until the punch landed, and he realized that it didn't hurt one bit. Zeke already knows Leon's moves, and he waits for the counterattack. The moment Zeke activates his counterstrike without landing it, he leaves himself open for Leon to grab him. Leon grabs him in a position where he is sure that he is going to win. However, in the blink of an eye, Zeke is sitting on the ground with no injuries from what just happened. Even the instructor is left in shock because he doesn't want to believe that Zeke, as a 12-year-old kid, has such impressive combat sense. Apparently, the moment Leon dodged Zeke's attack and tried to take him down. The instructor already believed that Leon was going to win, but Zeke managed to punch Leon's chin to get himself out of his grasp. The instructor believes that Leon is to blame for thinking he had won the fight, but at the same time, Zeke was composed to regain the situation even though his counterstrike failed. The instructor is left in awe, wondering if this is really the Zeke Draker that he knows. The fight starts again, and Leon soon starts receiving some real punishment from Zeke. Leon screams in pain, wondering why Zeke's punches are so painful even though he is small. Leon gets mad and goes on a rampage, but Zeke activates the heightened senses skill to properly see how Leon is moving. Zeke smiles when he realizes that he now has his abilities under control. He is also able to use the Ether Hall, and the moment Leon foolishly opens himself up, Zeke grabs him and slaps him to the ground. Zeke doesn't stop there as he continues punching him like trash. Zeke asserts dominance by beating Leon so badly that fear starts creeping through the watching students. After he is done letting off steam, Zeke gets on his feet to address his bullies from his past life, telling them to stop watching and get into the ring with him. Annoyed by what Zeke just said, another of his cousins, Jakin Vardek, decides to choose Zeke as his next opponent. Zeke agrees to this, but lets him know that he is not interested in fighting him alone because the fight would be too boring. Zeke confidently tells Jakin's servant, Liam Stone, that he is free to join his master. Jakin angrily asks Zeke if he just found a way to insult him, and Zeke adds salt to his injury, saying yes. Jaqen angrily steps into the arena and Liam follows him. The instructor urges Zeke to stay calm and wait for instructions before making a move. Deep down, Zeke is just glad that he is finally seeing Liam Stone again. Apparently, in his past life, Liam was known as the Mercenary King. In his past life, Liam didn't get the benefits that other nobles got because he was Jaqen's distant relative. He begged to join the higher education of the academy, Valhalla, but in the end, he joined the Knight Order of a small nation called Baranon. After the fall of Baranon, he ended up becoming a mercenary. After so long as a mercenary, he became a Red Knight and started his own stone mercenaries. Liam united the 3 largest mercenary groups and was called the Mercenary King because of this. Because the Empire hired the stone mercenaries, Liam had no choice but to enter the continent wars, and since Zeke was a northerner, he had no choice but to face Liam on the battlefield. However, Zeke believes that things can be different this time around. The instructor then starts the battle, and Jaqen comes rushing at Zeke, but he easily grabs his punch. Zeke stops his attack pretty easily, while reminding him that he already suggested that he and his servant attack him at the same time. Jaqen still thinks Zeke is messing around, and he throws a kick at him, but Zeke easily blocks the attack. It turns out that Zeke blocked the attack with his elbow, causing a shitload of pain in Jaqen's leg. While he is still trying to pull himself together from this, Zeke comes after him. Jaqen prepares to block his punch, but it turns out that it is just a feint. Realizing that he is already focused on the punch, Zeke kicks him in the leg, and while he is still trying to balance, Zeke punches him in the chest, causing him to cough up blood. Zeke looks like the devil reincarnate while telling Jaqen that he alone is not enough, which is why he urged him to attack alongside his servant. Jaqen crashes to the ground in pain and immediately screams at Liam, telling him to kill Zeke. Liam, who looks older than his age and has an unimaginable reach, finally decides to join the fight. Zeke figures out that he is going to lose his advantage if he allows Liam to make his move first. Because of this, Zeke goes after him, and he activates the slash skill. This helps him to unleash a barrage of attacks at Liam, while also interfering with his sight. The students are shocked when they see this, since they have never seen anything like that before. Zeke is also aware that the instructor would be curious, since he is using a northern fist-fighting technique in the Midlands that is supposed to be dominated by swordsmanship. However, Zeke is already feeling the blowback from using the skill, showing just how weak his body was when he was young. At the same time, he is worried about the giant dude standing in front of him. Liam made no move, even with all the punches that Zeke threw at him. Liam only stood where he was and took everything in like a good old mama's boy. Since Liam is putting up his guard, Zeke figures out that he needs to take him out through this before his body finally reaches its limit. Zeke cooks up a powerful punch and throws it at Liam. But just as the punch is about to land, Liam shocks him by dodging it. Zeke is absolutely stunned by this because Liam is not supposed to be able to see ether with his eyes, which means Liam has some really incredible sense. Before Zeke knows it, Liam has grabbed him, but Zeke refuses to let himself get thrown around like that. He wiggles his way around and activates the heightened sense skill to grab onto Liam's neck like a snake. Zeke maintains a chokehold position in an attempt to starve Liam's brain of oxygen. He is pretty sure that no matter how strong Liam is, he is eventually going to pass out from this. However, Liam shocks him by putting pressure on him, causing him to cough up blood. Zeke cannot believe that he is going up against such a crazy dude. But at the same time, he is excited to see who is going to come out on top. The intense battle of endurance ensues between the two, leaving the students in a state of panic as they patiently wait to see who will surrender first. In the end, Liam passes out from the terrible position that Zeke left him, ultimately making Zeke the winner. Meanwhile, a crazy girl, who is watching the fight, is excited that Zeke won the battle because she believes that the battle between them would be spectacular. Later on, Decker visits Zeke in his room to check on him, and Zeke assures him that he is fine. Decker then asks Zeke if he can check his pulse, and Zeke immediately figures out that Decker just wants to check if he has awakened his aura. Zeke hesitates a bit before offering him his arm to check the supposed pulse that he wants to. Zeke is shocked when Decker starts his thing, and he is very thorough with it, which shows that he is a blue knight at least. Basically, imbuing someone else with aura is as difficult as it comes, but Decker is doing it pretty easily. Talking about knights, they are not all the same because they are all classified in accordance with their martial prowess and aura manipulation proficiency. The white swordsmen are basically at the novice level, and the yellow swordsman is slated for those who have awakened their aura and opened their dantian. Basically, all the trainees in the cradle become yellow swordsmen after the blessing rite. Those who are able to freely control their aura are immediately given the title of a knight. When talking about the purple knight, they are those who can reinforce their sword with aura, while the blue knight is for those who can manifest an aura blade. However, there is a realm where knights have basically gone past the human limit, and this was a realm that Liam and Zeke got to in their past lives. This is a realm that is called the Red Knight, but there is also the Black Knight. Even though there are a few of them on the entire continent, because of how capable a Blue Knight is, Zeke starts to wonder how someone like Decker ended up being his attendant. Nonetheless, Zeke is confident that there is no way Decker can detect his ether, because there are only 2 people in the entire world who can use it. After Decker is done checking with a serious voice, he asks Zeke if he is hiding anything from him. Zeke goes into defense and throws the question back at Decker before walking away, telling Decker that he is only messing around. Decker then asks Zeke why he has suddenly changed a lot, but Zeke tells him that the right question should be why he changed just now. Zeke lets Decker know that things are only about to change even more because things are going in their rightful places, and he would like Decker and the rest to follow him. This hits Decker so hard that he immediately assures Zeke that he fully understands the situation. Decker then tells Zeke that he has prepared the training room that he asked for, and Zeke commends him for always working so hard. Deep down, Zeke is aware of the fact that someone actually put Decker in charge of monitoring him, which is why he is interested in keeping him close so he can get information out of him instead. However, Zeke is left with the big question of who might have ordered Decker to keep an eye on him, but he is pretty sure that the person is not from his mother's side. Zeke assumes that the person is going to be one of his siblings. Later on, Zeke makes his way to the personal training room that Decker arranged for him, and Zeke is ultimately impressed by the high standards of everything. Before training, he decides to check out the system first, and after opening the status window, he realizes that his slash skill has become even stronger than before. Zeke figures out that the skill gets more effective the more he uses it. Since the skill was activated because of his actions, he figures out that he must have had it before.
He wonders if a new skill will be added to the array of his skills if he just learned a new one. Suddenly, he realizes that he has not figured out the difference between a skill and a class skill, since they get activated similarly. He continues checking through and notices that his draconian skill needs points to unlock, and to get the karma points that are needed, he needs to kill monsters. He doesn't think this is a problem because there are a bunch of monsters in the dungeons, but at the same time, he needs to be on the level of a purple knight to access the dungeons.
On the other hand, Zeke is more concerned with why he regressed and what the system is because he has so little information. Nonetheless, he is ready to use the system as long as it helps him get stronger. Apparently, no matter which way it goes, there is one definite thing. And this is the fact that there are 2 known powers in this world, the aura of the knights and the mana of the mages. Knights reinforce their aura in the dungeons, while mages handle their mana through circles. These are basically 2 powers that oppose each other, so if one awakens one, there is no way to awaken the other. However, Zeke was not fortunate enough to have awakened either. Because of this, he was abandoned by his family, which was why he met his master during his vagabond days. Zeke's master was the one who taught him a lot of things, but the most useful thing she taught him was healing and the use of the ether hall. In the end, he and his master were the only ones who could use ether in the world. 2 hours into the training, Zeke is already panting like a goat, and since he is exhausted already, he has no choice but to activate the healing skill and the vigor recovery skill. Apparently, healing is a rare skill that even Zeke had no idea existed before he met his master. But if he used it in front of people, they would treat him like an irregular. This is the main reason he hesitated in using it during his fight with Liam, forcing him to hurry back to his room so he could heal himself. Since he is done healing himself, Zeke returns to training and only stops when it is dinner time. 1 week after this, reports have started flying around about Zeke and the fact that he has become a totally different person. Some don't want to believe that his transformation is real, while some assume that he has dabbled in black magic. On the other hand, there are some who are praying that he gets even stronger so he can humble the strong bullies. Zeke's cousins, including the stern girl, Reyna Tarun, are seen having a meal together in preparation for the swordsmanship duel that is coming up. One of them, Owen Zimmons, teases Leon about the need for him to eat, and this pisses the guy off. Owen tells Leon that he is only trying to be nice, but Leon's inferiority complex is obviously affecting his judgment. Leon gets mad and gets off his chair as if he wants to fight, but a stare from Reyna puts him in his place. The topic soon shifts to Zeke and what they are going to do about him. Reyna admits that Zeke was impressive during the Pancration, but she is pretty sure that Zeke is going to struggle when it comes to swordsmanship. Owen smiles, saying Zeke is going to be totally useless because he won't be able to properly hold up the sword. Leon buffers this point, saying Zeke is such a weakling because he had to get himself a customized sword, since the basic ones were too heavy for him. Leon adds that Zeke only defeated him because of a stroke of luck, but Reyna angrily cuts in, telling Leon that he doesn't have the right to be called a knight in the Draker household if he seriously believes that Zeke won by luck. After saying this, she angrily gets off the chair and walks out of the room to avoid surrounding herself with a bunch of fools. Moving on to the sword duels, the participants make use of real swords, which is why most incidents in the cradle happen during the said duel. This is also where the difference between the cadets' skills is openly revealed, and a month after this, the blessing rite will commence. The blessing rite is an event where the Drakers awaken their aura. On the day of the duel, the instructor calls Zeke to come to the stage, and he confidently walks to the stage with his big sword on his shoulder. This immediately sparks grumbling among the students, who believe that Zeke is acting pompously, which is why he is wielding a big sword. It turns out that Zeke will be going up against Reina, and Zeke is happy to have Reina as his opponent. Reina is surprised to see Zeke easily lifting the big sword, and this is when it dawns on her that Zeke is not the same boy that she used to know. A load of questions flood her mind on why Zeke might be confident, but it soon dawns on her that she's already getting intimidated by Zeke. Reina tries to burn off the fear that is creeping through her body, since she was the one who challenged Zeke in the first place. At the same time, Zeke is also being careful because Reina was known as the Lightning Knight in her past life. Reina was one of the knights who was able to make a name for herself during the Continental Wars, and was also noted to be one of the greatest of the next generation of Drakers. The reason why she was regarded this way is that she awakened her aura before she went through the blessing rite. Zeke figures out that Reina's aura should already be active years before the current time, but hasn't used it in the cradle because she claims she wants to improve her basics. Just then, the instructor declares the fight open and Reina makes the first move. She swings her sword so hard that Zeke is forced to jump backwards to avoid getting skewered. Zeke has no choice but to admit that Reina is quite talented, but he still doesn't feel threatened. Reina continues coming hard at Zeke, and the spectators believe that she is toying with Zeke. They urge her to teach Zeke a lesson and stop messing around with him, but Owen is smart enough to know that Reina is not messing around. Even though Reina has heightened senses to locate and navigate through tight gaps, she still can't take advantage of this situation because no matter where she moves, Zeke's sword is always there to meet her. Reina starts realizing that Zeke is moving as if he is applauding her efforts. The moment Zeke does this, he opens another gap for her, making everything seem like a training duel, which is meant to teach her. Reina continues running around the arena trying to get Zeke, and this has started straining, with a clear indication of this from how she is sweating. Zeke finally sees how Reina was fighting when she was still in the cradle, and he is not impressed. Even though her sword appears to be honest, Zeke expected more from someone who is always so obsessed with their basics. At the same time, this fundamental is what is actually holding her back, and Zeke decides to help her break out of the tight shell that she has found herself in.
Zeke then goes down on an extremely low stance, and Reina figures out that Zeke is trying to close the gap between them in just one leap. Reina is confident that she has what it takes to block Zeke because she is incredibly fast, too. Reina is still riding on her confidence when Zeke suddenly reaches her, sending a wave of fear through her body. It takes an incredible amount of flexibility for her to dodge the strike. She jumps backward and concludes that she can still react to Zeke's strike as long as there is a bit of a gap between them. Just then, Zeke does something shocking by using his sword to throw pebbles at her. The pebbles hit her on the face, causing Zeke to close down while she is still struggling with the pain. Reina opens her eyes to see Zeke breathing down on her neck with his sword. Reina realizes that she is done for, forcing her to resort to something extreme. In the blink of an eye, Reina knocks Zeke's sword away, and the students start celebrating that Reina has won. However, the instructor is left in awe because none of the cadets noticed what happened. Just as Zeke's attack closed down on Reina, she was forced to use a bit of aura, which was barely noticeable. Reina is the one who promised never to use aura until she got into the academy, but Zeke is able to force her into breaking that promise. Reina is also aware of what she did, and while she is still sulking over it, Zeke dashes over and punches her in the throat, causing her to cough up blood. She falls to her knees while holding her throat, and the students erupt in anger, condemning Zeke's decision to use the fist, even though they are in a swordsmanship duel. The students start saying all sorts of trash things about how Zeke is not worthy of being a knight because he abandoned his sword. Zeke doesn't really care about their outcries because he won in the end, which is what matters. Reina manages to get back on her feet and Zeke asks her if she is willing to continue the fight. In her head, Reina is thinking about the whole scenario, and she wants to believe that Zeke was only able to strike her because she let her guard down. Suddenly, it dawns on her that she is only making up stupid excuses because if Zeke had a dagger in his hands and hit her with that instead, she would be dead meat. Because of this, Reina has no choice but to accept that she lost the battle. The students are left in shock and disappointment when they hear this because Zeke, who was known as trash just a couple of days ago, has managed to secure victory against one of the most talented children in the cradle. Meanwhile, the report of Zeke defeating Reina has gotten to his siblings, William and Abel. William is freaking out because he doesn't want to believe, but Abel urges him to calm his nerves. He asks when the blessing rite is, and William tells him that they have a month before the rites. Abel is pleased to hear this, and he decides that it is the right time to visit the family. William is shocked to hear this, and Abel reveals that Zeke has gotten his attention already, which is why he is interested in knowing what Zeke is going to awaken with. Zeke, on the other hand, returned to the training room after defeating Reina, while the whole cradle is still in shock.
And in no time, a month flew past. It is the day of the blessing rite, and Zeke still ended up training that very day. While sweating heavily, he wonders how he was able to attain the level of a red knight in his past life with such a shitty body. Zeke then opens the status window, and he realizes that he gained a bit of mastery in some of the skills. Some of them have moved from E rank to D rank, and this will only continue to increase the more he trains. Zeke is pleased that he has been able to increase the mastery of the skill he gained during the duel, which is Swift Steps. Suddenly he notices another presence close to him, and he figures out that it is Decker. He immediately asks Decker what he wants, and Decker informs him that they need to leave in 2 hours. Zeke acknowledges this, telling Decker to get everything ready because he is going to join him soon. Shortly afterward, Zeke arrives at the main Draker estate in a carriage. This is an estate that is located within the Duchy of Troy, even though the family's main residence is located in the heart of the continent. Nonetheless, the blessing rite is always held at the main estate, where the legend of the Dragonslayer started. Alongside Zeke are the other students, who just graduated from the cradle, and the house is packed. In addition to the presence of the students, there are spectators hanging around the corridors. For the first time, Zeke is finally noticing that the spectators are all famous ladies and gentlemen, and he is pretty sure that his family has sent spies to keep an eye on him. Zeke believes that whoever the spy is, they are going to give up on their mission once they see him fail the awakening. Suddenly, he notices Abel among the spectators, and this riles Zeke up. Zeke and Abel end up staring down at each other, and the animosity is clear. However, Zeke manages to calm himself down because he has no chance against Abel as it is. He knows that in his past life, Abel would never have come to the blessing rite, and Zeke is worried that his actions might have changed the future. Since this is the case, Zeke decides to make the most of the opportunity. After all the preparations are out of the way, they declare the blessing rite open. One of the students, Aaron, is the first to be called out. He steps up and pushes his hand into the water and punctures his palm with the needle sitting below the water tank. This immediately gives off a crazy reaction, emitting a blue light. Basically, the rite is meant for those in the bloodline to awaken their sealed aura when it is time for them to leave the cradle. This is a fast method, unlike knights, who awaken their aura after the age of 20. However, there are rare cases where some would awaken a trait of the Dragonslayer known as mana inhibition. The lights will ultimately turn red, which is a sign that they are going to be on the Yellow Knights level at the very least. However, there are some who have even rivaled the Red and Black Knights by undergoing pure blood awakening. Among the rare cases is Reyna, whose awakening turns the lights red, and the instructor immediately orders that they bring him the special gloves. Apparently, the special gloves are needed for everyone who undergoes the mana inhibition, or else they won't be able to live a regular life. Apparently, the Draker name is conferred to those who are able to prove that they are of pure blood descent. Along with this, they are going to be provided with immense support of the family and loads of benefits. After everyone has gone through the process, it is finally Zeke's turn to participate in the blessing rite, and they are all wondering what his awakening would be like. Zeke proceeds to the front where the statue is standing. The last time Zeke did this, he was extremely left in a state of shame. However, he believes that things are different this time around because he can heal and can even manipulate ether. In addition to all of the things he has endured, Zeke leaves his fate in the hands of the statue, hoping that he comes out with something tangible. Zeke pushes his hand into the water with excitement on his face, but the statue suddenly stops moving, which has never happened before. The crowd is left wondering what might be happening, and Abel in particular has his eyes peeled. Zeke slowly pulls his hand out of the water, looking totally disappointed because nothing changed. Zeke is pissed that he became very confident because Abel is present in the room. The crowd starts murmuring, talking about how trash Zeke is because of his rite process, even though he has the blood of the head of the family. Some waste no time assuming that he was only able to beat Reyna because he used a trick. Zeke is also disappointed, but he lifts his spirit with the fact that there are other ways for him to get stronger without the awakening. Just as he is about to walk off the stage, he gets a message on the status window. The system apologizes, saying there was an error during the process, which is why the message got delayed. Zeke stands there confused, and the system informs him that it has found the missing part of the information, and the class information has been input using the system's authority. After revealing this, the system reveals that Zeke's talent has been identified as that of a healer. Just then, the system informs him that he has unlocked a class, and it is said to be a rare one. Zeke is left in disbelief when the lights in the room suddenly go up in red, signaling that it is a pure blood awakening. The crowd is left in awe, as they cannot believe that Zeke is starting off from the very top. The system continues with the information that it is passing on to Zeke, letting him know that the terminal has been able to make a connection. Because of this, the ancient dragon's blessing, which is sealed within the user's soul, has been activated. Zeke's body starts glowing, and the system informs him that the talent of kin, known as the fighter's blood, has been awakened. In addition, The system lets him know that his awakened talents have been combined, and because he has a combination of rare talents, a new class has been created. Zeke watches in disbelief as the system informs him that he has been given a unique class called Immortal. Another shocking thing happens when the light around the statue turns golden, which is the first. However, they still counted the whole thing as a pure blood awakening because of the traces of red light that remained there. Zeke already knows that people are going to have their doubts, but at the same time, he is worried that everything might work against him if he tries to say anything. While the crowd is murmuring about what is going on, Abel steps in, asking them why they are all tense when they are supposed to be celebrating, since they are blessed with 2 pure blood awakenings in one batch. The moment he says this, the crowd agrees with him, saying he is right. Abel then orders the instructor to get his brother his special gloves, and after putting them on, Zeke can see just how hefty the gloves are. Deep down, Zeke is not happy with the fact that he might be forced to receive help from his trash brother. After the conclusion of the rites, the host informs them that they are going to organize a party to celebrate. As expected, Zeke is not interested in the party and would rather burn himself out in a training room. He sneaks out of the hall to try to find a training room, but his brother appears behind him calling his name. This shocks Zeke, who wasn't expecting Abel to quickly reach out to him. Abel asks him why he is wandering off when he should be celebrating his awakening, and Abel stretches his hand towards Zeke for a handshake. Zeke is conflicted on whether to take the handshake or not because if he refuses, it will be pretty obvious that he hates his brother's ass. Because of this, he decides to play along. But just as he is about to take his hand, he remembers something annoying, and he takes back his hand. Abel is surprised to see this, and even though it is risky, Zeke just couldn't bring himself to shake Abel's hand. Abel decides not to take offense and concludes that seeing his brother's face is enough for him. Abel taps Zeke on the shoulder, telling him that he is going to see him again. Deep down, Zeke is raging, as he can't wait to truly meet Abel again. While everyone else is celebrating the awakening ceremony, Zeke has made his way to his room. He is confused about why he is doing so well, since all pure blood awakenings usually have the mana inhibition ability. This is an ability that shows that one is in direct opposition to the dragons, the source of mana. Since most of the machines operate on mana, a pure blood has no choice but to use the special gloves provided by the house. Zeke has taken off his glove already, and he is not feeling anything. Which is weird because if he were truly a pure blood, something weird would have occurred. Zeke then decides to open the status window, and this is when he realizes that things have changed from what they were before. Instead of mana inhibition, Zeke has mana reflection. Zeke then decides to sit down to properly study the whole thing. Apparently, the mana reflection is a skill that creates a distorted field to cancel all nearby mana. This is when it dawns on Zeke that mana reflection is actually counted as a skill, and the reason the lamps were fine was that it is not a passive skill. Zeke remembers that he was a healer before the rite, but he has somehow transitioned into a unique skill, an immortal. Just then, it dawned on him that all the graduates except Reina had regular awakenings with a blue aura. Even though his aura was red in the beginning, just like Reina's, it ended up turning into gold. He remembers the system telling him that the classification terminal lost critical information, and he figures out that the statue is the terminal. Apparently, it was after the system provided the required information that the night started emitting red light. It finally dawns on Zeke that the red light doesn't determine whether someone awakens or not. It is actually a determinant for the user's class. There is red for a rare class, and there is gold for a unique class. The statue is an ancient relic even before the time of Tarakan himself, and since the concept of class doesn't exist these days, the statue was being used to check if the user has awakened or not. They have basically mislabeled the red light shown as a sign of rare class as a pure blood awakening, and they are so dumb that no family head has even realized this once. Zeke then realizes that he has karma points that he can use, which he probably gained during the whole blessing rite. He decides to use it, and he spends 10 points out of the 100 that he has on viewing what his draconian skill is. The system opens the sealed skills, which turned out to be Dragon Eyes, Might of the Dragon, and Devour. However, all these skills are still locked and cannot be used. The Might of the Dragon allows the user to make their enemies surrender by using their aura, and this requires 30 points to unlock. The Dragon Eyes, on the other hand, allows the user to view detailed information of an individual, and this requires 20 points to unlock. As for the Devour skill, it allows the user to eat and digest a lot. This skill costs 50 points to unlock, but the whole explanation leaves Zeke confused. He doesn't know what the Devour skill does by the prescription given, or why it costs 50 points too. Since he is not ready to take a chance, he decides to get something that is straightforward instead. Zeke then spends 50 points to unlock both the Dragon Eyes and the Might of the Dragon. Because the Might of the Dragon appears to be too dangerous to use in an enclosed space, Zeke decides that he is going to try out the Dragon's Eyes instead. He activates the eyes, but doesn't see anything different, leaving him disappointed. However, he realizes that there is a big change when he walks to the window to see what is going on outside. There is a statue far away in the center of the garden, but thanks to the dragon's eyes, the statue looks like it is right in front of him. Zeke is still celebrating this when the skill asks him if he is willing to check detailed information. Zeke goes ahead with this, and he is blown away when he realizes that the eye has dissected everything that he needs to know. Suddenly, he feels exhausted, causing him to fall into his chair. It turns out that the draconian skills take too much energy, and Zeke believes that they are going to be useless to him if they are this exhausting to use. Suddenly, the healing and vigor recovery skill activates, shocking Zeke, since he had no intention of using healing. He immediately goes through the system, and he is shocked to see that his class skills have all become passive abilities. For the healing factor ability, his body automatically repairs itself, and the moment Zeke sees this, he realizes just how broken the skill is. In the past, healing was considered overpowering, but it can't be spammed, and its healing effects are limited. However, the healing factor is completely different because it is infinite. Excited and curious, Zeke decides that he needs to test out the skill. Zeke grabs a knife and cuts himself in the arm. Immediately this happens, the healing factor kicks into play and the arm is healed. Zeke doesn't want to believe his eyes because he has just stumbled upon a pile of gold. Zeke confidently declares that he is going to graduate from the academy, and this usually takes 5 years. Soon afterward, Zeke arrives at the Draker Academy, which is the dream of anyone who is aspiring to become a knight. The higher students in the academy have been trained to perfection, and they have little to no difference from adults. However, Zeke still sees them as children who are from the great families. Zeke is disappointed and disgusted with the fact that the whole family is rotten to the core. Basically, there are 3 great houses supporting the transcendent Draker family, and they are called the Great Families because of their influence. There is the Turin family, known for their strength. There is also the Zimmons, and they are known for their wisdom. Then there is Vardek, and they are known for their gold. Zeke then makes his way to the high-class dormitory, located in the Platinum Mansion. Zeke is happy to be a pure blood because of the advantages that come with it. The high-class dormitory is furnished with a training hall, a library, and various kinds of facilities, which are only open to the highest-ranked students. Even those from the cradle can't just enter it easily. However, the purebloods are given the special privilege of a floor master. They have an entire floor known as the Platinum Floor to themselves, and as it stands, Zeke and Reina are the only purebloods among their mates. Upon entering the building, Zeke is welcomed by an assistant who tells him that he is going to escort him to his assigned floor. Zeke is surprised to see a bunch of students all lined up to welcome him, and he believes that this is too much. The attendant then tells him that Decker is waiting for him in his room. Upon entering, Zeke asks Decker what he wants, and he reveals that there is something he has to deliver for him. Decker hands him a pair of gloves that have been specially made for him, and it carries the Draker insignia on them. Zeke is happy that he now has new gloves, and he decides that getting a new sword would make a lot of sense too. Since the Duchy of Troy is located close to the mountains, it is abundant with good quality iron and excellent craftsmen. Decker offers to search for a decent craftsman to help, but Zeke tells him that there is no need for this because he already has one in mind. Since he is willing to meet the blacksmith in person, Zeke tells Decker to go ahead and set up an appointment for him. Zeke hands him the name of the blacksmith, Galleon Halbert, surprising Decker since this is the first time he will hear the name. Nonetheless, he promises to contact the blacksmith immediately. Before leaving, Decker reminds him that classes are starting the next day, and he urges Zeke to review the relevant documents before then. After Decker's departure, Zeke sits down to assess his situation, and he figures out that he is going to have a bulk load of freedom to do what he wants, since he is on a platinum floor. Just then, he hears a knock on the door, and he urges whoever it is to come in. A maid then enters the room, telling Zeke that Reina has sent him a dinner invitation. Zeke is shocked to hear this, but because he is curious, he tells the maid to take him there. Zeke arrives at where Reina is waiting to see her goons standing all around her, and he is a bit disappointed at this. Reina welcomes Zeke, and after sensing his disappointment, her goons walk away so that they can have a private discussion. Reina then suggests that they discuss properly after they are done eating. While preparing to eat, Zeke is fully focused on how Reina is controlling her aura, using her lower abdomen. Even though she is aiming higher, Zeke is disappointed that Reina's swordsmanship skill is stuck in the mud. Minutes later, the two have consumed a mountain of food and are finally ready to talk. Reina goes straight to the point, telling Zeke to accept the Turin family's support. Zeke counters her, reminding her that they are both purebloods. However, Reina tries to enlighten Zeke about the privileges that come with having a great family backing him. She mentions all of the sweet things that the family will provide, while also saying Abel himself has received support from his maternal family, the Zimmons family. It turns out that Zeke, on the other hand, is not receiving any support from his maternal family, and Reina has no idea why this is. After saying everything she needs to say, she then tells Zeke with a stern voice to accept the Turin family's support. Without thinking twice, Zeke basically says no. Just as Zeke is about to stand up to leave, Reina asks him why he doesn't want the Tarun's family support. Zeke lets Reina know that she is getting everything wrong. He has no beef with the family, but he is rejecting the offer because he already has everything that he wants since he is a pure-blood awakener. As he walks away, Zeke tells Reina that he is going to give him one piece of advice as gratitude for the meal. Zeke lets Reina know that her sword has too much strength behind it, and he is pretty sure that she is conscious of the men around her. Zeke then lets her know that her greatest strength is the fluidity that arises from having a flexible body. Zeke urges Reina to stop receiving attacks head-on with the aim of crushing her opponents with strength. Zeke says fluidity helps to open her opponent up so she can land a single delicate strike. Zeke assures her that if she is able to do this, she is going to grow stronger than she currently is. After saying everything he wants to, he leaves. Reina immediately bangs her hand on the table in annoyance while thinking about the herald of the family, which is strength. Reina is pissed because she is basically following her family's tradition. Suddenly, it dawns on her that Zeke might actually be right because she had been obsessed with becoming a person fit to carry the Tarun name. This is basically what has been subconsciously projected on the way she moves her sword. Reina is blown away by the fact that Zeke was able to see through this. She remembers that she was being praised as a genius when she was young, and not one person gave her any real advice. However, Zeke has just broken through to her to tell her the truth that she has always been avoiding. Later on, Zeke realizes that he is pretty fine even though he was training all night, and this is thanks to the infinite stamina skill. This is a skill that takes away any form of fatigue quickly. In his past life, he suffered in the academy, but he is currently enjoying life as it comes. Zeke is forced to admit the basic truth that money and power rule everything. Zeke is walking through the school without disturbing anyone when Owen and his goons show up. Owen is the third son of the Zimmons family, which is one of the three great families. Just like the others, Owen used to bully Zeke in his past life, but he used others as a proxy, while making sure he maintained his own image. Owen then walks up to Zeke, asking him why he didn't reply to the dinner invitation he sent to him the night before. Zeke smiles before casually telling Owen that he is not obligated to reply to every letter that comes his way. This immediately crushes Owen's ego, forcing Owen's giant servant to interfere. Zeke is confused to see a dog running off his leash, and he asks him who he is. The dude acts all cool, but Zeke is not really up for his shenanigans, and he tells him that he is free to look cool in front of his master, but he urges him to keep in mind who he is speaking to. This vexes the guy, causing him to dash at Zeke, but Zeke dodges the attack. The dude finally introduces himself, saying he is Durbin Roswell and he is known as the Mighty Durbin. Durbin tells Zeke that he is going to teach him some manners because of how he spoke rudely to Zeke. Zeke laughs when he hears his name and the fact that he even has a pseudonym. He makes fun of him, saying he is not a knight yet, but he already has a pseudonym. Zeke angrily dashes at Durbin, and before he can even react, Zeke sends him flying with a powerful punch. Durbin is buried in the ground from just a single punch, and Zeke asks the rest if there is any one of them who is willing to challenge him. Zeke urges Owen to pick one of his people to fight him, but Owen doesn't make a move. Owen simply tells Zeke that he is too full of himself, but Zeke just ignores him and walks along. It turns out that the Draker Academy is split into two classes. There is the regular class where those with no talent are taught that they can do anything as long as they put in the effort. There is also a special class that are free to choose their subjects freely outside of basic subjects. The elites are usually gathered in this special class, and this is why Zeke excitedly joined the class. However, he is disappointed when he gets there to see that the people in the class are the same dudes from the Cradle. He doesn't see the class as a special class, but as the Cradle class. The instructor then informs the students that they have a special someone in their midst. This said person was the commander-in-chief during the Eastern Empire War some 20-something years ago. In addition, he was also the hero who stopped the Empire's invasion with their resourcefulness, and this said person is Dean Howard Draker. Howard shows up, waving at the students, who are all excited to see him because he is a war hero. He is worshipped because he is believed to be a war hero and tactical genius. However, Zeke knows the real truth behind everything. Apparently, he leaked information to the enemy just so he could survive, but this ends up throwing the enemy into chaos. Zeke sees him as nothing but a traitor who got lucky. In addition, he was also the one who made sure Zeke was kicked out of the academy in his past life. Because of this, Zeke lost the only place left for him, and he ended up wandering the Duchy of Troy. In the end, he got snatched up by slave traders and was sold off to the Southern Cartel. Remembering all of these, Zeke promises to punish Howard. After Howard is done addressing them, the instructor tells them to take their swords and head to the arena for the start of basic classes.
They soon arrive at the indoor arena, and Zeke is utterly disappointed that the special class has to learn the basics of dragon slaying. In his past life, Zeke spent 2 years learning what would have taken others 2 months to learn, just because he couldn't use aura. And to make it worse, he was always picked on by his regular bullies. The instructor soon shows up, and he introduces himself as Andre Draker, who will be teaching them dragon slaying basics.
The students are all blown away when they see how young Andre is, but Zeke already knows him as the Rose Knight. In his past life, even though Andre was not a pureblood, he was able to graduate early from the academy, and he graduated from Valhalla as a valedictorian. He is basically a once-in-a-century genius who was conferred with the Draker name. Andre wastes no time asserting his dominance in the class when he tells them to stop making noise. Once the class is quiet, Andre begins the class, and he orders the students to draw their swords. Just then, he notices Zeke's big sword, and he questions him. Zeke casually tells Andre that the big sword suits him, and Andre tells him to step into the arena. Andre asks Zeke if he is aware of the fact that he is supposed to pick a sword that suits his body. Zeke was already expecting this to happen, which is why he drew out his sword in a peculiar manner. Zeke decides to make the most of the situation, telling Andre that he can actually beat him with the sword. Zeke believes that it would be much better if he just showed Andre what he can do instead of arguing with him. The moment the system notices that Andre is trying to intimidate Zeke, the system activates the indomitable mental defense to block him out. After thinking over it for a minute, Andre finally falls for Zeke's trap. He tells Zeke that if his blade manages to touch him, he will be exempted from not just the punishment for being rude, but he will also be exempted from the dragon-slaying arts class. Andre then urges Zeke not to be scared because he has no plan to use aura against a cadet. Zeke is pleased to hear this because the reward for the duel is pretty sweet. In addition, Zeke is confident that he has what it takes to beat Andre, since he knows his weakness. However, Zeke doesn't want to draw attention to himself since Abel will have spies on him. Zeke decides that he is just going to make sure he grazes Andre, then lose the match. Zeke then makes the first move and he dashes toward Andre, but he easily blocks his attack. Zeke is not surprised because the least of this is expected of a Blue Knight. At the same time, it dawns on him that defeating Andre might not be as easy as he thought it would. Andre soon has Zeke on his knees, and the students waste no time glazing Andre, talking about how he is on another level. Minutes later, Zeke is still trying, and he hasn't even gotten a breakthrough. Sometime later, Andre is already asking questions in his head. He can't believe that he is already sweating against a cadet. Even though he is suppressing his aura, he doesn't think a cadet should have the stamina to stand up to him. At this point, Andre is starting to believe that purebloods are on another level. Zeke, on the other hand, knows about Andre's poor stamina, and since he is also suppressing his mana, Zeke knows that the fight is not easy for him. The aura is basically imbued in the day-to-day activity of a Draker Knight, which is why it is always maintained as if breathing. To put it simply, Andre is basically holding his breath while engaging in the battle with Zeke. Because Zeke is not pleased with the fact that Andre is going to lose to him just because he is suppressing his aura, he decides that he has to force him to use his aura. Zeke continues running after Andre, and he soon figures out that he needs something that would unconsciously force Andre to use aura. To do this, Zeke figures out that he needs an extreme situation, and Zeke activates the Swift Step skill. Andre sees this, and he is stunned because he doesn't expect a cadet to know such a skill. Zeke continues moving like a speedster, forcing Andre to act even faster. After exchanging sword strikes for a couple of minutes, Zeke gets the opportunity to appear right behind Andre, and he activates the critical strike skill. Realizing that he is about to be cut, Andre unconsciously activates Chapter 1 of a dragon-slaying arts. Andre uses the first verse of the chapter, Sky Slice, to send Zeke flying backwards, thus repelling his attack in the process. Zeke's blade gets cut from the clash, and even his body feels the impact of the strike from Andre. Without wasting time, the healing factor skill activates, but Zeke has achieved his aim and he decides to collapse to properly sell the act. Medical staff immediately rushes over to check on Zeke, and Andre sheathes his sword before declaring that Zeke has been exempted from the class. Still annoyed from the just concluded fight, Andre asks the other students if there is any other cadet who wishes to be exempt just like Zeke. However, the fight that the cadets just watched let them know that they have no chance whatsoever. Because of this, none of them emerges to challenge Andre, and he concludes that there is no one bold enough to die among them. Since he has established a level of fear in the cadets, he orders them to get into position for their class. Later in the infirmary, Zeke praises himself for putting up such a good performance. Even though he didn't get to graze Andre's clothes, he was able to get him to use the aura he said he wouldn't, and even acknowledge his abilities. In the end, Andre got disciplined, while Zeke got himself some free time, which is a win-win situation. Zeke remembers the last attack that Andre used, which is the most basic move of the dragon-slaying arts, Sky Slice. However, it had so much force behind it because it came from a Blue Knight. Nonetheless, Zeke believes that he still has what it takes to defeat a Blue Knight because he has the stamina and healing factor to keep going. However, Zeke is not ready to settle for the barest minimum because he is aiming for an unimaginable power that will not let him be subjected to anyone's command. Zeke is thinking about this when a redhead with a bottle of booze suddenly appears beside his bed. The dude calls Zeke Arthur's youngest son, and the sudden presence of the dude scares the hell out of Zeke. Zeke can't believe that he didn't even get to sense the dude, even though the strong stench of booze is all over him. At the same time, Zeke can't believe that the dude is casually addressing the patriarch, Arthur, like it is nothing. Zeke then asks the dude who he is, but the dude throws another question at him, asking him how he did what he did earlier. Zeke plays a fool, asking the dude what he meant by this. The dude sees through Zeke and reminds him that he was inflicted with an internal wound when fighting Andri, but it healed instantaneously. The moment the dude says this, fear creeps into Zeke's body because he can't believe that someone has caught on to the fact that he is using healing factor. The system senses the fear in his body and activates the indomitable mental defense to help out. This helps Zeke to calm down, and he concludes that there is no one in the academy who knows about healing. Because of this, Zeke continues to act like he doesn't know what the redhead is talking about. Realizing that Zeke is not ready to slip up, the dude suddenly attacks him with the aim of cutting off his head. However, Zeke is able to react to this, and he dodges the strike. He leaps off the bed, believing that the redhead is an assassin who has been sent to finish him off. Zeke is able to grab his sword, and he throws the bedsheet at the redhead to impair his vision. The redhead laughs when he sees this, admitting that Zeke has some trick up his sleeve. Since he is in danger, all of Zeke's senses have come to life, and the system activates the skills needed for his survival. Like the precise stab skill, Zeke's senses are letting him know that failure to kill the redhead might actually result in his death. Zeke cuts through the sheet, aiming to catch the redhead by surprise. However, he is the one who was surprised as the dude easily catches his sword, while complimenting his adaptability. The dude smiles at Zeke, saying he is operating just like a mercenary would, and this sends a bulk load of questions into Zeke's head, to jump backwards, leaving his sword in the dude's hands, while at the same time wondering who the guy is. It dawns on Zeke that the dude just mentioned the word mercenary, and this gets him asking himself if the dude knows anything about his past life. The dude continues messing with Zeke by throwing his sword to him, telling him that, as a Draker, he is not supposed to abandon his sword. The dude then tells Zeke that he appears to be more suited to be a mercenary rather than a knight. Zeke heaves a sigh of relief when he hears that this is what the dude meant. Not that he actually knows anything about him being a Draker. At the same time, Zeke senses something overwhelming, which he has not felt since he fought his master. Zeke admits that the dude would easily kill him if he wanted to, because there was a considerable amount of skill gap between them. With this, Zeke figures out that the dude is at least a red knight. The dude then asks Zeke what he is doing with such a huge sword while also complimenting him. These brief words from the dude immediately tell Zeke that the guy might be stronger than he thought. Just then, the door opens and Andri enters. Andri is shocked when he sees the dude, but he quickly moves through the situation as he addresses the redhead as garden keeper Dexter. Zeke is shocked to hear that such a strong fellow is the garden keeper. The redhead then asks Andri how he knew he was at the infirmary, and Andri replies that he sensed him in the training room earlier. Before saying anything else, Andri tells Zeke that he is free to leave, since he has already been treated. As he is about to leave the room, Dexter tells Zeke that he is free to come to the greenhouse if he is free because he is willing to teach him something useful. Just as usual, Zeke refuses the offer, causing Dexter to start lashing out, saying Zeke is just as arrogant as Arthur. The moment Zeke steps out of the room, Zeke figures out that Dexter is fooling himself by saying he is a garden keeper. Since he has the rank to call the current patriarch by his name without restriction, Zeke figures out that the dude is the person who had only one disciple, Andri. This person is none other than Duke Draker, the Gale Knight. Duke is one of the Black Knights who has the martial force to fight a whole kingdom by himself. After he suddenly disappeared, it got everyone worried. Zeke cannot believe that someone as strong as he is living a quiet life at the academy. Zeke then concludes that Andri must have come to the academy because of him too. Duke is said to be so strong that he basically obtained the Black Knight status just because he liked the color black. Without a doubt, Zeke can see that Duke is showing a strong interest in him, but he is not ready to receive teachings from him just because he showed slight interest. Zeke is aiming to learn Duke's secret move. If at all, he is going to learn something from him, and he plans to change Duke's interest into tenacity. Later on, Zeke finds himself in the magic class that is headed by the magic theory professor, Fanon. While Fanon is busy stressing himself to teach the class, all of them except Zeke are asleep. Fanon soon asks a question, and since no one is showing interest, he is not expecting an answer. But to his surprise, Zeke contributes to what he just mentioned. Fanon almost dies of excitement, and he admits that it is his first time getting a question. Fanon excitedly explains everything that Zeke needs to know about mana transfer to him. The moment the class comes to an end, the others wake up and are ready to leave. They are not worried about the fact that they slept because they believe that learning about magic theory at a night academy is pretty useless. On the other hand, Zeke is impressed by how Fanon delivered his lecture because he made it pretty easy for him. Zeke stands up to leave, but Fanon runs after him, stopping him. Zeke then asks Fanon what the problem is, and Fanon expresses his excitement that he had a proper class thanks to him. Because of this, he tells Zeke that he is free to show up at his research lab anytime he wants if he has anything that he is curious about. Fanon then reveals that he is a Delphoa Magic University Scholarship alumnus, which means he knows a lot. Zeke is shocked when he hears this because an alum from the Magic University of Delphoa is no small fry. This is basically the nation where magic originated. Zeke happily accepts the offer, since it is going to be beneficial for him to get close to a mage. Since mages are critical thinkers, Zeke believes that they are better to have around rather than stuffy knights. Zeke is walking through the hall when he suddenly spots Duke lying on one of the public benches. He is shocked to see this, but this just tells him that Duke is less patient than he thought. Zeke has only avoided him for a week, and he has already shown up to see him. Zeke then asks Duke why he is there, and Duke asks him why he didn't come to the greenhouse. He reminds Zeke that he promised to teach him some useful things. Zeke acts cold again, saying he is not interested. This gets Duke even crazier as he asks Zeke why he is not interested. Zeke admits that Duke is talented, but he tells him that he is currently busy with individual training. It turns out that Duke is not a man who takes no for an answer, and before Zeke can even react, Duke has gotten to him. Duke knocks him out with a perfect hit to the back of his neck, and when he wakes up, he finds himself in the greenhouse. Zeke can't believe that Duke literally knocked him out just because he had been waiting for a week. Zeke is still looking around when Duke appears in front of him. Zeke asks him if he abducted him, and Duke admits this, saying he is interested in him, which is why he did. Zeke cannot believe that Duke is not even hiding his intentions, showing just how impatient he is. However, Zeke doesn't think it is time yet for this. Zeke activates swift steps in an attempt to run away, but Duke easily catches up to him. Zeke gives it another try, but the result remains the same. Zeke realizes that Duke is still treating the whole thing as a joke and figures out that he needs something to get him serious. Zeke then asks Duke why he is interested in him, and Duke replies that he wants to know how Zeke's internal wound got healed instantaneously. This is when it finally dawns on Zeke why Duke is chasing him around. Zeke then decides to spice things up by telling Duke to make him answer the question if he is really curious about it. Just then, Duke vanishes, leaving Zeke to start wondering where the dude is. By the time Duke reappears, he comes back with Zeke's sword. He throws Zeke his sword, telling him that they need to make a bet so that things will be more interesting. Duke tells Zeke that he is going to get access to one wish if he can graze his clothes. However, he tells him that he is free to give up on the duel, but to do this, he is going to tell him everything that he has been hiding. 3 hours later, Zeke is still up and running, leaving Duke totally surprised and stunned. Duke has figured out that Zeke doesn't only have unimaginable stamina, but he appears to be invincible because his healing is limitless. On the other hand, Zeke knows that he can keep this up as long as he can. But at the same time, he won't be able to beat the bet. He then remembers the draconian skill, the might of the dragon. He hasn't used it before because he believes that it is going to be dangerous, but since he is going up against a black knight, he doesn't think it is going to be a problem. Zeke then switches things up, and when Duke sees how crazy he is staring down at him, he gets even more excited. Zeke dashes toward Duke with swift steps, but Duke blocks the attack. Nonetheless, Zeke continues attacking, using the same pattern. Duke admits that he is fast, but believes that he is still nothing compared to Reina. However, Duke is impressed with his tenacity. Finally, Zeke decides that it is time he uses the might of the dragon skill. The moment he does this, Duke feels an overwhelming force around him that causes him to hesitate for a slight second. Zeke then makes use of this to unleash a cloud of dust to impair Duke's vision. Duke is not worried because he believes that it would also be hard for Zeke to find him in such a situation. Suddenly, Zeke appears behind Duke, and he activates the dragon's eyes to accurately see where he is going to strike. Zeke swings his sword with everything he has, but to his surprise, Duke suddenly vanishes. This is when it dawns on him that Duke just used his secret move, which is why he is known as the Gale Knight. Before Zeke knows it, Duke reappears very close to him, giving him no chance to react at all. By the time Zeke sees him, it is already too late. Zeke watches as Duke lands a devastating blow to his chest to knock him out, while telling him that he's going to consider the duel a draw. Zeke is sent flying into the distance, and when he finally gets stopped by a wall, the system tells him that his fatigue has surpassed the acceptable limit thanks to the excessive use of the draconian skill. The system lets him know that his consciousness would forcefully shut down to make sure that he is safe. Zeke tries to fight it, but ends up passing out nonetheless. When he finally wakes up, he finds himself in his room. He is shocked that he is back in his room, and he starts wondering if Duke was the one who brought him there. He sighs in disappointment because he almost won, but he expected nothing less, since he is going up against a black knight. Zeke realized that he had done everything that he could possibly do, but it was still useless against Duke. Zeke wanted Duke to let down his guard by repeating the same attack over and over again, so he could make a gap using the might of the dragon. Zeke even used the dragon's eyes to try to strike him, but this wasn't enough. Zeke figures out that the move Duke toward the end of the fight is definitely his secret move. Even though he got knocked out because he used draconian skills excessively, Zeke is thankful that he got to see Duke's secret move. Zeke figures out that Andry was able to rise to the position of a Red Knight thanks to this skill, even though he has really weak stamina. Even though Zeke didn't get to learn Duke's secret move, he is pleased that the whole battle was worth it. Zeke was able to see the might of the dragon power firsthand, and he figured out that knights below the black level would have surrendered immediately. Just then, the system informs him that he has an unopened message. The system displays the message, telling him that the Swift Step skill has been upgraded from D rank to C rank. In addition, his soul is said to have developed due to the demonstration of his strong will. Thanks to the development of his soul, his system functions have also been activated. The system then tells him that it is possible for him to activate the next function using karma points. A bunch of functions immediately appear on the screen. There is a mini-map, and this is a function where the geographical terrain features can be seen in the form of a map. There is also the inventory function, which allows him to save items. Both of these functions require 20 points to unlock. However, there is a third function called the elementary level quest book. This includes tutorials and missions for the effective development of low-ranking administrators. Since Zeke has just 40 karma points to spend, he decides to check out the inventory first. Zeke unlocks the inventory function, and the system informs him that he can save selected items in the inventory. When retrieving stored items in the inventory, he can think of the name or shape of the item to get it out. In addition, the amount of space that the item takes up in the inventory depends on the item's weight and size. However, he has the option of increasing his inventory's size by using karma points. Zeke immediately decides to try out the inventory skill, and he grabs his sword with the intention of storing it. He thinks of saving the sword, and it immediately vanishes into the storage space. Zeke checks out the status window and realizes that the sword took up 2 of the 28 boxes present in the inventory. Zeke finally understands what the instruction meant when it said that the space and item it takes are dependent on its weight and size. Since he only has to think of its name or shape to retrieve it, Zeke also tries this out. The moment he thinks of it, the sword reappears in his hand. Zeke is extremely pleased because he realizes that it is actually better than a subspace. It then dawns on Zeke that he is still a low-rank administrator, and he wonders what would actually happen when he reaches a higher rank. Since the points appear to be hard to come by, Zeke figures out that it would be stupid of him to use them recklessly. Just then, Decker knocks on the door, asking to come in. Zeke grants him permission to do so, and Decker tells him that there is a message for him. Decker says the sender said Zeke would already know it is once he says Garden Keeper Dexter. Zeke smiles as he receives the letter to read the contents. He realizes that the duel wasn't a total failure because Duke told him that he is free to come again if he ever wants to challenge him. Zeke finally realizes what Duke meant by calling the duel a draw. Zeke is basically pleased that he still has another chance to get what he wants from Duke. Decker then tells Zeke that he still has one more piece of information to give him. Decker reveals that the information is about the blacksmith that he mentioned. Decker says he has found the blacksmith, and Zeke excitedly asks him when the appointment is slated. Decker then reveals that there is a major problem because the blacksmith refused the appointment. Zeke is stunned to hear this, and Decker reveals the blacksmith says they are no longer making weapons. After the rejection from the blacksmith, Zeke decides to pay him a visit himself. As he enters the shop, he remembers the sword that Galleon forged for him. The sword was named Graham, and it was the best sword Zeke could ask for. The sword was potent enough to be able to replace the use of aura with ether. Now that Zeke has arrived at the said blacksmith shop, Zeke is disappointed to see him wallowing in his drunken state. Galleon is shocked when he sees a teenager entering his forge, and he urges Zeke to leave because it is not meant for children. Zeke is shocked to see Galleon in such a way because he never remembered Galleon being temperamental. This tells Zeke that there have been things that happened before he met him. Zeke decides to do things in his own way by grabbing a bucket of water and pouring it on Galleon to get him out of the trash state he is sitting in. Once Galleon is in a clear state of mind, Zeke walks up to him, asking him why he declined his offer for a job. Galleon is a bit confused about what is going on until he notices the insignia on Zeke's glove, clearly showing that he is a Draker. Galleon immediately bows his head, apologizing to Zeke for being such a rude person. Galleon then reveals that he is not currently taking orders because he can't even make what he wants for himself, so he doesn't see how he can make what others want. This is when it dawns on Zeke that even Galleon once went through depression. Zeke remembers that the time he met Galleon, he was already the greatest blacksmith on the continent, but he never told him what kind of life he led before that. Zeke figures out that Galleon obviously didn't want to share his past because of how embarrassing it was. However, Zeke doesn't think he can wait around for Galleon to come around. Just then, Zeke tells Galleon that he would like to see some of his works that he is calling a failure. Galleon leads Zeke to the back of the forge, where there are a bunch of swords lying around. Zeke commends him, telling him that swords are looking good. Zeke grabs one of them, and Galleon urges him to be careful, saying the swords might be a failure. but at the same time, they are still sharp. Zeke checks out most of the swords and realizes that what Galleon is calling a failure is actually not because they are of similar quality to what he was making when he was named the best blacksmith on the continent. However, Zeke goes ahead to use his draconian skill, the Dragon Eyes, to test out the sword, and this is when he sees where the problem is. Zeke then asks Galleon if there is a problem with his forge, and the question shocks Galleon. He is forced to ask Zeke how he knows this, but Zeke cuts him off, reminding him that he just asked him a question. Zeke mentions that he can see that Galleon is mixing several metals together to create a lighter and exquisite material, but it is suffering in durability. Zeke mentions that this happens because impurities remain even after the heat treatment process. Galleon is totally blown away by the fact that Zeke recognized his smelting method and even analyzed the major flaw in the process and its cause. This is when it dawns on Galleon that he might have just met the right person. Galleon then takes Zeke into his inner chambers to show him a design. Zeke is blown away to see such an exquisite design, which Galleon only revealed years later because it is a blueprint of a magic forge. Galleon mentions that he has nothing to hide from Zeke because he is the one who just saved him. Zeke is blown away, and he assures Galleon that with the forge, his smelting method would work without any hitch. Zeke then asks Galleon why he is not making the forge even though he has the whole blueprint with him. Galleon mentions that the most important part of it all, the mana energy law blueprint, remains. But the money the magic tower is asking for is 10,000 gold. Zeke hears this and almost passes out because a normal 4-member family's monthly expenses are 10 gold. But this is 1,000 times as much. Zeke finally realizes that it took Galleon 10 years to gather the money needed for the forge. Galleon admits that the money is crazy, but he lets Zeke know that if he ever helps him make the forge work, since he is a Draker, he is going to create anything he wants for him without any money or conditions attached, as long as he is alive. The offer sounds tempting to Zeke, but the whole thing is impossible for him because even as a pureblood, he can't possibly receive the support of 10,000 gold. At the same time, Zeke doesn't think he can give up on Graham, the Sword of Radiance. Zeke starts racking his brain on what to do, and suddenly it dawns on him that Galleon's only issue is mana energy laws. Zeke immediately accepts the request to help Galleon, and he takes the blueprint with him. Zeke tells Galleon that he has a mage that he can ask a favor from, and when he gets an answer, he is going to tell him. Zeke is about to turn back to tell him to stop drinking, only to see Galleon on the ground, bawling and thanking him for saving him. Upon arriving at the academy, Zeke started making his way to Fallon's office. On his way, he wonders why the Mage Tower is demanding such a high commission fee from Galleon, since the structure itself appears to be simple. Zeke is still thinking about this when he suddenly notices something weird in the alley close to him. Inside the alley, Leon is bullying someone, and this immediately reminds Zeke of how Leon trashed him around. Zeke wants to ignore Leon until he hears Leon talk trash about him while he is busy bullying someone else. Leon believes that Zeke managed to beat him by luck and nothing else. Leon is having a blast until Zeke shows up on the scene, and with a stern voice he tells Leon and his goons that he is giving them 3 seconds to bury their heads. Leon is shocked to hear this coming from Zeke, and he laughs at him, telling him that his arrogance has known no bounds since he got his pure blood awakening. Leon continues trash-talking, but Zeke cuts him off and repeats his order, but this time with more pressure. The aura oozing out of Zeke's body almost cripples Leon and his team. Leon cannot fathom how it is that he is scared in Zeke's presence when some months ago he was basically crawling at his feet. Leon manages to break free from his fear and he orders his guys to attack Zeke. They all rush at Zeke, but Zeke remains calm as he knocks them down one after the other. With his sleek moves, Zeke delivers devastating blows to knock them down as if they were amateurs on the street. In no time, Zeke has taken down the entire squad, leaving only Leon to witness the rampage. Fear creeps through Leon's body as he cannot believe that Zeke is the same person he knew before. After wiping the floor with his team, Zeke walks towards Leon, telling him that he doesn't need to be scared since he already knows what is coming next. Out of fear, Leon draws his sword, but this ends up being a big mistake on his path. The moment Zeke sees him drawing his sword, he reminds him of what he just did, since they are not allowed to recklessly draw their swords in the training area. Zeke then replies appropriately, saying Leon is the first to draw his sword and to face the murderous intent coming from him. He also has no choice but to unsheath his sword. Zeke slowly pulls out his sword, saying he is only retaliating to protect his honor. Zeke makes it known that the battle will only end once one of them is dead, since the responsibility for this lies with both of them. Zeke turns to Liam Stone, who is being bullied, telling him that he is a witness to everything. With a scary voice and aura, Zeke tells Leon that they should continue their fight. Leon realizes that he is done for if he tries to fight Zeke, and he immediately drops his sword. He addresses Zeke in the most formal way he can, begging him to let him live. Leon urges Zeke to let him go, and Leon on his knees reminds Zeke of how Leon treated him when he was in his position. Zeke decides not to kill him, but he cuts off his ear as payment instead. Leon screams out in pain, holding onto his bleeding ear, and Zeke lets him know that he doesn't want to see his ear reattached the next time they see each other because he is literally going to kill him. Zeke then smashes Leon's head into the ground as final punishment before walking away. As he walks away, Liam stops him, asking Zeke why he helped him. Zeke smiles, telling Liam that he wasn't helping him because all he did was for himself. After dealing with the bullies, Zeke makes his way to Fallon's office to show him the blueprint and ask him if it will be possible to make it work. Fallon admits that it is possible to make the design work, and Zeke excitedly tells Fallon that he is going to leave the blueprint with him. However, Fallon urges Zeke to calm down and listen to his explanation first. Fallon mentions that the overall composition is simple, but the problem is the core in charge of power output. Fallon says the core is considered the heart of the machine, but the circuit has some tricky restrictions to it. Fallon mentions that it might look small, but it requires enough power, and they are also going to need a way to adjust the output without delay. Zeke is confused with all the explanations and asks Fallon if it is possible or not. Fallon reveals that there are two options, and given the condition of the core, he might try to adjust the design. However, to do this, it would take at least a decade to redo the design for the core. As if this is not enough, Fallon fixes his statement, saying it would take around 15 years to redo the design. Zeke almost loses his mind when he hears that the design will take 15 years. Fallon then mentions that the second option is that they can avoid the 15-year plan by using an alternative material. However, there is a slight problem with this because the material needed is a high-compression monostone. Zeke screams out in shock when he hears this because a high-compression monostone is an ancient artifact that can't be made with modern technology. Fallon agrees to this, saying ancient relics are rare as it is. In addition, trying to find the artifacts in the ruins is even harder, and if they want to buy the monostone, they will be looking at around 3,000 gold. Sweat starts running down Zeke's face because he knows that this is a big problem. He can't afford the money to get the stone, and waiting 15 years is a long time because he might just get kicked out of the academy if they find out that he can't use aura. Even with all of the problems that he is facing, Zeke is not ready to give up on Graham. Zeke is frustrated with the fact that he still can't use aura just like his past life. However, ether is considered to be a difficult power to control by humans, which is why they use aura because it is easier to use. Apparently, the only aura skill that Zeke can use is called the Spirit of the Soul, which his master taught him, and this helps him reinforce his body with aura. This is basically why he needs Graham, the Sword of Radiance. The big problem now remains how he is supposed to get his hands on a compression mana stone. While Zeke is still racking his brain on what to do, Fallon commends the creator of the design, saying it is impressive because it would have been difficult even among the Golden Age relics. The moment Fallon mentions the Golden Age relic, it finally dawns on him that there is a solution to his problem, and he didn't even think of it at first. Zeke immediately stands up and he tells Fallon to take off the blueprint until he comes back. Fallon is confused when he hears this, as he asks Zeke if he is really expecting him to use 15 years to complete the design. Zeke smiles, telling Fallon that he is going to bring back a high-compression mana stone that he can use. When talking about the Golden Age, it is the Liberation War that was fought to escape the rule of dragons, and this ended with the defeat of the evil dragon, Bahamut, by none other than Terrakan Draker. This victory was able to grant humanity a century of peace, and during this time, the ancient relics uncovered within the dragon's lair were the remnants of the age of the Hero King, which is the prime age of magic. Among the relics discovered was the high-compression mana stone, which is capable of sustaining the mana needs of an entire village. To search for this relic, Zeke heads to the central library in the academy. Apparently, the library is under constant maintenance, even though it is rarely used because it is believed to have been established by Terrakan himself. During the expansion of a records room, relics from the Golden Age were discovered in the library, and this led to the involvement of the Magic Tower and the Archmage of Nirvana, who is a member of the three great families, in the excavation. During these couple of months, several relics from the Golden Age were found, and news of it spread through the continent. Basically, these are events that would still happen 10 years in the future, but Zeke is already aware of everything. Now that Zeke is in the library's record room, he knows that he might search for the relic day and night and still not find them, since no one has even discovered it yet. To help with his search, he decides to use the Dragon Eyes skill, and as he walks around the room, he is able to quickly locate where he is supposed to look. There is a particular part of the floor that leads to where Zeke wants. By using the Soul of the Spirit, he is able to cleanly cut out the section that he wants. Apparently, he learned the skill from his master, and since ether materializes a user's will, it helps to apply certain properties like cut, so it can be used in different scenarios. Nonetheless, the skill has its drawbacks, as the user must expend a large amount of ether to perform any of the actions. Just as expected, Zeke gets lightheaded just from using the skill. After cutting a hole in the section of the floor, Zeke gently climbs down, and he covers the covered section again. Zeke is shocked when he climbs down to see just how deep the floor is. Suddenly, he senses movements in the corner and he starts wondering what it might be, since it is not until 10 years later that the ruins were discovered. Zeke peeks from where he is and he is surprised to see skeletons walking around. The two skeletons he sees are holding shovels and pickaxes, and there is also no indication that the skeletons were made by a lich. Realizing that it is safe to engage them, Zeke activates the critical strike skill and goes after the two skeletons. With just a single strike, he dismantles the skeletons. Zeke is shocked when the status window pops up to inform him that he has earned 2 karma points for defeating the skeletons. Zeke then remembers that he can actually earn points by killing monsters, and he totally forgot about it because he was focused on the artifact. Suddenly, the wild thoughts of farming points come to his mind, and he starts chasing the skeletons around the ruins. In the end, he is able to gather 20 points, and he decides to unlock one more function for use. He compares the quest book, minimap, and other functions on the window before finally going for the minimap, since it happens to be the only thing his points can buy at the moment. The moment he unlocks the minimap, a map appears in front of him, and on the corner of the map, he is able to convert the map from 2D to 3D. Zeke is extremely pleased when he sees this, because it basically makes things easier for him. Suddenly, he notices that there is a room on the map that is marked in red. Because of how curious he is, he decides to select the location as his next stop. It turns out that the room is the storage room, and Zeke quickly tells the system to lead him there. The map then provides the quickest route to where he is going. The map looks so detailed that Zeke can't believe what he is staring at. It has all the details, and it is basically better than Google Maps. Zeke starts following the mapped out directions, and in no time, he arrives at the storage room. At the entrance is a giant door, leaving Zeke to wonder how he is supposed to enter the room. After using his big brain, he figures out that pushing the door aside is the best idea. Zeke tries pushing the door with his left hand, but immediately gives off a weird reaction, telling Zeke that there is a security spell on the door. He finally realizes that the magic tower and the Archmage of Nirvana got involved in the whole thing because of the magic on the door. Zeke knows that his hand would have been shattered if he weren't wearing his special gloves. Since he has no way of getting through the door, he asks the system if it can help him out. The system then replies that since it has gotten the administrator's request, it will connect with the security device. Zeke is shocked when he sees the system working on the door, and this is when it dawns on him that the system is actually responding to what he says. The system confirms this, asking Zeke if he has any more requests he would like to make. Since he can converse with the system, Zeke decides to ask it some important questions. He asks the system why it forced him back to the past, but the system lets him know that it can answer the question. Zeke also asks the system what the whole administrator system is, but he gets the same answer as before. Zeke wants to know who created the system, but the system refuses to answer this. And since he can't get an answer to any of his important questions, he just tells the system to open the door instead. The system works on the door and is open, giving Zeke the free pass to enter. Upon entering the room, Zeke is blown away by the number of treasure chests in the room. Zeke almost loses his mind because of the amount of treasures present in the room, and not only treasures, but also relics. Zeke excitedly searches through the room, grabbing 1 or 2 treasures with him until he finally locates the mana compression stone that he came there for. To make things better, there are actually 4 of the compression stones in the room, and because his inventory is full, he figures out that he will just expand the inventory with 1 karma point. However, even after doing this, he still doesn't have enough space to carry them all. He decides to abandon the treasures he has packed, promising to come back for them later. After he is done gathering everything he can, he is about to leave when he senses something sinister in the room. Before he even figures out what is happening, he is engulfed by a red light, and he vanishes from the room. By the time Zeke opens his eyes, he is already in another room, and he quickly asks the system where he is. The system lets him know that he is in the home of the Dragon Slayer. This confuses him a bit because when the ruins were discovered, there was nothing about a room filled with coffins. Zeke then activates the minimap, and just as he suspected, he realizes that there is no path that leads to the room. With this, he realizes that he is currently in a room that has never been found before. Excited and curious, Zeke decides to push open the coffin. When he does, he finds a knight's armor sitting in the coffin, and the system informs him that he has found the Dragon Slayer's exclusive equipment. Zeke checks out the armor and finds a hole in it, and because of how the hole looks, it suddenly dawns on him that something of the same shape is expected to be inserted inside. Zeke excitedly whips out a mana stone and pushes it into the armor, and the system informs him that he has installed a mana battery in the armor. This battery is able to activate the armor, and the armor starts glowing like a robot on steroids, but Zeke soon notices that something weird is going on. Before he knows it, an explosion rocks the room and leaves it in a cloud of smoke. The system comes on, telling Zeke that an explosion is about to occur, and Zeke cannot believe that he is just getting a warning after he was just about to be blown to smithereens. Because of the delay in transmission, the system apologizes, and Zeke is left wondering what sort of high-powered armor he is staring at, which requires a mana stone to run. Since he is still confused about the whole thing, he decides to just leave it and ask Fallon about it later. Zeke continues searching through the rooms until he gets to the last one, and he already assumes that the room is empty like the rest, until he spots something really crazy sitting in the middle of the room. Sitting in the middle of the room is the heart of the cursed light dragon Bahamut, which was placed there by Tarakan. Zeke is completely blown away by the fact that Tarakan left the heart of the dragon he defeated as a gift, which is why he felt something sinister when he entered the storage room. Suddenly, the system tells Zeke that the heart of the dragon is reacting to him. Before he knows it, Zeke starts getting overwhelmed by the dragon's aura. In no time, one of his eyes had been completely taken over and it turned black. Zeke starts hearing voices in his head talking about killing everything. Just as he is about to lose himself to this, the system activates the mental defense to give Zeke a bit of time to react and understand the situation. Zeke looks around to see that he is surrounded by a dark aura, and he is already losing himself. Zeke panics and starts asking the system what is going on. The system then tells him that he just got an urgent request, and he is required to defeat the strong curse from the dragon's heart. Apparently, there is a reward for this if he manages to get it done. The system tries to help him out by activating the mental defense, but this gets cancelled immediately. Zeke crashes to his knees with the realization that he is on his own. The voice in his head gets even louder with Bahamut urging him to accept him. Bahamut promises Zeke freedom if he can accept him, but Zeke is able to break through this, telling Bahamut to shut up because he is annoying. Zeke tells Bahamut that he can't give him freedom because it is earned. By saying this, Zeke is able to stamp his will on the ground to let Bahamut know that he is not interested in his fake freedom. Because of this, Zeke is able to gain victory over the curse, and the system informs him that he has completed the urgent quest. As a reward for this, the system lets him know that he has gained ownership over the heart, which is Tarakan's dying gift. Zeke is pleased that everything worked out well because it could have been worse. Zeke didn't know a skill could fail in such a dire moment, which shows just how crazy the power he encountered was. Because he is suffering from exhaustion, the healing factor and stamina skills both come to life. The system then tells him that he has started absorbing the heart of Bahamut. Zeke is still trying to understand what this means when the essence of the heart starts rushing into him. Zeke screams out in pain as the essence starts to overwhelm him. Zeke soon realizes that he is taking in a pure and dense source of mana, and to make it worse, he doesn't have the circles to accept mana. He figures out that if there is no place for the mana to be stored, he is going to be destroyed. Not ready to die like a chicken, Zeke concludes that something needs to be done. Zeke then activates the Spirit of the Soul skill to use the seal option so he can use ether to cover the mana. Zeke plans to seal the mana in an ether hole, and after a moment of intense struggle with the dense mana, Zeke is able to do this. However, he is left exhausted and breathing heavily from the effects of the whole process. Nonetheless, he is glad that he lived through the excruciating process, and when he looks up, he realizes that the heart has disappeared. He walks up to check the plaque where the heart was sitting, and this is when he sees an engraving on his chest through the mirror in front of him. He is shocked to see this, and he wonders if this happened when he was trying to seal Bahamut's mana. Since he is confused about what just happened, the system informs him that he just absorbed the heart of Bahamut. The system adds that the absorbed mana has changed his body, and his body's constitution has been changed to a divine body. The system also detects a power that Zeke can't control yet, and 95% of the power has been compressed and sealed. The system then informs Zeke that the beginner quest book has been unlocked and a tutorial for the low-level administrator has been provided. The information is too much for Zeke, and his brain almost blows out from everything. Zeke just tells the system to keep everything till later when he is able to go through them. Just then, he notices something on the status window before it closes. This excites Zeke, and the system asks him if he is willing to open Tarakan's other dying gift. Zeke gives the system the go-ahead to open the second dying gift, and Zeke is blown away when he sees what is sitting in the box. Moments later, Zeke returns to his dormitory and he stores some of the treasures he found in his closet. After he is done with this, he decides to check out the status window. On the window, he realizes that he has gotten some new draconian skills like incantation and authority. The incantation skill fills his words with power, but it is currently locked because the system believes that Zeke is still inexperienced about this. For the authority skill, this grants him control over dragonkind. In addition, dragons under his control can be summoned and will definitely follow his orders. As for his constitution, he has gained the divine body. With this, his body can perform at the highest level, and his rate of learning for combat and the transfer of ether within his body has also increased. Even with the explanation, Zeke doesn't think everything is clear enough. He also notices that there is another window that is related to Tarakan, but it is not about his second dying gift. Zeke then tells the system to open the window, and the system lets him know that there is an information update needed to access this window. The system urges him to move to a location where an information update is possible. The system asks him if he would like to mark a location on the minimap, and Zeke is already stressed that he has to go somewhere for the update. Nonetheless, he asks the system to show him, and he is shocked to find out that the marked location is Valhalla. To put it simply, Valhalla is the most prestigious knight training institution, and those who are not administrators are not even allowed to view, let alone enter, the area. Even though Zeke wasn't interested in joining Valhalla, he starts reconsidering it because something related to Tarakan is there. Zeke realizes that he has no choice but to keep being a part of the family. The beginner's quest book then comes on, and the system tells him that the tutorial for the low-level administrator will soon start. Once the tutorial is over, a quest will be given to encourage Zeke's growth. Zeke sees the quest as something similar to missions from an adventurer's guild or mercenary assignments. However, he is still confused about the tutorial, and just then, the whole thing starts. Suddenly, Zeke finds himself in a strange environment, and he starts wondering if he was teleported just like before. However, he is able to figure out that it is different from before because the whole area has changed. Out of nowhere, orcs appear in the distance, and the system informs him that he is required to defeat the monsters within the given time frame using 2 or more different skills. The rewards for this are points and the system store unlock. Zeke soon realizes that the whole tutorial thing is for him to be able to take advantage of the system much better. In no time, the orcs have surrounded him, and Zeke activates 2 skills, Swift Steps and Continuous Slash. Zeke goes after the orcs, dealing damage left and right. While cutting down the orcs, he figures out that his big sword appears to be very light. This is when it dawns on him that the divine body is the reason behind this. Zeke figures out that with the kind of body he currently has, he will easily take down a purple knight. After cutting down all of the orcs, the system informs him that he has completed the quest, and he immediately finds himself back in his room. He finally realizes that everything was an illusion that felt so real. The system bombards him with a bunch of information, telling him that he has obtained a critical bonus. He has also obtained a time bonus, and as a quest reward, he has been given 40 points with access to the shop. Zeke is blown away when he realizes that he can buy items through the system. There are a bunch of nice things in the store, and these are all rare relics that would cost a fortune to buy. Zeke wonders if he can get rich by buying items from the store and reselling them. The system shows him how to sell, and this is by placing the item he is selling within the given window. Zeke tries selling his sword, but the system tells him that he can't. He finally understands that he can only sell ancient relics. He tries selling an elven dagger, and the system puts the worth of this at 4 points, leaving Zeke disappointed because he can easily sell it for 100 gold in an auction. Zeke concludes that he is only going to use the option when he really needs the points. After he is done searching through everything, Zeke decides that it is time to sleep. The next morning, Zeke heads to Fallon's office. Fallon is surprised when Zeke shows up with a compression mana stone in the space of 1 day. Fallon asks Zeke how he was able to do it, and Zeke replies that it is a bit complicated for him to explain. Zeke urges Fallon to forget about how he got it and just tell him how long everything is going to take. Fallon lets him know that everything is complete already. Zeke is impressed to hear this, but Fallon tells him that he is more impressed with the fact that he was able to bring a compression stone in just 1 day. Zeke immediately figures out that Fallon is suspicious of him. Apparently, mana stones are registered, and the ownership is always on record. By checking the registration number, one is able to confirm where and when the mana stone was found, as well as the current owner. However, the mana stone that Zeke brought is not registered because Fallon has gone through the registration encyclopedia. Zeke is not worried about this since he is the first person to find the stone he brought. Zeke then walks up to Fallon asking him if he is done so that they can leave, since he has confirmed the registration number. Fallon is surprised and shocked to see that Zeke knew what he was doing. The two then leave for Galleon's forge, and after putting everything together, the forge comes to life just like Galleon envisioned it. His face lights up in joy, and the moment Fallon realizes that the forge is already working, he excuses himself, saying he has a lecture he has to attend. After Fallon's departure, Galleon thanks Zeke for helping him achieve his dream, but Zeke assures him that there is no need to thank him. Zeke then reminds Galleon of the condition that he offered, and Galleon assures him that he is still on board. Galleon lets Zeke know that he would do whatever he wants, and all he has to do is say the word. Just then, Zeke opens the box in his hand, telling Galleon to turn the item inside it into a sword. Galleon's mouth is left wide open when he realizes that he is staring at a dragon's fang. It turns out that it is Bahamut's sharpest fang, and it was Tarakan's second dying gift. Galleon is very curious, and he asks Zeke how he found the fang, but Zeke lets him know that it is a bit complicated. Galleon suddenly goes into hyper mode, thanking Zeke for helping him with the forge and even granting him the rare chance of working on a dragon's fang. Galleon is pleased with the opportunities that Zeke has given him, and he assures Zeke that he is going to exceed his expectations. Galleon then swears to Zeke, assuring him that he is going to create a sword that befits him, even though it costs his life. Zeke is not surprised to hear this because this was just how he remembered Galleon in his past life. Zeke is pleased that everything is coming together, and Zeke soon leaves, telling Galleon that he is counting on him. Zeke excitedly walks out of the forge, clearly eager to see what type of sword Galleon would make this time around. A week after Zeke got the letter from Duke, telling him to come whenever he liked, Zeke started getting the feeling that Duke would come see him again. He hasn't finished thinking about this when Duke appears at his door, looking all pissed off while asking Zeke why he didn't show up. Zeke wants to joke around the matter, but Duke's voice lets him know that if Zeke makes any mistake, he will basically just kill him. Zeke then casually tells Duke that he was the one who told him to come find him if he wanted to challenge him again. Zeke is about to continue his sentence when Duke grabs him, demanding that Zeke tell him the truth. Zeke remains silent, and Duke angrily throws him out of the window. Zeke panics when he realizes that he is definitely going to die if he falls from such a height. Zeke manages to grab the ledge, but Duke immediately grabs him. Duke holds him high, ready to let him go if he doesn't get a satisfactory answer from him. Duke lets Zeke know that he doesn't believe that Zeke has any intentions of challenging him again. Duke mentions that he has invited him twice, and the 2 times, he has refused to show up. Duke is not a fool, and he believes that Zeke is basically trying to irritate him. At this point, Zeke realizes that Duke is not messing around. Duke then gives Zeke 5 seconds to tell him the truth, and Zeke smiles before telling Duke that he hasn't even revealed his true identity to him yet because he is still maintaining the idea that he is Garden Keeper Dexter. Duke smiles when he hears this, and he immediately throws Zeke back into the room. Duke then walks up to Zeke, telling him that he was once a Black Knight, and he finally reveals his name. Zeke immediately plays along like he doesn't know anything. He bows his head to Duke, apologizing for disrespecting a Black Knight. Duke cannot believe his eyes when he sees this because Zeke is very bad when it comes to acting. Nonetheless, Duke is not interested in all the formalities because he might have been a Black Knight before, but not anymore. Zeke doesn't want to believe this because he has never heard of someone dropping in the ranks before. Duke immediately suggests that they forget about the whole ranking. Zeke acknowledges this and tells Duke that he is also ready to tell him the truth, since he has done the same. Duke then asks Zeke if he did what he did so he could become his official disciple, and Zeke admits to this. Duke is impressed to hear this, and without any argument, he tells Zeke that he is going to accept him as his official apprentice. Zeke is shocked to see that the whole process was very easy, and he figures out that it is better for him to accept before Duke changes his mind. Zeke then recites the apprentice's vow, which impresses Duke even further. After they are done with the shenanigans, Zeke tells Duke that he has something to ask him, and Duke urges him to go ahead with it. Zeke asks Duke why he made the decision to make him his disciple. The reason Zeke is asking this is that he knows that Duke doesn't accept apprentices, and the only person he accepted was Andre, the genius. He was only able to become his apprentice after years of asking, but Zeke cannot believe that Duke accepted him so easily. Although Zeke has his own theory about the whole thing, Zeke believes that Duke saw his potential during their duel, and he realizes that he has what it takes to surpass Andre. Duke then throws the question back at Zeke, telling him to guess the answer to the question he asked. Zeke uses this to joke around again, saying Duke accepted him because he is the genius of the family. Duke sighs in frustration, saying Zeke's confidence is something else. Duke claps back, telling Zeke that he would have chosen Reina if he truly was after a genius. Duke mentions that what he likes is Zeke's tenacity because talent isn't the only thing that is needed to reach the top. In fact, Duke believes that those with talent fall in the face of adversity because they didn't struggle before getting to the top. Zeke can only agree with him because most of the prodigies who were all projected to reach the top only stop at the level of Blue Knights. Duke then suggests that they end the whole talk and head out for his first lesson. Duke excitedly follows him, and they soon arrive at the Western Greenhouse Gymnasium, which looks amazing. Zeke is blown away because he never knew there was a gym under the greenhouse. Upon arriving there, Duke tells Zeke to start running laps around the arena, and after a while of doing this, Zeke starts wondering what Duke's endgame is because this is what he has been doing since they got to the gym house. After Zeke has run laps around the arena for 3 hours without any sign of getting tired, Duke tells him to stop. Duke then tells Zeke that there is something he would like to ask him. Zeke casually replies that he is open to whatever he wants to ask. Suddenly, Duke dashes toward him and he tries to grab his hand, but Zeke pulls back to stop him. This immediately tells Duke that Zeke has a problem with him checking his pulse. Duke tells Zeke that he already figured out that something is wrong because when they fought in the healing room and in the greenhouse, Duke wasn't able to sense any drop of aura from Zeke. The fact that Zeke even stopped him from checking his pulse confirms everything that he wants to know. With a serious voice, Duke asks Zeke if he is unable to use aura. Duke adds that he also saw the statue and the light that shone on it, which is why everyone was talking about it. Duke walks up to Zeke, asking him why he is refusing to let him check his pulse, and this is when Zeke figures out that Duke is just curious about him, and he is not operating on suspicion. Zeke is thankful that the person he is facing is Duke, and he hopes that he can get his hands on Graham very soon to stop people from suspecting that he lacks aura. However, it is up to him to be cautious until then. Zeke believes that he doesn't have to lie, just like he did in his past life. Because of this, he takes off his glove, telling Duke that he is right, and before showing Duke anything, he activates the mana reflection skill. Zeke tells Duke that he has mana reflection, which is proof that he is a pureblood, but for some reason, he can't use aura. Zeke is confident that what he just told Duke will help cover up his lies. Zeke apologizes to Duke, saying he is scared of what would happen if Duke found out that a Draker like himself lacks the ability to use aura. Zeke makes sure to put on a very nice act by crying to make sure that Duke would believe him. After checking Zeke's pulse, Duke confirms that there is no sign of aura in Zeke even though he awakens successfully. Deep down, Zeke knows that there is no way Duke will figure out the truth. Duke then comes up with his theory, and Zeke was already expecting this because a Draker would always find a way to deny what is right in front of them. Duke tells Zeke that his conclusion is that Zeke is an irregular, and this works so well in Zeke's favor. Zeke knows that Duke cannot fully understand what is happening, since he isn't aware of the concept of classes. Zeke plays along, and he asks Duke what he means by this. Duke says it is a term used to refer to people with anomalous abilities. He makes an example of someone who can use mana and aura together. There are also rare abilities, like someone who can peer into the future. Because they have unusual abilities, irregulars are not treated kindly, and Duke urges Zeke not to tell anyone about his condition. Zeke then asks Duke why he thinks he is an irregular, and Duke says he came to this conclusion because he has insane stamina and recovery. He adds that internal damage takes time to heal, but this is not the case for Zeke because he is able to recover instantly. Zeke believes that an ability like this takes an immense amount of energy, and Duke is sure that this energy is aura. Duke says aura is constantly being consumed in exchange for stamina and regeneration. Duke mentions that this is the best conclusion that he can come up with because there is no other thing that makes sense aside from this. Zeke is glad to hear such a conclusion from Duke, and he decides to play along, telling Duke that he is never going to be able to use aura, which will prevent him from meeting Duke's expectations. Duke laughs when he hears this, telling Zeke that he doesn't need to worry about this because his secret move, the Gale Arts, doesn't need aura. Duke then explains to Zeke that a special art is a special technique that is personally developed by a knight who has reached great heights. Duke admits that it is usually an application or specialization of dragon slaying, which is why it is proper to use aura. However, Duke's Gale Arts uses a trained body, and he decides to show Duke a demonstration of what he is talking about. Duke dashes off, and he makes some quick moves in the arena before returning to the starting point. He then asks Zeke if he saw what he did, and Zeke suggests that he follow his footsteps. Duke asks Zeke if he is good with him not showing him the skill again, and Zeke says yes. Duke smiles because Zeke has a lot of confidence, and he urges him to give the skill a try. Zeke gets into the right stance, and before making his move, he looks around, mapping out all of Duke's footsteps. Zeke makes his move, and he starts following all of Duke's steps, and while doing this, he is able to see the things he was blinded to before. Zeke realizes that the steps were taken as if Duke were sparring against someone. His movements were basically to attack, dodge and attack, close the distance, and increase it. Zeke cannot believe that each and every step has a marked purpose behind it. At the same time, Duke was left in shock because Zeke was exceeding all of his expectations, as Zeke was doing everything far better than a week ago. Duke is so impressed that he starts smiling, and he silently declares that Zeke is perfect. After Zeke is done mimicking Duke, he asks him if he has earned himself the confidence of a black rank. Duke concludes that Zeke would have been perfect if not for his damn arrogance. The two end up messing with each other before leaving the gym house. 1 month later, Zeke is enjoying his meal at the dining hall when Andri shows up, asking Zeke if he has a spare moment to talk. Zeke tells him that he is a bit busy, but he is free to talk to him in the dining hall, which happens to be the only free time he has. Andri decides to let out his heart right there, and he asks Zeke how he was able to convince Duke to take him in as his disciple. Zeke is shocked to see that Andri is not even hiding his displeasure. Zeke understands that Duke hasn't accepted Andri as his disciple yet, and the news of him becoming Duke's disciple might have gotten Andri a bit anxious. Zeke then replies while munching on a big steak, telling Andri that he didn't do anything. He claims that he was just on his own when Duke came to pick him. Andri doesn't want to believe this, and he concludes that Duke picked Zeke because he is pure blood. The moment Zeke hears this, he gets pissed off about the fact that Andri is suffering from an inferiority complex. Andri cuts in, asking Zeke if he is done talking, but Zeke lets him know that he still has a lot on his mind that he wants to say. Zeke asks Andri if he thinks Duke is a man who would pick someone for such a simplistic reason. Zeke lets Andri know that being able to become Duke's disciple is a result of his own exceptional abilities. Zeke wipes Andre by telling him to work on himself instead of being salty that he was picked. After he is done talking, Andre is left shattered, but he can't argue, since Zeke is telling the truth. Later that evening, Zeke arrives at the gym house to find Andre running laps around the arena, and he looks absolutely exhausted. Zeke is forced to ask Duke what exactly is going on, and Duke mentions that he is also in the dark. Duke reveals that Andre just showed up, telling him that he is good with being his servant as long as he gets to stay at Duke's side. Duke confesses that he told Andre to run 300 laps without aura, which is how he ended up exhausted the way he is. Duke admits that Andre is a tenacious dude. On the other hand, Zeke is also impressed that Andre chose to work on himself instead of feeding his ego because he is talented. Some days later, the students all gather in preparation for the Patriarch's visit to the academy. The moment Arthur reaches the entrance, the announcement echoes through the whole gathering to tell them that the Patriarch is entering. The guards open the carriage door, and Arthur emerges from the exclusive carriage. Howard bows to welcome the Patriarch, and everyone else joins him in greeting the Master of the Drakers. Arthur's presence alone is filled with so much aura and pressure, and the subtle removal of his hand from his pocket alone is a testament to this. Arthur pats Howard on the shoulder, complimenting him for his hard work. Howard remains humble, telling Arthur that what he does is nothing compared to what he does. Arthur accepts the gratitude, telling Howard that he is the only one who understands how things are. Howard then suggests that they go inside, but before he even finishes saying this, Arthur cuts him off. Arthur levitates into the sky to address the cadets and to make sure that he aura farms. After he is done aura farming, Arthur tells Howard that they can finally go inside. Later on, Arthur summons Zeke to his chambers, and when Zeke appears, he greets Arthur in the traditional way. Arthur is pleased to hear this because no one does the greeting the way Zeke does it again. Arthur urges Zeke to have his seat, and because he heard that he liked tea, he prepared tea for him. Zeke thanks Arthur for his hospitality, but deep down, this gets Zeke worried because he now realizes that everything he does is being reported to Arthur. Apparently, there is a saying that there may be things that the Emperor is not aware of, but the Master of the Drakers knows all. Arthur then tells Zeke that he summoned him because he heard that Duke has taken him as his disciple. Zeke is surprised to see that Arthur is going straight to the point, but he plays along too. Zeke replies, saying Duke did him a great favor by taking him as his apprentice. Arthur then tells Zeke that he doesn't know his endgame yet, and Zeke reveals that he is aiming to become the strongest person on the continent so he can live freely the way Arthur is. The moment he says this, there's a sudden change in atmosphere, and Arthur asks him if he is aiming to surpass him too.
Zeke almost crumbles under Arthur's aura, which is called an astral sword. This is a power that is said to give one power over all living beings within its radius, making it the pinnacle of aura usage that only Black Knights can reach. Even with the immense pressure pushing down on him, Zeke is still able to pull himself together, telling Arthur that he aims to surpass him too. After Zeke has given his answer, Arthur pulls back his aura and admits that Zeke's declaration is the most interesting thing that he has heard in ages. However, Zeke is totally blown away because this is the first time he is going to see what it means to be the Patriarch of the Drakers. Arthur then reveals that he intentionally came to the Academy to support Zeke and the Academy itself. While Arthur is saying all of these, Zeke is busy thinking about what just happened. Zeke has always thought Duke was a strong dude, but he has realized that Arthur is on another level of his own. Arthur then whips out a black card, telling Zeke that it is his reward for becoming Duke's disciple. Zeke is shocked when he sees a black card sitting in front of him because he knows what this means. A black card is basically a credit card given only to a very select few, and Zeke never thought he would see one in person. The card alone gives incredible benefits, and to make it sweeter, it has no limits. Arthur then tells Zeke that he is going to register the card under both their names so Zeke can use it freely. Zeke excitedly thanks Arthur, assuring him that he is only going to use the card when necessary. Deep down, Zeke knows that Arthur is not giving him the card because he is nice, but because he wants to monitor him, since using a credit card will leave a record. At the same time, Zeke is relieved that Arthur is using such a method instead of using the Black Marshal Squad, which is a clear indication that Arthur doesn't see him as a threat yet. After handing over the card, Arthur tells Zeke that he is free to leave so he doesn't waste his time since he is training to become the strongest on the continent. Zeke thanks Arthur, and he excuses himself from the room. After his departure, Duke appears from where he has been hiding and he scolds Arthur for being such a trash father. Duke is not pleased with the fact that Arthur has abandoned Zeke since he was a kid, and he is suddenly playing the role of a father figure. Arthur teases Duke, telling him that he just defamed his character, but Duke doesn't really care. Arthur admits that Duke is the only person he can actually talk to without worries. Arthur then whips out a drink, suggesting that they have a drink while they continue their conversation. Duke's mood immediately lights up because Arthur whipped out an expensive drink. While they are drinking, Arthur asks Duke if he is aware of the things that have been happening on the continent, but Duke says no, since he has been holed up in the academy. However, Arthur doesn't believe it because he knows that Duke has eyes and ears everywhere.
Duke then replies that Arthur already knows this, and he is still asking him a dumb question. Arthur mentions that the Emperor has gone crazy over his search for immortality, and he is basically looking all over the continent. Arthur asks Duke if he thinks the Emperor will later find what he is looking for. Duke replies that there is no possibility of this because magic can only make one young, but there is no way one can become immortal. Arthur agrees with his friend, but reveals that the Emperor is after a relic that is related to the Elder Dragon. When Duke hears this, he is left in total shock, showing just how crazy everything sounds. Meanwhile, Zeke is standing close to the room, and he is using one of his skills associated with superhearing to listen in on their conversation. Duke then asks Arthur if he thinks the Emperor has found the relic already, and Arthur says there is a possibility of this. Arthur says the Order of Black Knights reported that the relic is most likely within the northern continent. Arthur mentions that the Emperor has not received the information yet, but he is pretty sure that he will very soon. Arthur says this reminds him of how the Emperor started a war to unite the continent when he ascended the throne. The Emperor only stopped the war after he had made sure that he had taken over half of the central continent. Duke says he assumed that the Emperor would give up on such a dream, but he no longer knows what to believe. Duke says that if there is the possibility that one of the relics can truly grant immortality, Arthur lets him know that the continent would go up in flames yet again. Because of how important this is, Arthur himself is going to the north. Duke is shocked to hear that Arthur is going to leave his seat empty, knowing that the Emperor can go wild at any given time. Arthur then reveals that it is because of this reason that he came to see Duke. Duke finally understands where his friend is heading, and the two raise a toast to this. Meanwhile, Zeke is already feeling the effects of using the hearing skill. He falls to his knees in exhaustion, and he is disappointed that the side effects of the skills still remain even after he absorbed the heart of Bahamut. Zeke then remembers the conversation between Arthur and Duke. He immediately figures out that the relic the Emperor is looking for is the same one he got his hands on before he regressed. It finally dawns on him that he stole the relic that the Emperor was looking to make his wish come true. Zeke has been hell-bent on revenge that he didn't think about this. However, he has figured out that the system is a function of the Elder Dragon's artifact. However, the question of who made the system and why still remains. Arthur and Duke finally finish their conversation, and Duke leaves Arthur's chambers. After Duke's departure, Arthur senses that something is not right, and he enters the room where Zeke is hiding. However, Zeke senses him before he opens the door, and he vanishes before Arthur catches on. Later on, Zeke is in the training hall when Decker shows up, saying there is a student who has come to see him. Zeke is surprised that there is a student who is seeking his audience because he doesn't remember making any friends at the academy. Curious to see who it is, Zeke tells Decker that he should let them in. Zeke is surprised when Liam enters the room, and he immediately bows his head to Zeke, asking Zeke to take him in. Zeke cannot believe his eyes, and he concludes that he should have just ignored Liam the last time. Zeke is initially confused about what Liam wants, and he asks him if he is asking to be his subordinate. Liam confirms this, telling Zeke that he is willing to pledge his allegiance to him. Zeke asks about his master, and Liam reveals that he was abandoned. Liam cries out saying he has to go to Valhalla, and Zeke realizes that Liam has not yet changed. Liam continues begging, and Zeke soon stops him, reminding him that he can actually go to the Turun or Zimmons instead of coming to him. Zeke reminds Liam that he is not a support family, and because of this, he is not going to be of help to him with his dream of entering Valhalla. In addition, Zeke lets Liam know that there is no way for him to believe him because he might as well be a spy that was sent by his former masters. Liam realizes that Zeke is making a valid point, and to prove that he is clean, he whips out his dagger. Liam grabs his own ear and cuts it, telling Zeke that he is ready to do everything to prove himself. Liam assures Zeke that he is ready to cut out his own tongue if it means proving himself. In fact, he is ready to place his hands in Zeke's hands as long as it guarantees him a place with Zeke. Liam's desperation and determination show Zeke everything he wants to know. Liam starts addressing Zeke as his master, urging him to teach him how to become stronger than everyone else. Liam is still begging and crying when Zeke throws his sword at him. The sword lands beside him, and Zeke tells him that he is going to take him in if he manages to withstand one strike from him. Liam is pleased to hear this because he finally has a chance. After Liam receives the treatment that is needed, he returns to the training hall to face Zeke. Liam was initially confident that he could withstand the strike, but now that he is standing in Zeke's presence, he starts wondering if he has what it takes. The pressure from Zeke's body is so terrifying that Liam is wondering if they are of the same age. Liam is shaking from Zeke's aura, and he is barely breathing, but he has no intention of running. Just then, Zeke dashes at him, and Liam manages to hold out for a second before Zeke disarms him. With his sword on the ground, Zeke berates Liam, asking him if that is all he has to offer. Nonetheless, Zeke can see that Liam is actually determined, but Zeke lets him know that it would be better for him to give up on Valhalla. Deep down, Zeke is starting to believe the fact that Liam was discarded by his master. This is because Liam descended from a distant branch family. In fact, he wouldn't have had the chance to enter the cradle if he weren't Jaken's assistant. Zeke is pretty sure that the Academy would have no issue expelling Liam, since they were able to expel a direct descendant like himself. Zeke is thinking about all these when Liam suddenly grabs onto his leg, desperately begging that Zeke take him in. Zeke starts wondering if there is a reason Liam is begging him the way he is. Zeke remembers that in his past life, Liam was expelled, but in the end, he became a mercenary king. Liam refuses to let Zeke go as he bawls, begging to be given one more chance. Realizing that Liam is not ready to give up, Zeke tells him that he is willing to give him one more chance. However, Zeke tells Liam that there is one condition to this. Since Liam promised to do whatever Zeke wants, Zeke tells him to cut off his right arm. This condition sends a wave of shock through Liam's body, and Zeke notices it. Zeke asks him if he values his right arm so much, which is why he is hesitating to cut it off. Zeke also knows what he is doing because he is basically telling Liam to forget about becoming a swordsman, and Zeke believes that Liam would not do this if he were in the right state of mind. Realizing that Liam is hesitating to do what he wants, Zeke tells him to leave because he needs to train. Zeke wonders why Liam is so desperate, but at the same time, he is pretty sure that Liam would go on to be great. Zeke assumes that Liam is leaving, but he is shocked when he sees Liam grabbing his sword. Thankfully, Zeke doesn't think Liam is bluffing, which is why he is able to react just in time to stop Liam from cutting off his right arm. Zeke disarms him and screams at him, asking him if he has lost his mind. Zeke asks him what he would have done if he had gone back on his word, and Liam says he is ready to do anything because he might lose something more important than his arm. Zeke is pissed that Liam is risking his life, and he tells him never to do something foolish again, or else he is going to toss him out. This is when it dawns on Liam that Zeke has accepted his request to take him in. Zeke then tells him to follow him because it would be bad if people see his so-called subordinate without an ear. Zeke takes Liam to his room, where he gives him a potion to drink, and his ear is healed. Liam is grateful for getting such an expensive potion from Zeke, but Zeke urges him not to worry about it. Zeke then asks Liam what it is that he values more than his life. Liam comes clean, saying it is his mother. Apparently, a few days after he was abandoned by his master, he heard that his mother had collapsed from a high fever. Fortunately, the fever broke, but after that, her entire body got covered in rose-like red spots. Because of this, she is growing weaker day by day. It turns out that the village healers don't even have an idea of what to do because they don't know the nature of the disease. Zeke then asks him why he wants to go to Valhalla. Liam mentions that Valhalla students and their families are given the greatest medical treatments that are available on the continent. It turns out that Zeke knows about this because 5 years later, the whole central continent will be plagued by rose disease. It is a highly contagious disease with a high fatality rate. Because of this, countless people will lose their lives, but a radical treatment later showed up, putting an end to the disease. Zeke then writes the method to produce the medicine in a note, and he hands it over to Liam, telling him to send it to the village healers. He assures him that it is a simple medicine that is not hard to make, and his healers would be able to work their way around it. Liam is thankful for the medicine, but he is surprised by how Zeke knows how to cure it when the healers don't even know the name of the disease. It turns out that the genius alchemist brothers Al and Jeff were the ones who later invented the treatment for the disease. However, the Greedy Alchemists Association took advantage of the desperate people's lives to profit from them. The moment the brothers hear this, they angrily reveal the production method for the medicine, and it spreads across the whole continent to the point where someone like Zeke could even get his hands on it. To answer Liam's question, Zeke doesn't give him a straight answer, but he avoids the question. Since Liam already has the cure for his mother's disease, Zeke believes that there is no need for him to go to Valhalla or even be his subordinate again. However, Liam disagrees, telling Zeke that his life now belongs to him. Zeke is pleased when he realizes that Liam has just sworn an oath of loyalty to him, and having the mercenary king as his subordinate is a big catch. Zeke then tells Liam that he expects him to perform well because failure to do this means he gets dumped. Determined to prove himself, Liam assures Zeke that he is going to do his best. Later on, Owen visits Howard in his office, claiming that he has something important to propose to him. Owen suggests that Howard increase the difficulty for the semester's examination. Howard asks him why he is suggesting such, and Owen claims that the first-year students are skilled. In addition to this, there are 2 pure-blood awakeners among the first-year cadets. Because of this, he believes that the examination must be more difficult than last year's exam. Howard wastes no time taking this into consideration, and he commends Owen for his ingenuity. After Owen is gone, Howard finally realizes why Owen came up with the suggestion. Howard is glad that Owen is thinking the way he is, because they are both aiming to kill Zeke before he becomes a problem for them in the future. Soon afterward, the semester exam arrives, and this is a day when the cadets are expected to explore the dungeons. The exam is performed only in the academy, and groups of 2 people have to escape a dungeon within the allocated time. There are a bunch of difficulties when it comes to these dungeons, and each group is assigned at random. Zeke and Liam are partners for the exam, and Zeke asks Liam if he is nervous. Liam admits that he is a little nervous, and Zeke assures him that it is normal. He lets him know that a bit of nervousness will help him stay on his guard. When it is Zeke and Liam's turn to enter the dungeon, the instructor tells them to wait. He then points them in another dungeon entrance, which is different from the one the others are using. Zeke initially hesitates, but finally decides to follow the instructor's order. Apparently, the difficulty varies from dungeon to dungeon. However, they are all under the management of the Draker, which means there isn't much danger. In addition to the fact that the mission is time-limited, each group is given a timer that activates the moment they enter, and everyone is given 96 hours. Since battle skills are graded, cadets can earn points by bringing the heads of monsters that they defeated while in the dungeon. However, the most important part of it all is leaving the dungeon, because failure to escape the dungeon within the time limit means they have failed the exam. After they have settled in and eaten, Zeke tells Liam to sleep. Liam initially disagrees because Zeke is the one who prepared everything, but Zeke assures Liam that he will be fine even if he doesn't sleep for 4 days. Even though Liam is hesitant, he decides to sleep just as Zeke suggested. Zeke then assures Liam that he is going to wake him in case anything comes up. It turns out that they have been in the dungeon for 16 hours already. In addition to this, Zeke has been training non-stop before the day of the exam, and he has stayed up for 3 days already. To add everything together, Zeke has been up for 90 hours already. Zeke knows that the infinite stamina skill only helps recover physical fatigue and not mental, which means he has to sleep to avoid any risk that might come up later. Zeke concludes that he is going to switch with Liam once he wakes up. However, he ends up dozing off, and he suddenly finds himself in a strange dream where chaos has taken over everywhere. There is also a strange bell that rings in the dream, and when Zeke finally wakes up, he expresses his frustration that he keeps having the same dream. Suddenly, it dawns on him that he heard a bell, and his senses immediately come to life. He wastes no time quenching the fire with water, and he wakes Liam, telling him that an enemy is approaching. Zeke tells Liam that he is going to check out the enemy, but he urges him not to light the fire. Zeke then quietly walks to cover to try to assess the situation. He figures out that using the dragon eyes would only exhaust him, which is going to be bad since the exam is going to take 4 days. Zeke believes that adjusting his eyes to the darkness will be much better. Zeke calms himself so he can understand his surroundings, and he soon smells sulfur in the air. This alone is enough to tell him the kind of monster that is approaching them. It turns out that it is a rank 3 monster, the Hellhound, and they also hunt in packs. Zeke remembers that, in his past life, Reyna hunted an orc, but Zeke didn't think there would be hellhounds in the area as well. Suddenly, it dawns on Zeke that something is wrong because the leader of the pack would mostly weigh several hundred kilos. However, judging from the echoes, it appears that the monster approaching them weighs several tons. Zeke starts to panic, wondering if the monster they are about to go up against is a mutant. Suddenly, the walls behind him get trashed, causing him to leap away to avoid getting crushed. The expression on Zeke's face gets Liam worried. Deep down, Zeke is aware that the Zimmons are after him, but he still doesn't know what they have planned for him. Just then, the monster emerges from the rubble, holding the head of a hellhound like it is nothing. Fear creeps into Zeke and Liam's bodies when they see that the monster in front of them is a freaking troll. Trolls are basically rank 1 monsters, and they are dangerous enough that they can casually take down hellhounds and orcs. The blood of a troll is also a raw material for healing medicine, and they also possess incredible regenerative powers that match this. Liam then tells Zeke that he's going to use himself as a decoy so that Zeke can run away. However, Zeke lets Liam know that he has no interest in abandoning him because this would just make him a trash lord. Zeke then tells Liam to believe in his own abilities because he is not weak. Zeke assures Liam that he is free to run wild against the troll, and he will support him if the need arises. Liam is happy to hear this, and he thanks Zeke for the opportunity that he has been given. Liam dashes toward the monster and he delivers a cut to its joints. Zeke is impressed when he sees this because Liam is able to penetrate the troll's tough skin while also aiming precisely at its joints. Zeke can see that Liam has been studying monsters in his spare time, which is why he knows these. However, there is something else that he is not putting into account. Suddenly, the troll dashes at Liam, but Zeke is about to get to him fast enough to cut the troll on his leg to send it crashing to the ground. Liam apologizes for messing up, but Zeke assures him that he has done well already, since this is his first real battle. Zeke tells Liam that it was a good decision that he aimed for the monster's joints, but he forgot about the troll's regenerative ability. Zeke tells Liam that trolls are able to immediately heal small cuts, so he can't think he can keep up with their regeneration with just regular attacks. Zeke then tells Liam that he can see that the task is too much for him, so he will take over and just finish things up. Moments after engaging the troll, Zeke defeats it, and the system displays the information about his victory. Because he is able to kill a troll, he is awarded 30 karma points. Zeke then tells Liam to pick up the troll's head and store it in the bag. He is sure that they are going to earn extra points if they present the troll's head. Liam acknowledges the order, and he starts stuffing the troll's head in the bag. Suddenly, Zeke gets a sudden quest from the system, which is called the 2 birds 1 stone. He is required to hunt 100 monsters of 10 different species in the dungeon. To make it more competitive, the system puts a time limit of 72 hours on the mission. As for the reward, he is going to get double the karma points, and he is also going to get 2 random boxes. Zeke is thrilled when he sees the amount of karma points that he is going to get if he finishes the mission. To make it sweeter, he is also not allowed to kill monsters that are not hostile. Zeke checks his time and realizes that they still have 79 hours until the main exam ends. Zeke doesn't see a problem hunting 100 monsters, but the problem is having to hunt 10 different species. On a regular basis, there are only 4 species of monsters in dungeons that are used for exams, but Zeke believes that there might be more since the dungeon is a trap laid out for him by the Zimmons. Nonetheless, Zeke admits that he has a lot of work on his hands because he has to kill monsters while also thinking of escaping on time. Moments later, Liam tells Zeke that he is done storing the head in the bag. It turns out that the bag was provided for them alongside a timer, but it is far inferior when compared to the subspace pocket. However, it is still enough to carry their loot. Zeke commends Liam and suggests that they get moving, but urges him not to fall behind. The two then continue running a rampage in the dungeon, and Zeke is enjoying every moment of it. By the time they have less than 12 hours on the clock, Zeke asks Liam if he has gained a ton of experience, since they already have loads of monsters in the bag. Liam answers honestly, saying he can't say yet. Zeke understands that it might take a while to get used to it, so he is not interested in scolding him. The mission continues, and when it is just 1 hour away, Zeke realizes that he has killed 9 species of monsters with 99 monsters, which means he still has 1 species left. Zeke has looked everywhere, but he hasn't found any, and at this point he is pissed at the Zimmons for being so useless. Zeke is even wishing that they had stuffed the dungeon with more monsters that would serve the purpose he wanted. Suddenly the ground starts giving way, and Zeke notices the path where the crack is heading. He realizes that the crack is leading to where Liam is standing, and Zeke screams at him to drop the storage bag. Liam is slow to react, but Zeke gets to him fast enough to save him and cut whatever monster it is that is under the ground. When the dust settles, Liam freaks out when he sees Zeke's left arm covered with blood. Liam believes that Zeke is injured, but Zeke tells him that it is the monster's blood. Because of the nature of the monster that they are going up against, Zeke tells Liam to stay back and watch him handle it. It turns out that the monster that they are up against is a dungeon worm, and it is an incredibly dangerous monster, which requires 8 well-trained purple knights to defeat it. At this point, Zeke is forced to give the Zimmons their credit because they really prepared well. Zeke wastes no time engaging the beast, but Liam is worried that Zeke alone doesn't have what it takes to face the monster. While Zeke is engaging the monster, Liam is searching through his bag to see if there is anything he can use. Apparently, the dungeon worm is dangerous to go up against because of how it consumes the earth while it moves. Zeke figures out that he is only going to get buried if he drags the fight on for too long. Zeke is still thinking of his next move when the monster comes charging at him, forcing him to repel it with everything he has. Zeke angrily returns the energy as he aims to cut the monster in half. He runs his blade through the monster's side, but this is not enough to take down the worm. Zeke soon finds himself getting overwhelmed by the worm because of its large size. Suddenly, Liam shows up and stabs the worm with his sword, and the moment he does this, Zeke realizes that the attack pressure from the worm has reduced. This gives him more time to pull himself together to properly engage the monster. Zeke then asks Liam what he did, and Liam reveals that he applied an anesthetic to his sword before stabbing the worm with it. Zeke is impressed when he realizes that Liam applied the anesthetic called belladonna. For a human, the belladonna weakens one's senses, but to a worm, it is a deadly poison. Zeke is impressed with the fact that Liam is able to think on his feet, even though they are facing a scary monster. Zeke then tells Liam to wait for his signal before stabbing the worm with the anesthetic again. Deep down, Zeke is glad that he accepted to take Liam in. Zeke then runs up the monster, and once he realizes that he is prepped for his ultimate attack, he tells Liam to stab the worm. Liam does as told, and the moment the worm starts reacting to the effect of the anesthetic, Zeke activates the soul manifestation skill, Lacerate. With the skill in effect, Zeke easily slices through the worm like sausage, cutting it into 2 halves, ultimately defeating it. Immediately, he drops the monster, and the system hits him with a bunch of information. He is informed that he has completed the sudden quest, and the karma points will be doubled as promised. In addition to this, he has been given 2 random boxes as the quest reward. In the end, Zeke ends the quest with 780 karma points, which is insane. Meanwhile, on the outside, the instructors are waiting for those who have come out so that they can be graded. Once they are graded, the instructors let them know that they are free to leave. When it came to Reina's turn to be graded, she was able to accumulate 180 points, which is said to be close to Abel's record. Everyone is amazed by this, and the instructor commends her for surpassing the 130 points, which is the passing grade. Reina thanks the instructor for his compliment, and with this, the grading continues. When it is Owen's turn, he comes out with 120 points, which allows him to beat the passing grade of 70 points, but he is obviously pissed that he lost to Reina again. Deep down, he is pissed, and he is already looking for a way to take Reina out of the equation. Everything is going normally until they hear Zeke's voice behind them. They turn around to see Zeke and Liam stepping out of the dungeon in the most bizarre way. The two are carrying with them the head of the dungeon worm, leaving everyone in shock and questions flying around. The students don't want to believe that Liam and Zeke were able to slay a dungeon worm. Owen, on the other hand, can't even handle his disdain for Zeke. Zeke makes sure to trigger him further as he walks up to him, asking him if he is surprised to see him alive. Owen almost bursts open from anger, and when he realizes that Zeke wouldn't shut up, he is forced to leave. However, Owen is not ready to give up on making the purebloods pay for looking down on him. After the whole beef is done, Liam and Zeke finally get themselves ready to be graded by none other than Instructor Andre. Zeke mentions that he has nothing to present except the worm's head, so he doesn't think there is anything to grade him. Andre disagrees with him, saying he is not just going to do things lazily and let them be. Andre puts on his glove, and he notices traces of the storage bag on the worm's teeth. He asks Zeke if the worm ate their storage bag, and Zeke confirms this. This sends another wave of shock and surprise through the crowd who are watching. Basically, Zeke lost all the heads he gathered over the 4 days to the freaking dungeon worm, which was why he brought the worm's head so he wouldn't lose everything. He is also lucky that he met Andre because no other instructor would examine the flesh and skin stuck between the monster's teeth. After Andre is done with his investigation, he mentions that the monsters he has confirmed are gremlins, goblins, hobgoblins, hellhounds, orcs, and a troll. The moment he mentions that there was a troll, the students enter another state of shock, because a troll being in an exam dungeon is not something usual. Andre admits that there were dozens of heads that he has seen, but it would be unfair to count them. He decides that he is going to count each monster species as one head. Although the troll and dungeon worm are excluded from the examination criteria, Andre mentions that he is going to grade them. Since a troll is said to be equal to 3 orcs and a dungeon worm is equal to 6 orcs, Andre concludes that he is going to give Zeke 90 and 180 points, respectively. After calculating, Andre sums it up to 368 points, which ultimately shatters the passing grade. This leaves the students and even instructors in shock because no one has ever attained such points. One of the students tries to fight this, saying the only proof that Zeke has is the head of a dungeon worm, and Zeke reminds him that even the dungeon worm alone is worth 180 points, so he should keep his opinion to himself. The students stop grumbling when they realize that none of them is even capable of going up against a troll, not to mention a dungeon worm. At this point, the students can only imagine just how strong Zeke is. Zeke is enjoying the applause from the crowd because it sure feels different from when they used to mock him. Even though he likes the whole thing, he thinks it's unwise of him to have done something to stand out again. Zeke starts to wonder if Owen was acting alone or if the entire Zimmons family is out to get him. Zeke realizes that he is being watched more than he thought, and it might not be wise for him to hide his strength in the most obvious manner. Zeke decides that he is going to adapt to what is going on and just keep an eye on the situation. Just then, Reina calls Zeke's name as if she wants to say something serious to him. In the end, she ends up telling Zeke that he won this time, but there is always another time. Later on, Zeke returns to the training hall to start checking out everything that he got during the dungeon raid. He takes a look at the gluttony skill, which costs 50 points to unlock. Since he now has enough karma points to spend, Zeke believes that it is time for him to buy the skill. Immediately, he activates the skill, and the skill description changes from what it was. The description now tells him that when he is in a state of gluttony, he will be able to eat and digest anything, thus converting it into energy. If he consumes monsters with bloodline abilities, he is going to absorb the said monster's ability. Zeke smiles evilly when he sees this, and he wishes he already had the skill before entering the dungeon because it would come in handy a lot. Zeke decides to try out the gluttony energy conversion to see how it works. He whips out a portion of meat and he activates the gluttony skill. A dark shadow immediately surrounds him and the meat is consumed. In no time, the meat disappears into the shadow and the system informs him that he has recovered energy from the energy that he just absorbed. Zeke is shocked when he realizes that his migraine vanished in an instant, as if he had taken a nap. Even though it's only a little, he realizes that his mental fatigue has been reduced as well. After careful consideration, he realizes that the energy is working for everything, from physical fatigue to mental fatigue, and even ether. Zeke is forced to admit that the skill is definitely worth 50 points. Zeke believes that with this skill, he will be able to reduce the risk that comes with the other skills. Since he can't feel physical fatigue thanks to infinite stamina, He now has gluttony to cope with mental fatigue. Zeke wears a crazy expression when he realizes that with these skills, he will be able to train 24 hours non-stop. Zeke is about to jump on one of his training schedules when he senses Decker's presence in the room. With anger in his voice, he reminds Decker that he already told him not to disturb him whenever he is in the training hall. Decker apologizes for showing up, and he lets Zeke know that he has some important news that he has to pass along. Zeke asks him what the news is, and Decker reveals that his sword has been completed. This only adds to the joy that Zeke has been feeling, and he quickly rushes over to Galleon's place to check out the sword. Upon arriving at the forge, he demands to see the sword. He remembers that in his past life, Galleon was able to make him gram from mithril and pure iron. The sword boasts so much elegance that it is recognizable to anyone who sets their eyes on it. This time around, Zeke gave him Bahamut's fang to make a sword from it, and Zeke was already expecting something close to Graham's appearance, but sitting in the box is a dark, ugly sword with a dark aura swelling around it. Zeke grabs the sword and talks about how plain it looks. He asks Galleon if he intentionally didn't sharpen it, but Galleon lets him know that this is how the sword is. After thinking over it for a minute, Zeke asks Galleon if he thinks this is the form that best suits him, and Galleon says yes. Since they both understand each other, they didn't have an issue over it. Galleon then reminds Zeke that the sword has no name yet. He actually tried naming it, but just couldn't come up with a name for it. Galleon suggests that Zeke name the sword himself, and this shocks Zeke. Zeke remembers that Galleon was the one who gave Graham the sword elegance himself. However, Galleon's inability to think of a name for the sword shows that everything is totally different. Since he is the one who's going to name the sword, Zeke decides that he has to think of a totally different name for the sword, and he can't use Graham just like before. Just then, Zeke cuts his hand, shocking Galleon because he doesn't know what Zeke is doing. On the other hand, Zeke is trying to see if he can deactivate the healing factor since it's still his own skill. To his surprise, the system reacts to his thought and tells him that the passive activation of the healing factor has been temporarily put to a halt. Since the healing factor has been disabled, Zeke is able to spill his blood on the sword. Galleon is shocked to see this because what he is witnessing is the sword naming ritual, which is a traditional dwarven rite in which one grants a weapon a name. The owner usually infuses their blood with their energy and their aura or mana to have it drip onto their sword to initiate the ritual. The moment the ritual begins, the initiator would enter into the depths of their unconscious mind and spend time there until they are able to pick a name. Galleon is impressed with the fact that Zeke knows about this ritual, since it is an ancient dwarven rite that has long been forgotten, thanks to how dangerous it is. Zeke soon finds himself in the endless space where he is supposed to pick out a name for the sword. Surrounding him are a bunch of names that he can pick out from, and Zeke figures out that he has to pick a name that will stick with him. While traversing the space, Zeke finally finds the name that suits his sword best, and this is the Stygian Blade, Bahamut. The system immediately registers the sword as an item the moment Zeke picks a name for it. Zeke cannot believe that he somehow picked the name of an evil dragon for his sword. After he is done, Galleon commends his knowledge of how he knows about the dwarven rite. Zeke claims that he only happened to come across it while studying dwarven history. To stop the bleeding, Zeke ties bandages around his arm, which is weird to see because it has been a long time since he used bandages. Galleon then urges Zeke to rest in the reception for a bit because he has something that he would like to give him. Zeke assures Galleon that he is not in a hurry and that he can take his time. While Galleon is gone, Zeke thinks about his ability to be able to suppress his passive skills, which he considers a big deal. Thanks to this, Zeke believes that he would be able to avoid having his abilities found out, just like the time he was with Duke. With this, he doesn't have to show all of his cards again. In addition, Zeke can't wait to check out his new sword. On the sword's description, he learns that the sword is indestructible and it also has aura conversion. Apparently, there are still some properties that are sealed, which will be unlocked as Zeke continues to grow. Zeke is totally blown away by everything he is seeing because he has never seen a weapon like this before. In addition, Zeke is glad that the sword has the ability to convert aura, which is what he wants the most. Zeke remembers that the reason he stressed himself to create magic circuits for Galleon when ordering his sword is partially because of his incredible abilities, and most importantly, because of Graham's ability, aura conversion. Basically, the sword will be able to convert any kind of energy into aura, whether it is mana or ether. Even though he was not born with aura, the aura conversion ability helped him reach the level of the Black Knights. Moments later, Galleon returns, and he is still apologizing for coming late when he sees Zeke doing something incredible. Zeke has engulfed his sword in a clear aura, which is something a purple knight would struggle with, but Zeke is doing it effortlessly. Zeke then commends Galleon's effort, telling him that he has made an amazing sword. Galleon thanks Zeke for his compliment and lets him know that he has something else to give him. Galleon then whips out a sheath and mentions that it was personally crafted by his master. Zeke is surprised because in his past life he didn't get to know Galleon's master. Zeke then notices the dwarven inscription on the sheath, and he is able to translate it to Galen Jobert. The moment Zeke sees this, sweat runs down his face because he recognizes greatness. Apparently, Jobert was considered the pinnacle of blacksmithing, and he is the greatest blacksmith currently on the continent. He is so great that none of the dwarves even come close. His creations are so perfect that collectors would pay hundreds of gold coins to get their hands on one. Zeke immediately expresses his shock that Galien is Jobert's disciple, and Galien is surprised that Zeke can even read the dwarven language. Because Jobert is a unique person, Zeke is pretty sure that the sheath will have more to it. Galien confirms this, telling Zeke that by using the dial located on the top of the sheath would transform into a shield. Galien assures Zeke that the shield is pretty strong since it is made with mithril and wyvern bones. While explaining this, Zeke's mouth is left wide open because he can't believe his eyes. Galien lets him know that he can return the sheath to being a shield once he turns the dial again. Even though the sheath is marvelous, Galien doesn't think it is comparable to the grace Zeke has shown him. Galien urges Zeke to take the sheath, and Zeke is honored to have it because Galien could have just sold it to make the forge. Galien reveals that he can't sell it because it is one of his master's masterpieces. Zeke lets Galien know that the sheath is worth a lot, but before Galien changes his mind, he quickly collects it. After collecting, Zeke notices that the sheath is small compared to the sword. Nonetheless, Zeke believes that what Jobert makes is going to be a masterpiece. Zeke then tries to place the sword in the sheath, and to his surprise, the sheath expands to wrap itself around the sword. Zeke is totally blown away as he talks about how the sheath exceeds his expectations. Zeke is glad to have received such a wonderful gift, and he thanks Galien for it. But Galien is just happy that he is able to put a smile on his face. When Zeke returns to his training hall, he checks out one of the random boxes he got as the dungeon reward. There is a gauntlet in one of the boxes, and the system lets him know that the properties of the gauntlet would come into action once he wears the full set. Zeke then decides to check out the second box, and sitting inside is something that Zeke is not even expecting. Inside the chest is a map, and some part of it looks torn. Zeke is wondering what it is until the system informs him that he has discovered a map containing traces of Grandmaster Kaiser. This is when it dawns on him that the system might be talking about the Hero King Kaiser. The Hero King Kaiser and the Knights of the Clock Tower, founding the powerful kingdom of Kronos, is a famous story on the continent. However, the book is considered nothing more than fiction, since there is no concrete evidence to back the events. Zeke is shocked to see that the Hero King Kaiser actually exists and is not a fiction. The system then begins the analysis and restoration of the damaged parts. After the analysis is complete, the system marks the final position on the map. Zeke is blown away when he realizes that the position marked out is the Giant Mountains, which are the territory of the barbarians. Suddenly, the system informs Zeke that the tutorial is going to be concluded because of his skill. After this, the system informs him that he has discovered a potential quest item. The system displays the details of the quest, and Zeke is expedited to acquire the secret technique of the Hero King. The quest has no time limit on it, and for the reward, his administrator authority would be elevated from elementary to intermediate. This is when it dawns on him that the tutorial is actually meant to raise him up a certain level of skill. And since there are no more baby steps, Zeke believes that the real game is just about to begin. Because the reward is quite tempting, Zeke makes it his mission to claim everything that can be claimed. Zeke decides that the first thing he is going to do is to use the points that he has saved up. He immediately unlocks the second level of the Draconian skills. For the second level, there is an option to obtain the Dragon Scale armor for 80 karma points. This is a skill that is said to provide hardening, and it is also resistant to magic. There is also another skill called Dragon Call, which summons a powerful dragon claw to strike down enemies with a single strike. Just like the Dragon Scale armor, this also requires 80 points to unlock. Since he has a bunch of points to spare, he decides to unlock the Draconian skills and a bunch of others, while saving 400 points. Zeke then activates the Dragon Claw to test it out. He swings his hand with the intention of making a slash, but the claw leaves more damage on the floor than he expected. After trying out the claw, he decides to check out the armor. He activates the armor on his left and then raises his sword with the intention of cutting off his arm. He strikes so hard at his arm, but his blade bounces off while his arm remains unharmed. Zeke is blown away because this basically means he can have full plate armor on him even when he is not active in combat. Zeke figures out that the two balance each other out because the Dragon Claw is for attack and the Dragon Scale armor is for defense. Later on, at the central training room, the academy is holding the practical aura exams. Once the students are gathered, the instructor tells them that the dummies they are looking at are specially made so that it would be difficult to even scratch them without the use of aura. However, the use of aura makes it easy to destroy them. The instructor then reveals that anyone who fails to make a dent, not to mention destroying the dummy, would have failed the exam. This is very important because all exams before now will be considered trash, and the cadet would have to start over from the basics. This immediately tells the cadets just how serious the exam is because failure means that they are not going to be able to advance. In no time, the instructor starts calling on the students to step out to take their exams. Meanwhile, Owen is confident that he has what it takes because he has familiarized himself with training like this back at home. It turns out that the aura examination is created by the Zimmons, and Owen is pretty sure that he is going to ace it. He is excited to show the purebloods that they can't match him when it comes to aura control. It soon gets to Owen's turn, and he confidently steps up to show his skills. He activates sword resonance, which leaves the students amazed. Even one of the instructors is blown away because Owen is just 13 years old. After Owen is done, he has managed to damage a ton of dummies, leaving the students in shock. While celebrating, one of the instructors mentioned that Owen would soon surpass Abel with the way he is going. The mention of Abel's name triggers him, and he acts out again, leaving the instructors totally disappointed. After Owen is done, the instructor continues calling on the students to take the exam. Most of those who took the exam after Owen found it difficult to damage the dummy, leaving the instructors to wonder why the cadets are having difficulties. One of the instructors reveals that they might have been intimidated by Owen's performance, which is why they can't think straight. Nonetheless, they have not recorded any failure because no matter how small it is, the cadets are able to pour aura into their blades, which shows just how impressive the cadets are. When it is Reina's turn, she makes a request to be graded according to the dragon-slaying arts. This shocks the instructors, since it is a grading criterion that is meant for higher-ranked cadets. Reina assures the instructors that she is fully aware of this. Basically, the concept of pouring aura into one's sword and being able to use dragon-slaying arts are two entirely different things. Trying to maintain a sword already requires an incredible amount of concentration, but when talking about dragon-slaying arts, one needs to be able to make fine adjustments to the amount of aura required for each and every movement. Owen is confident that Reina is going to mess this up because Reina won't be able to make more than 2 swings before her aura dissipates. Owen is excited to see Reina fail because of her competitiveness towards him. The instructor then asks Reina if she is absolutely sure that she wants to do this, and she assures the instructor that she is ready. Since her mind is made up, the instructor tells her to go ahead with it. Reina takes her stance, and once she is ready, she unleashes a bunch of swings that destroy all the dummies surrounding her with little to no effort. Owen sees this and immediately falls off the wagon. The other cadets also make things worse for him as they start talking about how Reina is far superior to Owen when it comes to the use of aura. Deep down, Owen is seriously hating, and this even leaks out. However, it soon dawns on him that Reina doesn't give a damn about him when he sees her pointing her sword towards Zeke, who is standing behind him. It finally dawns on him that Reina didn't even consider him to be a rival or competition from the very start. Zeke also notices the glare, and he decides to step in to show off a bit. He tells the instructor that he would also like to be graded according to the dragon-slaying arts, just like Reina. One of the instructors is pissed when he hears this, and he believes that Zeke is taking the whole thing lightly because Reina did it pretty easily. However, the senior instructor cuts him off, and he asks Zeke if he is fine if he is graded with the same harsh conditions, and Zeke says yes. After Zeke's departure to the stage, the junior instructor asks his senior why he allowed Zeke to do as he liked, because he didn't even see Zeke attending class once. The senior lets him know that he allowed it because Zeke actually won a bet against Andre. The senior understands that his junior is not aware of this, since he just got assigned to the class only recently. The senior adds that Zeke is also the only irregular when it comes to the golden light that appeared when he awakened. As if this were not enough, he was also the one who broke Abel's record. Once Zeke is ready, he grabs his sword, and the sword detects the ether in his system before preparing to turn it into aura. Even though trying to harness his strength is a bit difficult, Zeke is able to gather what he believes would be enough for what he wants. Zeke raises his sword, and to everyone's shock, he activates the first verse of the dragon-slaying arts, Sky Slice. One of the instructors cannot believe what he is staring at because Zeke appears to have perfected the technique to a level that is even comparable to Andre. Unknown to them, Zeke is already familiarized with the technique because he practiced it so much in his past life that he could even do it in his sleep. Zeke has perfected everything, starting from his movements to his positioning, and even the flow of aura. Zeke is able to deliver a fluid strike because of how perfect he is in the technique. With what he has done, he is pretty sure that Reina would be concerned as usual. However, by the time Zeke is done, he realizes that he has even overdone it. Everyone could see the way he covered his sword with aura, which basically means Zeke is on the level of a purple knight. Zeke cannot believe that he overdid it because the entire dummy array standing close to him has been cut in half. All he wanted was to do it on a level that is similar to Reina, but he ended up standing out again. While the instructors are trying to understand what they just witnessed, Owen is boiling. Later on, Howard calls Zeke to his office to commend him for his results. Zeke takes the compliment lightly, claiming that he only got lucky. Howard disagrees with him, letting him know that luck can't get him to the level of a purple knight at the young age of 13. Howard then asks Zeke how he feels about taking the grade advancement class. Zeke asks Howard if this means he gets to skip a grade, and Howard says it all depends on his performance. Apparently, he can skip more than one grade if he performs exceptionally well. Zeke is glad that Howard took the bait, and this is all thanks to the fact that he made himself stand out. Since this is what he wants from the very beginning, Zeke tells Howard that this is what he wants. While leaving the office, Zeke is pretty sure that Howard has something planned, but he doesn't care since he is looking to play along. Just as expected, Howard has something planned for both Reina and Zeke. Soon afterward, Zeke and Reina report to the upper-class Aura training hall, and Reina wouldn't take her eyes off Zeke. Moments later, the examiner for the exam shows up, and he is introduced as Sir Owl Draker. The moment he set his eyes on Owl, he recognized him as a man known as Dieback Blade. In his past life, Zeke had run into Owl burying dead soldiers. Zeke was ready to fight him since they were on opposite sides until he saw what he was doing. Zeke had no choice but to join him to help him out, and this is when Zeke introduced himself as Zeke Murray. He asked Owl if he was a Draker, but Owl says no and tells Zeke to call him Dieback Blade instead. Now that Zeke is standing in his presence, he realizes that his name actually suits him. After he is done thinking about the past, Zeke and Reina offer their greetings to Owl. Zeke is surprised that an upper-class knight has been called upon for the first-year grade advancement exam. Basically, the supporting pillars of the Draker are the upper-class knights, and it is imperative that one possess power, fame, and experience to be granted this respected title. It is basically a high-ranking position. The instructor then reveals that the exam method is one that they are used to in the Cradle, which is a swordsmanship battle. They are allowed to continue as long as they remain conscious or have not given up. Just as expected, the overexcited Reina suggests that she go first, but Owl stops her, telling her that there is no need to go separately. With a scary face and voice, Owl tells the two that they are free to come at him together. Hearing this gets Reina worked up, but Zeke urges her to calm down. He reminds her that Owl is way above their league, and in addition, the test has begun already. Zeke lets Reina know that he definitely would have lost points if he had rushed in headless. Reina then asks Zeke what she is supposed to do, and this question tells Zeke that Reina is wise enough to assess the situation. Zeke then tells Reina that there is a strategy that they can actually use in the current situation. Zeke lets Reina know that the plan is to make sure that they get Owl with a single but decisive strike. Once they are done planning their strategy, Owl pulls out his sword, which is a weird one in that part of the world. It is a single-edged sword called the Huando. Zeke is not surprised that this is the sword Owl is using, but he is impressed that he has been using it for this long. After their preparations, Zeke notices that Reina is staring at him with some level of dissatisfaction, probably because of their plan. However, Zeke doesn't mind because there is no need for pride when all they need to do is focus on their strategy. Once they are ready, the two charge at Owl from opposite directions, but even with the attacks coming from different directions, Owl is able to parry them both. Reina finally realizes what it means to be an upper-class knight, and just as Zeke had told her, she has been focusing her attacks on Owl's blind spot. However, this doesn't appear to be effective, because she has not been able to land any effective blows or even manage to scratch Owl. Frustrated about the lack of progress, Reina decides to attack Owl with the intention of killing him. To do this, she activates verse 1 of the dragon-slaying arts. However, Owl dodges the attack and lands a counterattack that sends Reina flying into the distance. Reina flies so hard that she is only stopped by the walls. The instructors rush over to check on Reina, but she assures them that she is fine. Apparently, she lost consciousness for a brief moment, and with what she has seen, she realizes that she doesn't have what it takes to create an opening at all. However, with the way Zeke is moving, he looks like someone who is capable of matching Owl. Before the battle, Reina initially disagreed with the plan, saying honor comes first, but Zeke reminds her that honor has never put food on the table. He reminds Reina that they are not knights yet, but they are participating in an exam to become one. Reina had no choice but to accept the plan since she was the one who asked for his help. However, she was worried that the plan might not work, and Zeke told her that they only have to force a situation where the plan has to work. He reminds Reina of the pebble tactics that he used against her when they fought in the Cradle. The method was only able to work because she wasn't expecting it in the first place. Zeke lets her know that the same way she fell for it is the same way Owl is going to fall for their plan. He lets her know that all she needs to do is wait for his signal. As the fight with Owl continues, Zeke activates the Shadowless Steps, which is Duke's technique. He runs circles around Owl, trying to get him to take the fight seriously. Suddenly, the lights go off, and this is thanks to Reina using her mana interference. Once everywhere is dark, Zeke starts aggressively, but Owl counters everything, and he doesn't look scared one bit. He doesn't think Zeke has what it takes to go against him in the dark. Suddenly, Owl starts feeling something ominous, and this is when he realizes that Zeke is also able to see, even though everywhere is pitch black. Even Owl is having difficulties maintaining his stance in the dark, but Zeke is doing it as if his vision is not disturbed in any way. While Owl is trying to figure out what is happening, Zeke is looking to try out a new draconian skill, the Dragon Claw. He is confident to use this against Owl because he believes that Owl is not one to start going around yapping about it. Zeke activates the Dragon Claw and swings his attack pretty hard at Owl, forcing him to block with everything he has. Owl cannot believe that a first-year cadet is seriously giving him a run for his money. As the fight progresses, Owl figures out that what Zeke used against him is not a sword technique. Nonetheless, this tells him that Zeke has surpassed the level of a cadet. Zeke and Owl continue exchanging attacks in the dark, but at some point Zeke realizes that Owl is already adapting to the situation, as he is now able to move freely in the dark. At some point, Owl gets a clear shot at Zeke, and when he swings his sword, he realizes that it is nothing but a shadow. Before he knows it, Zeke has placed several containers around him to impair his hearing. This makes it hard for Owl to locate Zeke in the dark, and Zeke keeps pulling up on him like a ghost. Suddenly, Zeke screams at Reina, telling her to proceed with the next stage of the plan. Before the battle, Zeke had asked Fallon to help create a magic explosive device, which is single-use only. However, this is not to damage but to create a flash and to create a disturbing sound, which is basically a flashbang. Following Zeke's order, Reina activates the flashbang, causing Owl intense pain. Owl holds his ears in pain, while concluding that the cadets have pushed him into a corner already. Owl realizes that he made a mistake by assuming that Reina is no longer in the fight. With Owl struggling with his hearing, Zeke and Reina make their last move, ready to finish him off. However, Owl is way above their league, and he activates the full moon slash technique, which catches Zeke and Reina at the same time. The medical staff quickly rushes in to help Reina and Zeke. As they are being stretched out, Duke shows up. Owl immediately offers his greetings, but Duke is not really a man who takes things like this seriously. Duke walks up to Owl and jokingly asks him how Zeke fared in the fight. Owl is left stunned because he knows Zeke had a chance at some point to finish him off, but intentionally let him land his hit. It starts to dawn on Owl that Zeke might not be looking for victory, but enough points to prove that he is worthy of advancing. Owl believes that Zeke only showed his abilities up to the extent that he believes is necessary for what he wants to do. And to answer Duke's question, Owl lets him know that Zeke is far beyond his capacity to evaluate. Later on, the committee meets on Reina and Zeke's grade advancement. After careful observations, everyone on the board agrees that the two advance forward. Reina advanced to the 3rd grade while Zeke advanced to the 5th grade. After this, Zeke started living in the quietest way he could. He also made sure that he learned all of the Gale arts from Duke. After he was done learning, his place was passed on to Andri, and Zeke continued maintaining a good relationship with Fallon until he had to leave for the Royal Magic Laboratory in Delphoa. In addition, Zeke maintained his distance from Owen and his other cousins. However, the Owl usually comes to see Zeke every quarter while demanding a duel. Later on, he handed in a leave of absence and isolated himself in the training hall. Before Zeke knew it, 2 years passed, and he graduated from the academy. Decker congratulates him, telling him that he is the youngest cadet to be admitted into Valhalla, and he is pretty sure that Arthur is proud of him too. At this point, Zeke is now 15 years old, and Howard had no choice but to write a letter of recommendation to Valhalla. Howard makes sure to spice things up by mentioning the fact that Zeke is the youngest to be admitted. This basically trashes all of Zeke's quiet lifestyle that he has been maintaining. Zeke then tells Decker that since he has about 3 months before the entrance ceremony, he suggests that Decker head to Atlas first. This shocks Decker, but before he can ask any more questions, Zeke tells him that he wants to rest quietly. Zeke makes it known that he doesn't want to be disturbed by anyone, and Decker has no choice but to follow his young master's order. It turns out that Zeke is heading to the giant mountains where Kaiser's remains lie. Zeke is using his vacation as an excuse so he can explore through the Adventurers Guild in the Argos Kingdom. Since he doesn't want anything to hinder him, Zeke doesn't think there is any need to reveal his movements to suspicious people. Moments later, Liam shows up in Zeke's chambers, and just as usual, he goes down on his knees to greet Zeke. Zeke is forced to remind him that he already told him to ease up whenever he is greeting him because he doesn't have any issue with him greeting Zeke informally. Since Zeke no longer needs his services, Decker takes his leave. Before leaving, Zeke tells Decker not to forget to take care of the Valhalla matter using the black card. After Decker's departure, Liam asks Zeke why he summoned him to his chambers. Zeke mentions that he heard about Liam's transfer to the special class, and since he is Liam's master, he can't sit around without doing anything. Because of this, Zeke lets him know that he has organized everything that he is going to need during his time at the academy. Zeke has even put together the expected exam questions, training manuals, and the essential items that he is going to need. Zeke hands him the manual that he put together and also urges him to visit Galleon's forge to get whatever he needs. Zeke is also aware of the fact that Liam is going to need his personal sword once he reaches his 4th year. Zeke tells him that he can visit Galleon's forge to get his sword because he has paid for everything already, and he doesn't need to worry about the cost. Zeke lets Liam know that he is trusting him and expecting that he is going to do great things. With tears running from his eyes, Liam goes down on his knees again, assuring Zeke that he is going to live up to his expectations. Zeke is forced to remind him again to forget about the whole formality. When talking about the Argos Kingdom, it is located at the northernmost edge of the central continent, and it is one of the 4 central kingdoms alongside Delphoa, Thebea, and Alencia. Because of the terrain of the country, it houses a ton of monsters, and at the same time, it makes it the perfect place for adventurers to get rich quickly. The first king of the country was a visionary, and he saw this. Because of this, he made his kingdom's central business one that has to do with the adventurers and dungeons. Thanks to the support of the royal family, the giant mountains have been divided into several regions with shipping routes and bases constructed everywhere. These bases are managed by the Adventurers Guild, and they are everywhere. Soon afterward, Zeke arrives in the country and he registers in a guild, but instead of using the Draker name, he uses Murray instead. Zeke is determined to stay under the radar while he is in the country, and to do this, he is wearing a fake wig and a magic lens to change his eye color. After he is done with his registration, Zeke decides to start his treasure hunt. He joins a carriage filled with adventurers who are heading into the mountains. Zeke is happy that he managed to join a caravan because the season is a busy one. However, that decision starts haunting him in no time. One of the adventurers, who obviously looks like a bully, starts running his mouth asking Zeke if this is his first rodeo. In no time, the dude's friend joins him in disturbing Zeke, and Zeke finally realizes that trash people exist everywhere. The adventurers continue running their mouths, but Zeke just ignores them. Suddenly, Zeke gets on his feet, and he tells them to shut their mouths. One of them starts asking Zeke why he reacted that way, but Zeke ignores him and walks to the front to have a conversation with the driver. Zeke tells the driver that there are a bunch of orcs behind them, and he asks the driver if this is a normal occurrence. The driver is shocked to hear this, and he tells Zeke that the area is safe. The adventurers waste no time as they start making fun of Zeke, saying he is already nervous when nothing has even happened. The adventurer lets Zeke know that the route is managed by the guild, and it is considered to be a safe zone because nothing crosses this path. Zeke then casually turns to him, letting him know that a friendly monster is standing behind him. Before they know what is happening, the scary orc smashes the carriage. The carriage is overturned and immediately overrun by the angry orcs. The orcs go on a rampage as they trash everything in their path. The orcs pity none of the adventurers as they turn them into spaghetti. Meanwhile, Zeke managed to escape, and he is watching the whole carnage unfold from behind a tree. Zeke figures out that the operating base is no longer functional, which is why orcs are running around in the safe zone. Zeke then heads to the base to check it out, and just as he predicted, everyone in the base is dead. However, he is surprised at how the base, which is filled with immense manpower, was overrun by monsters. Suddenly, he notices something weird with the bodies. By observing the cut on their bodies, he realizes that the soldiers and adventurers were not killed by monsters but by a freaking human. Zeke realizes that the culprit intentionally left massive damage on the corpse to make it look like a monster attacked the adventurers. However, Zeke knows that there is no way the cut from a monster is that clean. In addition to this, Zeke realizes that there is no resistance, which means that the culprit killed everyone in one go. Zeke concludes that whoever the culprit is at least a purple knight. Even though Zeke is pissed about the whole situation, he figures out that he can't stay there for long to avoid misunderstandings. Zeke then continues his journey since his priority is to find Kaiser's remains. In no time, he enters the barbarian territory, and he knows this by the symbol hanging from a tree, which is human skulls tied in a net. Following the minimap's directions, he realizes that he is almost at Kaiser's ruins. However, he notices that he is being tracked by the Empire's hunting dogs. This group of individuals is recruited from the greatest talents, even among the Empire's knight trainees. They are a unit that takes their orders directly from the Emperor, and they are trained in tracking and assassination techniques. As of the moment, no one except those in high positions in the Empire is aware of their existence. However, these individuals will later make a grand entrance in the public eye as the main fighting force during the Continental War waged by the Empire. Zeke has been monitoring their movements as he was moving, and he realizes that they are still using the same unique tracking techniques. Zeke remembers Duke saying the Emperor is obsessed with immortality, and he is basically turning the entire continent upside down just to find anything that would lead him to immortality. Zeke remembers that even before he regressed, the Emperor was also obsessed with ancient relics. He is someone who dreamed of uniting the continent, and at the same time he wants to live till eternity. Since he is being tracked by the Emperor's hunting dogs, Zeke believes that there is a possibility that they have discovered Kaiser's ruins already. Zeke decides that he can only be sure if he confirms by himself. Just then, the squad leader whips out a flare gun, but just as he is about to use it, his hand flies off his body. Zeke realizes that the dude was about to use the gold flare, which is meant for emergencies. With the dude groaning in pain, Zeke asks him if he and his team are the perimeter guard, since there are only 3 of them there. Zeke knows this because there are usually 12 members on the team. One of the team members asks Zeke who he is, and he angrily kills the team leader to make the other two understand the situation. He tells them that he is the only one who has the right to ask questions, and the pressure from Zeke's body tells the two that they are in a big mess. Zeke urges the two to be careful, because he can easily kill one of them and still get the information he wants from the other person. With this, he is able to coerce them into answering his question very carefully. In the end, he is able to get the location of their base from them. Zeke starts wondering if the elimination squad has found the ruins, which is why they killed the kingdom's knights. Since he doesn't have all the answers, he decides that he is just going to check it out himself. Before leaving the scene where he killed the trio, Zeke leaves a peculiar symbol on the scene. He also leaves a writing saying those who draw their sword against McCain will be put to rest. Not long after this, Zeke tracks down the base. The two guards at the entrance are busy slacking off when Zeke attacks. With a quick attack, he takes down the two before they can even react. Zeke then makes his way into the base, and the first two that he encounters suffer the same fate as the guards. One of them manages to raise the alarm, but Zeke still finishes him off. While cutting them up with his short sword, Zeke remembers how his boss back then was tired of a 5-year-long power struggle, and he ordered him to raid the Pabella cartel. In no time, Zeke finds himself in the main lobby of the hall, and he is surrounded by a bunch of enemies. The squad boss is also standing in the corridor, watching his men surround Zeke. Because Zeke is wielding a knife, he assumes that Zeke is a southern assassin who wields the knife McCain. Even though he is not sure, the squad leader tells Zeke that they can't let him leave the building alive. The dude tells Zeke that he is going to be given an easy death if he surrenders. Zeke takes his time to observe the situation, and he realizes that the dudes are far weaker than the hunting dogs he had to fight in his past life. Instead of making things easy, Zeke decides to make them even angrier. He makes fun of the squad leader for offering to give him an easy death when he is the one who slaughtered his comrades. Zeke doesn't stop there, and he proceeds to call the dude and his subordinates freaking losers. Pissed about how Zeke just trash-talked them, he orders that his men go after Zeke. A fierce battle ensues, but after a couple of seconds of fighting the hunting dogs, Zeke realizes that they are nowhere near his level. He starts wondering if the hunting dogs were always trash like this, or if he has just gotten stronger. Nonetheless, Zeke doesn't think it is time for him to start thinking about that, and he activates the mana reflection skill. This immediately takes out the power in the room, sending a wave of fear through the attackers. They start wondering if he is able to use aura, but they are confused, since he is also using the knifemanship of the South, which indicates that he is a hitman. Because of this, the squad leader assumes that the whole power outage is a malfunction, and he urges his men not to panic, telling them that the power will be restored very soon. However, he is left in ultimate shock when the power comes back on to see bodies littered everywhere. Sweat ran down his face because he had never seen anything like this before. Suddenly, Zeke appears behind him, talking about how the Emperor is after Kaiser's ruins. The squad leader is confused by what Zeke is saying, but instead of keeping him alive, Zeke decides that he is going to kill the dude. Zeke is confident that he will find out the truth by himself. Before the dude can react, Zeke appears behind him, and he cuts his throat. After he is done decimating the team, he walks out of the base, and he drops the knife to make sure that it will be found. He is pretty sure that everything that happened will be attributed to McCain. Talking about McCain, they are a cartel that Zeke worked for in his past life, and they have no honor because they would do anything for money. After the Cuzco kingdom in the south fell because of a civil war, the McCain cartel came in to split the ungoverned land into two. Even though Zeke could have covered his tracks by using his draconian skills, he intentionally used southern knifemanship and left McCain's unique warning to make sure that anyone who investigates would believe that the hit was carried out by the cartel. Zeke doesn't care if the Empire and McCain go against each other because he is fine with whatever result comes out of the clash. Apparently, Zeke found a letter in the base, and the Emperor's only instruction was to find Kaiser's ruins. Surprisingly, the Emperor has mobilized his hunting dogs and dispatched them everywhere on the continent to make sure that he gets a sniff of everything that is happening. This basically tells Zeke that the hunting dogs are already on a massive scale, just like when he regressed. However, the good thing is that they haven't found Kaiser's ruins, which means Zeke has to hurry. Suddenly, a red flare goes off in the distance, and the moment Zeke sees this, he realizes that he has just signed up for a long ride. Zeke immediately makes a run for it, but before he knows it, the hunting dogs have caught up to him. It turns out that the red flare he saw earlier is known as the 5-part red flare, which the hunting dogs call the absolute snare. This is a situation where the hunting dogs are in full killing mode. Their job is to make sure that no matter where their target is, they need to find them and ensnare them. It is so dangerous that it is literally considered to be a death sentence, since there is no escape for the target. Zeke remembers that after he stole the relic in his past life, he ended up dying in the absolute snare. However, this time around, Zeke believes that things are different since he has the system by his side. Zeke tries to make a move, but his target easily repels his attack, forcing him to pull backwards. This is when he confirms that the hunting dogs that are currently onto him are far different from the ones he fought earlier on. In no time, Zeke finds himself surrounded by the elimination squad. After observing their movements and tactics, Zeke realizes that he can actually escape them, but at the same time, this would ruin all of his efforts to pin everything on McCain. Zeke then cooks up another plan, and to get it done, he brings out a small horn and blows into it. After this, he unleashes a smoke bomb. The squad leader orders his men to immediately go after Zeke before he does anything else. However, Zeke is too fast for the likes of them, and he is able to vanish before they even get to him. Nonetheless, the squad leader believes that the situation is still under control. He tells his squad members to stay on their guard, and he assures them that there is no escape route for Zeke as long as the absolute snare is in place. The squad leader tries to track Zeke, but he keeps hitting a brick wall. He is still thinking about what to do when one of his squad members gets squashed right beside him. This sends a wave of panic into them, and by the time they realize what is going on, they figure out that they are under attack from the barbarians. The squad leader wonders why the barbarians are attacking them when they didn't do anything to provoke them. Even though the squad is strong enough to take down one or two, the squad leader is pretty sure that they can't engage the horde of barbarians that have just come down on them. One of the team members goes after a barbarian, and even though he manages to land a hit, his sword can't go through. The dude immediately loses his head to the angry barbarian. Even the squad lead is surprised to see the barbarians acting this way, and he quickly figures out that they are in danger in their current situation. He then whips out his flare gun, fires it into the air to tell the others in the area that they are withdrawing the absolute snare. To save their skins, the surviving members of the squad make a run for it while the barbarians watch. After the whole chaos has died down, Zeke finally emerges from where he is hiding. It turns out that he managed to hide in the ground while the whole thing was unfolding. He is grateful for the fact that the plan worked out really well. Apparently, the horn that he used is known as the Barbarian's Horn. It was created to be used for communication during the chaos of battle, which basically means that it is a tool of war. In his past life, Zeke had managed to befriend a barbarian, which is how he learned to make and use the horn. The signal he sent with the horn was a signal to warn the barbarians that there were intruders on their sacred motherland. To the outside world, barbarians are considered to be mindless creatures, but they actually have clear cultures and traditions. Even though he was able to make the horn, it has shattered, meaning he can only use it once. After getting the hunting dogs out of the way, Zeke proceeds to where the ruins are. He soon arrives at what appears to be the entrance of the ruins, but he encounters a big problem. Sitting at the entrance is a 9-headed dragon, a hydra. Since Zeke can see the door from where he is, he asks the system if it can open the door, and the system is actually able to connect to the door to get it open. However, this gets the hydra mad, and Zeke figures out that there is no way he is getting past them silently. Zeke then activates the Gale Arts as he dashes toward the hydra. Zeke plans to use the fast movement to confuse the hydra and then use the opportunity to get into the entrance. Everything is working so well until the hydra shows him why it is worthy of guarding the entrance to Kaiser's home. The hydra is able to track Zeke even with his fast movements, and before he gets to the entrance, the hydra is already there. The hydra doesn't hesitate as it tries to bite Zeke in half. Zeke barely manages to escape getting chewed up. He cuts up the hydra, and the spilled blood from the hydra burns his clothes, ultimately telling Zeke that the blood is acidic. Zeke cannot believe that he is seriously going up against a monster with 9 heads and has acidic blood. Zeke remembers that in his past life, his master barely defeated it, which shows just how dangerous the monster is. Nonetheless, Zeke is not about to give up on his quest because of an ugly beast with 9 heads. In no time, a fierce battle ensues between the two, and after dealing a whole lot of damage, the dragon is still standing. For the first time, Zeke starts wondering just what sort of monster he has run into. Basically, dragonborns like the Hydra are the only monsters left that are similar to dragons themselves. Zeke is frustrated because no matter how much he damages the Hydra, it keeps healing, which makes it exceedingly annoying. Zeke concludes that taking down the Hydra with his current level of skills might not be feasible. Zeke soon puts 2 and 2 together, and the moment he is able to calculate how far the Hydra is from the entrance, Zeke tells the system to shut the door again. The system follows Zeke's order and shuts the door. Once the door is locked, Zeke decides to properly face the Hydra. He wastes no time activating the first form of the Gale Arts technique. Zeke continues attacking the Hydra, and the moment he sees an opening, he thinks of getting through it so he can easily get to the door before the Hydra realizes what is happening. Zeke manages to evade the Hydra, and he makes a run for it. He reaches the entrance, but before he can make any more moves, the Hydra grabs him by the arm. Zeke screams in pain as the Hydra drags him along. Zeke is surprised that the Hydra is not leaving him behind. Realizing that things are more dire than they appear to be, Zeke resorts to an extreme method where he is forced to use soul manifestation to cut down the Hydra heads. In the process of this, the system lets him know that he has been poisoned by the Hydra's poison. Zeke ignores this warning and he activates the lacerate skill to cut down the heads, leaving just one alive. Zeke crashes to his knees in exhaustion, and the Hydra rushes toward him with clear intentions of finishing him off. Just then, he activates one of his draconian skills called Dragon's Dignity. The moment the skill comes to life, Zeke is accompanied by a terrifying aura. With the pressure from his body, he is able to command the Hydra, telling it to make itself scarce before he kills it. The dragon senses the pressure from Zeke and immediately withdraws. Zeke heaves a sigh of relief when the skill happens because he never thought it would be effective against Dragonborn. Zeke blames himself for not using it earlier. Suddenly, it dawns on him that he is getting tired even though he has infinite stamina. This is when it finally dawns on him that he is feeling very weak because of the poison in his system. The system lets him know that he has been able to strike fear into the Hydra. The system then asks him if he would like to activate the draconian skill, Control, so he can subjugate the Hydra. Zeke immediately becomes hyped from the fact that he might actually get a chance to get the Hydra under his control. Excited about the whole thing, Zeke decides to try it out. However, his excitement dies off when he is informed by the system that he lacks the authority to subjugate the target. Zeke is not entirely disappointed because he was expecting some sort of restrictions on such an overpowered skill. Suddenly, Zeke starts feeling worse, and the system informs him that the poison level in his body has surpassed the normal level. Zeke is conflicted because the healing factor is not working to counter the poison. While in pain, Zeke believes that there is definitely a way out of his current situation. Suddenly, he remembers the gluttony skill that allows him to consume bloodline abilities. Since the Hydra's poison is pretty potent, Zeke believes that its bloodline should have some sort of resistance against the poison. Zeke wastes no time activating the gluttony skill, and it consumes a Hydra's severed head. The moment it does this, the rank level of the skill jumps from beginner to expert level. Zeke starts absorbing the energy that he has lost. In addition, he also absorbs the bloodline ability of the Hydra. Thanks to this, Zeke starts vomiting the poison constituent from his body, and in no time, the poison effect is neutralized. After surviving the near-death ordeal, Zeke reads the Constitution description and realizes that the Hydra's constitution will help him neutralize the effect of most poisons. However, Zeke is not entirely sure what this means because he doesn't know if he still has to worry about poison or not. Zeke is also surprised when he sees that the gluttony has increased in levels. After reading some other boring information about what he received, Zeke concludes that he needs to continue moving. We finally get a backstory on Kaiser, who was born a half-human, half-fairy. His father was a wise sage, while his mother was the fair monarch, which explains his hybrid nature. Apparently, he was abandoned in the forest to avoid the schemes of an evil mage. While in the forest, a sacred wolf took him in and raised him. Because of this, he was able to grow up safely. Later, after that, Kaiser saved the oppressed humans, and he created a kingdom in the center, which is solely for humans. The name of this thriving nation was Kronos. Later on, this ended up becoming a fiction to later generations, since there was no evidence to support the history. However, Zeke has now reached the supposed fictional Kronos, and he is surprised that Kaiser's ruins will also be in Kronos itself. Upon arriving at the giant door that leads into the main building, he notices that the door resembles the one that was at Tarakan's home. Once the door opens, Zeke proceeds into the room. Sitting in the distance is a blue crystal, and the moment Zeke touches it, the system tells him that the quest linked to the Hero King has begun. Zeke is shocked to see this since he didn't get any warning before this. To make it worse, he is not allowed to leave the area until he completes the quest. The description of the quest soon appears, and Zeke is required to acquire Kaiser's wisdom from the remnants of his presence, which is left in the ruins. To show how serious the quest is, it has no time limit attached to it, and for the reward, he is going to get the Fairy Monarch's tears if he is able to complete it. Zeke is shocked when he sees the reward being granted because the Fairy Monarch's tears are said to grant people's wishes. Zeke gets interested in the reward, since it is basically a cheat package to have. He then asks the system how he can obtain the wisdom, and the system immediately begins by extracting the data within the crystal, which is a magic recording device sitting in front of him. While going through the data, the system detects 546 of Kaiser's magic video records. The system tells Zeke that there are 12 files within the magic recording that correspond to what he wants to know. The system then replays the first video of the 12 magic video files that it detects. It turns out that the language used in the video is an ancient language that Zeke can't understand, but the system helps him to translate the language. Once everything is in order, the video starts playing, and Zeke is blown away to see Kaiser's image in front of him. In the video, Kaiser is talking about how to properly swing a sword. While making the video, he is also making time to scream at his right-hand man, Sheltern, who is holding the camera. After seeing a few seconds of the video, Zeke finally starts to believe that Kaiser truly existed. Kaiser then answers the big question, which is what someone needs to wield a sword. He mentions some really boring things and decides that he has to show what he means by this. Kaiser raises his sword and swings it vertically, so that it appears that Zeke has been cut in two. Zeke almost dies from a heart attack until he realizes that he is actually fine. Zeke cannot believe that Kaiser's spirit is so overwhelming that it was able to affect him via a recording. Being the freak that he is, Zeke gets even more interested in the whole thing instead of getting scared. Zeke then sits down and he urges the system to replay the video. After rewatching the video over and over again, Zeke decides to try out the moves that are shown in the video. 4 days later, Zeke is still on it and he is training really hard. Basically, there are 3 doors in the room where he is. The first room is used to store food, which will last for at least a month. The second room is a resting area where Zeke can restore his mental and physical condition. And for the third room, it contains a variety of books and weapons of war. Zeke has been able to put together that the room is a training room for Kaiser's successor. Because of the amenities that have been provided, he is able to fully focus on training and swinging his sword. With his hard work, he has been able to mimic the form that he saw in the recording. Zeke is still doubting his training when the system suddenly informs him that he has acquired the basic form of Kaiser's elemental sword. Zeke is confused because this is the first time he is going to hear about anything elemental. Just then, the system tells him that he has surpassed the basic level, and because of this, Kaiser's soul will be summoned. A bright light then emerges from the crystal, and when everything settles down, Kaiser, the handsome king, is standing like a good aura farmer. Zeke, on the other hand, is freaking out because he is basically looking at Kaiser right in front of him. Zeke is still celebrating what he just witnessed when Kaiser attacks him. Thanks to his quick reaction speed, Zeke is able to block the attack. However, he fails to contain the immense power that Kaiser sent into the sword. Zeke is sent flying into a wall, but Kaiser doesn't waste a second before telling him to get back on his feet. While assessing the situation, Zeke realizes that he is feeling the same way he felt when he faced his master in his past life. Kaiser then makes fun of Zeke, telling him that he basically has no chance of learning his swordsmanship with such horrible skills. Zeke is still wondering why he was attacked when Kaiser shows up and attacks him again. Zeke manages to parry at some point, but he is worried that he might suffer in the Kaiser's hand. While Zeke is freaking out, Kaiser is playing around like a hunter who just saw his game. After taking in the atmosphere for a bit, Zeke finally pulls himself together, and he decides to get serious with Kaiser. Zeke covers his sword with aura, and the moment Kaiser sees this, he asks Zeke if he is Shelturn's disciple. Zeke ignores him and decides to attack him instead. Zeke throws in his best punches, but Kaiser remains unmoved. Kaiser continues having fun with Zeke, and he is not even stressing himself about it. Zeke continues swinging hard at Kaiser, hoping to find an opening just as he always does. However, he runs into disappointment because Kaiser is not even stressed. Zeke wonders if Kaiser is trying to show him why he is called the Hero King. Even though he has been running into a brick wall, Zeke is confident that his perseverance will help him get through. Before engaging Kaiser, Zeke activates his combat skills. Zeke unleashes his strike, and even though it leaves a big explosion and a cloud of dust, Kaiser remains unfazed. Kaiser expresses his shock that Zeke can wield draconian skills even though he is not a dragonoid. Frustrated, Zeke goes after him again, and this time he uses soul manifestation. Zeke tries to cut Kaiser, but Kaiser doesn't even move from where he is. Kaiser easily parries Zeke's attack and even passes out from the counterstrike by Kaiser. When Zeke finally wakes up, he sees Kaiser sitting in front of him. Surprisingly, Kaiser is sitting on what appears to be a wind application. Kaiser tells Zeke that he actually has the talent. Just then, Kaiser moves closer to Zeke and he looks into his eyes. Kaiser mentions that a part of Zeke's soul is still stuck in the spirit realm. Zeke is confused by this as he doesn't know what Kaiser has been saying. Kaiser then reveals that Zeke has managed to overcome the wall of death. Because of this, Kaiser believes that Zeke can properly use the dragon. Later on, Zeke asks Kaiser what he means by the confusing things he has been mentioning. Kaiser thinks over it and suggests that Zeke forget about trivial matters. Kaiser shocks Zeke when he lets him know that he is aware that he is there to obtain his wisdom. Kaiser decides to tell Zeke about the elemental force that makes up the 4 basic elements. Originating from this is the principle of the elemental sword. Kaiser shows Zeke the wind field, which is drawn from the wind element. Kaiser then reveals that the elemental force is being powered by ether. After a close observation, Zeke concludes that Kaiser's power is closer to magic than swordsmanship. Kaiser then urges Zeke to try out the technique that he just showed him. Zeke is entirely confused because he doesn't sense ether from Kaiser, so he assumes that there is some sort of secret involved in the whole thing. Zeke is forced to ask Kaiser the method of converting ether into elemental force. The question hits Kaiser hard since he doesn't know how to explain how it works. Kaiser basically does it like breathing, so he has no wisdom on how to explain it. While Kaiser is busy showing off, Zeke finally realizes why he couldn't sense the ether, and this is because Kaiser can perfectly control it. Zeke was only able to detect this after focusing all of his senses, which means Kaiser's control is top-notch. Zeke then prepares to try out the technique. And since Kaiser called his soul manifestation part of the elemental force, Zeke proceeds to use it. However, Kaiser hits him on the head for doing trash. Kaiser says he only wanted him to use elemental force, not some knockoff incantation. Zeke is confused when he hears this, and Kaiser tells him that incantation is the exclusive domain of dragons. Kaiser claims that humans are unable to use the incantation. As proof of what he just said, he asks Zeke if he gets exhausted whenever he uses it. Zeke is shocked when he hears this because he realizes that Kaiser is actually right. Kaiser explains that the difference between a human's soul and that of a dragon's is extremely large. Even though a human tries to use it, they will only imitate it and produce the actual effect. Kaiser voices his displeasure over the low-grade knockoff of incantation. As the conversation continues, Zeke remembers that he has seen the word incantation somewhere before. It dawns on him that when he absorbed Bahamut's heart, he saw words revealing that incantation had been obtained, but he couldn't use it. Apparently the skill is locked because he still lacks experience. Zeke starts wondering if he will be able to freely use soul manifestation when he becomes stronger. Since this is the case, Zeke concludes that he just gained another reason to become stronger. Kaiser soon screams at him to get on his feet and continue with his training. Zeke gets on his feet as ordered, and he begins the application training, which is clearly harder than the basic level training. Since the whole elemental shenanigan is based on the application of ether, Zeke is able to understand the method of using it. After a series of training, Kaiser tells Zeke to take a rest. Kaiser lets him know that the next level is going to be pretty tough, so it will be better for him to take a rest. Zeke then tells Kaiser that he has a bunch of questions while he is resting. Kaiser has no reason to hide anything, so he tells him to ask whatever is on his mind. Zeke then asks Kaiser why he referred to him as Sheltern's disciple the first time he saw him use aura. Kaiser then explains that Sheltern claimed that the elemental sword was too complicated for humans to use, which is why he created the aura technique to make things easier. Kaiser is disappointed that Sheltern ignored his own technique and only passed down his knockoff technique. Annoyed by this, Kaiser calls Sheltern's full name, which turns out to be Draker. This sends Zeke into a state of confusion and self-realization that Sheltern was the original founder of the Drakers, not Terracan. This realization only brings more questions into the book, as he wonders why this is not common knowledge. Zeke decides to leave this for later, and he asks Kaiser about the spirit realm, and the entire concept around it. Kaiser then puts it simply, referring to the spirit realm as the afterlife. Basically, once one leaves the current human realm and crosses into the spirit realm, there is no coming back, since the body has been left behind. Zeke then reminds Kaiser that he said there is a part of him in the spirit realm, which ultimately defies his logic. Kaiser comes clean, telling Zeke that this is the first time he is going to encounter a unique case like his. Nonetheless, Kaiser admits that there are some ways to cross back and forth in the spirit realm. Kaiser reveals that he was helped by a dragon in his own case. Zeke freaks out when he hears this, leaving Kaiser confused. Zeke argues that there is no way a dragon would help a human, but Kaiser believes that Zeke has gone mad, since dragons are creatures that love humans. This single statement from Kaiser ultimately renders everything Zeke has known null and void. Zeke holds his head in frustration, wondering if humans and dragons had a totally different relationship in ancient times. Zeke is still trying to understand all of these when Kaiser walks up to him, telling him that he is a testimony to the dragon's kindness because he is currently in possession of Bahamut's heart and fang. Kaiser believes that these two were given to Zeke by Bahamut himself. Kaiser continues yapping, talking about how Bahamut has a good side, even though he has some questionable characters. It finally dawns on Zeke that there is the possibility that Bahamut and Kaiser were friends back then. Since he is a smart lad, he figures out that hiding Bahamut's defeat would be much better. Zeke then plays along, saying Bahamut gave him the items mentioned. Kaiser laughs out loud, saying Bahamut still knows how to take care of his own. However, Kaiser is aware of the fact that Bahamut has a bad temper, and because of this, Kaiser mentions that Bahamut usually fought with Kronos. With Kaiser mentioning Kronos, it dawns on him that Kronos is a dragon's name too. Zeke immediately becomes numb, and he asks Kaiser if the kingdom was named after Kronos. Kaiser confirms this, revealing that he was Kronos' contractor. Since Kronos always had time on his hands, Kaiser just named the kingdom after him. Apparently, there is a lore about dragons. In ancient times, humans and dragons lived in harmony. However, if a dragon helps a human without being under a contract, the balance of the world falters, which is a danger to the continent itself. To avoid this, the dragons would suppress their own strength and polymorph into human form to help humanity through contracts. The dragons then started referring to their contracted humans as contractors. It finally dawns on Zeke that the reason those from ancient times were strong was that they were getting help from dragons. However, the question of what happened between dragons and humans remains. Moments later, Kaiser tells Zeke that the final course in his training is a duel against him. The moment Kaiser says this, Zeke realizes that everything about him has changed. Kaiser then reveals that the duel has conditions attached to it. He mentions that eating and sleeping are forbidden, and the duel will continue until he decides that it is time for them to stop. Kaiser tells him that he is only allowed to use the same elemental sword as him. As usual, Zeke asks Kaiser what would happen if he breaks any of these rules. The atmosphere around Kaiser immediately changes, and Zeke trembles in the presence of his aura. With this, Kaiser kindly tells Zeke that he is free to break any of the rules if he has a spare life somewhere else. As the duel starts, Kaiser starts with the element of fire, which is known for its massive destructive capability. Zeke manages to get through this, and Kaiser soon moves over to the earth element. This is an element that is meant for subduing and defending by using the power to freely control solidity and mass. Even with how difficult the whole training is, Zeke is able to scale through. He soon finds himself using the element of wind. This is an element that lacks power, but it is mainly used for his speed. And for the last, Kaiser takes Zeke through the water element technique. This is a peculiar element since it is used for both attack and defense. To make it even better, it can be used in suppression and support, making it the most balanced element. Zeke has been coping with the other elements, but when it came to water, he realized that it is much more strenuous than the others. Zeke suddenly sees himself swimming in a well of confusion and realization that Kaiser is way above his league. As the fight continues, Zeke remembers the training he had with Kaiser, where he was explaining to him how to properly use the water element. Kaiser lets him know that the most important thing about the water element is its fluidity. Kaiser claims that fluidity will always surpass strength, but Zeke never believed this. Zeke has always been someone who believes in strength because he lost what was precious to him in his past life because he lacked the strength to protect it. Now that he has been given another chance, Zeke cannot believe that Kaiser is seriously telling him that fluidity is the most important thing. Zeke keeps his belief that strength is everything until the duel with Kaiser. At this point, Zeke has lost count of the number of days that they have been at it, but he is pretty sure it is more than a month already. Since the duel started, Zeke has been without food or sleep, and this is when he realizes that infinite stamina isn't overpowered as he thought. Kaiser is so powerful that he is able to overwhelm everything he throws at him. As the battle progresses, Zeke finds himself struggling against Kaiser's attack. Suddenly, something lit up inside him, and he was able to tap into the fluidity that Kaiser was talking about. In the end, Zeke understands everything Kaiser's words and what they meant. Zeke realizes that everything he has learned before meeting Kaiser is nothing, but the chains trap him. By following how water flows, Zeke is able to free himself from every trash belief that has filled his head. As the duel intensifies, Zeke finally enters a state where he becomes one with his sword. It turns out that this is not the first time that he has entered such a state. It happened back in his past life when his life depended on the battle. In the end, Zeke is able to follow Kaiser's attack, and this leaves Kaiser smiling because he is proud of the man Zeke has become. Kaiser and Zeke start moving in sync so much that they both launch their attacks at the same time. After fighting for so long, Zeke's strength finally gives out. But Kaiser stands proud because Zeke has finally become the successor to his teachings. Shortly afterward, Zeke starts to regain consciousness, and he is pissed that he fainted. He is not happy with the fact that this is the second time that this has happened when he is dueling someone. The first time was during his duel with Duke, when the system was forced to knock him out because of the excessive use of skills. Zeke then realizes that he actually fainted this time around because his body system reached its limits. When Zeke finally opens his eyes, he is surprised not to see Kaiser in the room. He concludes that Kaiser must have returned to the spirit realm. Since he is not sure whether he has cleared the quest, he decides to check it out. He opens the status window, and to his surprise, he realizes that he has completed the linked quest and his reward will also be increased because he was able to complete it on time. The system informs him that he has received the Fairy Monarch's tears and 500 karma points. In addition to this, he has been given 3 random skill cards. More information then comes in, telling Zeke that he has received an elevation in administrator rights. Because of this, he is given 500 karma points and 3 random boxes. Since he has been upgraded to the intermediate level, the system lets him know that certain system functions will be unlocked. It turns out that an item hotkey slot has also been provided for him. One of the sweet rewards that he gets is the transportation function that has been applied to the minimap. Because Zeke's soul obtained growth during his training session, the seal on Bahamut's heart was partially unlocked. It turns out that Zeke now has access to 10% of Bahamut's mana, while the other 90% is locked away until Zeke has the strength to absorb everything. Because of how important the seal is, Zeke figures out that he has to keep an eye on it at all times. After this, Zeke decides to open up the 3 random boxes that he got. In one of the boxes, there is a boot, but Zeke doesn't know the full function until he acquires the full set. In addition to this, he gets armor for the lower body, but the condition to unlock it remains the same. In the third box, Zeke obtains a pair of earrings, which are made from crystals. For the properties, it provides a 15% improvement in the mana recovery speed. Zeke is pleased with the addition of the earrings because he can easily sell them for a mage, while also getting a good price out of it. Zeke is also pleased that the boots and lower body armor he got match the gauntlets he had initially acquired. Zeke believes that he will soon get a full set. After this, he decides to check out the skill cards. The system opens the random cards, and the first skill that Zeke gets is Static Discharge. This is a skill that generates electricity to give a target an electric shock through touch. The second skill he acquires is Flashbang, and this is a skill that shoots condensed energy, which then explodes. It also generates a bright light that impairs vision. And for the third one, he acquired Dissonance, which is a skill that creates an unpleasant sound to interfere with the target's hearing. After checking out all of the skills, Zeke expresses his shock that all of the skills are C rank. Zeke is totally blown away because getting high-ranked skills for free is not a small gesture. Zeke excitedly activates Static Discharge to see what it can do. Zeke transfers the electricity to a knife, and he is pleased with what he is staring at. He is confident that he can use the skill in a bunch of other ways. At the same time, Zeke believes that combining Flashbang and Dissonance would basically mean an unimaginable disaster. Zeke then looks through the status window until he finds the item hotkey slot. The system tells him that he can use the items in the slot as if they were skills. Zeke is pleased with this because it will definitely come in handy. Zeke then starts to think of what he is going to put in the slots, since he already has infinite stamina and healing factor. Zeke had thought the skill was untouchable, but his fight with Kaiser had changed his mind. However, Zeke is not entirely worried because he is confident he is not going to meet a monster like Kaiser again. At the same time, he has not been able to confirm the limit to the healing factor. Since Zeke has enough karma points to spare, he buys a top-grade healing potion. He then registers the potion and saves it in the hotkey slot. Apparently, the potion is able to instantly recover mortal wounds and stamina. After he is done with this, Zeke finally brings out the main reward, which is the Fairy Monarch's eyes. When reading the description, he is shocked to see that the tears can actually summon the Fairy Queen. Since the item is one use only, Zeke decides to keep it until he really has a need for it. After he is done sorting out his rewards, Zeke finally leaves the ruins and he tries out the Minimap's teleportation system. The teleportation works pretty well, and Zeke finds himself at an adventurer's outpost. Zeke is impressed because as long as he picks a destination on the minimap, he can move there immediately. Zeke figures out that there are no restrictions aside from the points that increase with distance. Zeke is pleased to have this function because he can travel anywhere as long as he has points. In addition, he will be able to conceal his whereabouts, which makes it pretty good. Suddenly, he notices the flowers all around him, which signify winter. Zeke almost pees his pants when he realizes what this means. Zeke immediately rushes to Valhalla to meet the Dean. The Dean expresses his shock that Zeke is coming to resume after a whole month since the entrance ceremony took place. Zeke remembers that in the recommendation letter that was given to him, there is a section that said the Dean has the authority to do what he wants if Zeke fails to participate in the entrance ceremony. Realizing that waiting a whole year would be too late, Zeke figures out that he has to find a way to convince the Dean. Zeke then tells the Dean that he lost track of time while he was training. However, this only gets the Dean mad because he believes that Zeke is making up excuses. It turns out that the Dean is Flaubert Borchis, and he is a renowned knight across the continent. Apparently, Arthur had to beg him to be a Dean at Valhalla. And Arthur doing this means Flaubert is pretty skilled. Flaubert is someone who takes honor and order seriously. With this in mind, Zeke figures out that he is only going to make things worse if he tries to create an emotional excuse. Zeke immediately tells Flaubert that he has no excuses for his absence, and Flaubert finally calms down. He lets Zeke know that he would have thrown him out if it were any other cadet. Nonetheless, Flaubert lets Zeke know that a training hall will be arranged for him. Flaubert wants to see if Zeke's personal training is worth more than a month in Valhalla. Flaubert assures Zeke that if he can prove this, he will permit his enrollment into the academy. Zeke is happy to hear this, and he thanks Flaubert for his consideration. Without wasting time, Flaubert orders that a training room be prepared, and the professors should be present. Upon arriving at the training room, Zeke realizes that the professors are all renowned knights that he has seen on the news at least once. This just shows how prestigious the academy is. Once everyone is seated, Flaubert tells Zeke to show them the fruits of his 1-month personal training. Zeke takes a moment to think about what skill he can actually show them, since he obviously can't show them the elemental swordsmanship. Since all eyes are on him, Zeke decides to just show them a bit of what he is capable of. Zeke then engulfs his blade in aura and also makes an aura blade, leaving the professors in shock. They can't believe that Zeke has reached the level of a blue knight at the age of 15. Apparently, the youngest person to hold the record is Abel, and he did it when he was 19 years old. Zeke soon realizes that he might have let out his aura too much, and this is because of the time he spent with Kaiser. Nonetheless, he is glad that he didn't overshoot it because the professors believe that he is still at the level of a Blue Knight. Before he even met Kaiser, his aura was already at the level of a Blue Knight, and after the rigorous training that he went through with Kaiser, Zeke could sense that his aura had shot up a whole new level, pushing him to the level of a Red Knight. Basically, a Blue Knight will be able to maintain an aura blade, but a Red Knight can change its form and move freely, while still maintaining how destructive it is. Zeke is thankful that he stopped at the use of Aura Blade because things could have gotten worse. Zeke is still expecting to be scolded, but Flaubert comes running to the stage to applaud him. Zeke is surprised to see the dean acting like a totally different person after seeing what he can do. Flaubert then turns to his colleagues, asking them if there is anyone who is against Zeke's admission into the academy. Since they all witnessed what Zeke is capable of, none of them could disagree. With everyone giving their blessing, Flaubert congratulates Zeke on his admission into Valhalla. Apparently, Valhalla is located in Atlas, where the Draker's Four Seasons fortress is also located. This is a place where Arthur and other key figures reside, making it the main castle of the Drakers. Surprisingly, Zeke is given his own personal mansion, leaving him totally overwhelmed. Relieved that things went well, Zeke enters his mansion only to be hit with congratulations from Duke and Andre. The two are wearing clown costumes to welcome Zeke and congratulate him for a job well done. Before Zeke knows it, he finds himself getting dragged into a surprise celebration party that the two had planned before his arrival. Zeke was surprised to see the two there, since they were supposed to be back at the academy. However, it turns out that Duke had been summoned to the Four Seasons fortress by Arthur, and upon arriving, Duke decided that he would be a housekeeper at Zeke's mansion. Andre, on the other hand, entered Valhalla as an assistant professor just because he wanted to stay around Zeke. Zeke cannot believe that the two planned out a celebration without involving him, the owner of the mansion. After drinking and eating so much, Duke and Andre pass out on the table. This gives Zeke the chance to visit a bar, and while ordering from the bartender, he lets him know that he would like to meet Kay. This request immediately sends a warning signal through the room, and a bunch of armed guys get up from their seats. As they approach Zeke, Zeke raises his hand so that they can see his glove, while asking them if they really want to go against him. The moment the dudes realize that they are up against a Draker, they quickly back off. Even the bartender wastes no time apologizing, revealing that he should have stopped the goons. With Zeke showing them that he is dangerous, the bartender finally agrees to take him to meet Kay, the branch manager. On their way to where Kay is, Zeke is not surprised by the amount of security precautions that they have gone through because he knows exactly how Kay operates. In his past life, there were two groups that could be called the greatest intelligence organizations on the continent. These two groups are the Draker's Order of the Black Knights and the Roman Empire's Intelligence Bureau. However, there is another organization that operates in the dark, and they are called the Syndicate. From the outside, they look like a group of smugglers, but after Kay joined the organization, she used the smuggling network as the foundation to build an intelligence network. Zeke explains that after he was chased out of the academy in his past life, he ended up with McCain, and this was when he became one of their hitmen. Sometime later, Kay came looking for him because she had a request for him. Kay gave him a mission to wipe out a certain transportation route because she was looking to expand the transportation routes that they had secured. This was all an attempt to make sure that the Syndicate doesn't fall behind when it comes to competing with the two biggest intelligence offices. However, in the end, she is able to make the Syndicate her own because she is a very tenacious woman. After Zeke lost everything to the Empire, it was also Kay who gave him the information on the Emperor's artifact so he could steal it. Kay later claimed that she cooperated with Zeke because he was the one who helped her reach the top. Now that he is in the past, Zeke is looking to get his hands on the right information. Zeke knows he is incredibly talented, but he is pretty sure that things will become even easier for him if the deal with Kay goes hitch-free. Zeke soon arrives at the secret room where Kay is waiting, and she wastes no time showcasing what she is known for. She pops a smoke to calm herself while asking Zeke, the rising star of the Draker family, why he has come to see her. Kay suggests that Zeke go straight to the point without beating around the bush, and Zeke reveals his intention to become partners with the Syndicate. Kay is surprised to hear this, since she doesn't see any reason why the youngest Blue Knight would want to be in trade with a criminal organization. Before even saying anything, Zeke is impressed that Kay has gotten info about what happened in Valhalla. Zeke then tells Kay that he has something to show her, and he is pretty sure that she is going to change her mind once she sees it. Zeke brings out the earrings he got as a reward in the random boxes. Kay doesn't see anything special in the earrings, but Zeke suggests that she try them on because they are artifacts, not regular earrings. Kay casually picks up the earrings, and she puts them on with the intention of using the word, "I told you so." However, she senses something entirely different when the earring kicks into effect. Kay is shocked when she realizes that her mana recovery has jumped to 15%, which is pretty unusual because even the best artifacts only give about a 3% recovery rate at best. Kay considers herself the best information mogul and believes that she is supposed to know about something like this if it exists. This tells her that either Zeke knows of a route that she is not aware of, or Zeke is able to get his hands on them in the most bizarre way. This immediately tells her that Zeke is not an ordinary dude. Kay finally decides to sit down to hear what Zeke wants to say. Zeke lets her know of his intention to become partners with her organization so she can help him sell artifacts. Zeke promises her 10% on every item sold and a special incentive for every 10,000 artifacts that the syndicate is able to sell. Kay is impressed with the deal, but she's even more shocked by the fact that Zeke already knew that she was a magician, which suggests that Zeke also has access to information. Without further argument, Kay tells Zeke that she is good with the terms. Just as they are about to round up their meeting, Zeke tells Kay he has a question for her. With a casual voice, Zeke asks her if her ghost ship is fine. The moment Zeke mentions this, Kay's reaction changes and armed goons pop out, ready to dismantle Zeke. Kay then asks Zeke where he got his hand on this information. Zeke smiles, telling Kay that he only asked a question. He then adds that Kay is free to threaten him, but if she is confident that she can handle the consequences. The amount of aura emanating from Zeke's body immediately tells Kay something that she is forgetting. She realizes that Zeke is way above the level of a Blue Knight, and even if everyone in the building is to attack him, they still stand no chance. After this, Kay takes Zeke to the branch office where they can finalize their deal. Kay then whips out a contract of oath, which is usual for a magician to use. A contract of oath is a way to seal deals, and this is mostly used by magicians to ensure the integrity of the deal stands. The oath is done by signing in blood, and after this, a seal appears on the arms of both parties. This is pretty important because anyone who breaks the oath would die. However, some have found loopholes around this by using a third party to eliminate their partners. After Zeke is done explaining how the oath works, Kay expresses her joy that he's aware of what would happen. She mentions that she's going to this extent to make sure that Zeke doesn't just wake one morning and decide to kill her. Zeke agrees with her, and he mentions that he is good with signing as many contracts as she wants, as long as it helps him to earn her trust. After signing the deal and both receiving the seals, Zeke suggests that they continue the conversation that they were having. Zeke then asks Kay if the entity using her ghost ship is using it for the distribution of something called Soma. Kay is shocked to hear this, and even though she has no idea how Zeke heard about this, she confesses that she's using her ghost ship to help McCain distribute Soma. Apparently, Soma is an illicit drug, and it is banned in the kingdom. However, the southern lands have become a breeding ground for it thanks to the chaos going on there. Kay explains that McCain is trying to avoid clashing with one of the transcendent families, Ishtar, since they are in control of the land routes. Since the land routes are closed and the majority of the sea routes are under the rival gang, Pabella, McCain has no choice but to use the syndicate's sea routes. Basically, McCain and Pabella controlled the southern lands, and McCain once held all the land routes, forcing Pabella to develop the sea routes. Things suddenly turned around when Ishtar locked all land routes, forcing McCain to start looking for alternative sea routes. However, Pabella had taken over the sea by this point, which is where the syndicate came in. Even though the conversation is entertaining, Kay suggests that they leave that aside because she is interested in how Zeke knows all of these. Apparently, the ghost ship is the syndicate's most precious asset, and this is because they cast an invisible spell on the ship, which is why it is able to move freely amidst the pirates and navy. Zeke teases Kay, asking her why an information broker like herself is asking him for information. Zeke then tells her that she's supposed to focus on the Pabella offer that she just received. Kay confesses that the Pabella actually offered double what McCain is currently offering, with the condition that they completely cut ties with McCain. Kay mentions that they are still looking into the offer, and Zeke outright tells her to reject it. Zeke explains that the syndicate is quite important to both parties, which is why they are going to think hard about the offer. Zeke also adds that cutting off McCain means losing an important client for Soma. Zeke then tells Kay something important that she's missing. He lets her know that the Pabella are formerly pirates who were defeated by the White Silver Knight. Kay doesn't want to believe this, claiming that the Pabella has principles unlike the damn pirates. Zeke then reveals that everything is just a farce, because Pabella's main objective is to find the syndicate's hidden sea routes. Zeke explains that McCain would rather see the syndicate thrive, but the Pabella will ultimately destroy the ghost ship once they get their hands on it. Kay argues with Zeke on these, and Zeke tells her that she's supposed to pay for the information he's giving her. Nonetheless, Zeke tells Kay that he only wants one thing from her. It turns out that Zeke wants access to Don Juan, the McCain boss. Zeke assures Kay that if she can do this, he will make her the syndicate boss. After the meeting, Zeke reveals that the only way to have access to all information is to absorb other organizations on the way to the top. Zeke is proud of what he just did because he has just set the stone for Kay to think even higher, which will lead to Don Juan's ultimate end. The following day, Zeke quietly observes Valhalla's calm and orderly atmosphere while waiting for the guide appointed by the dean to show him around. Not long after, a boy named Diego appears, covered in piercings and yapping like a classic rapper. He greets Zeke with a fist bump, which Zeke ignores completely, looking at him like ghetto trash. Unfazed by Zeke's cold reaction, Diego casually places a hand on his shoulder and tells him to drop the stiff academy attitude. Still unimpressed, Zeke brushes Diego's hand away and bluntly asks whether he is truly the guide sent by the dean. After confirming that he is, Diego laughs and teases Zeke about his tone, advising him to loosen up a little. Zeke is momentarily stunned when he hears Diego introduce himself, and Diego goes on to proudly explain that he specializes in Southern traditional music mixed with modern styles. After that, Zeke casually walks off, noticeably changing his attitude toward him. Diego, who quickly notices the shift, wonders if Zeke is finally warming up to him. However, Zeke's change in demeanor is because he recognized Diego as one of the 5 divine knights from his past life. The title was given to those who played decisive roles in the Continental War. The group consisted of Bishop, the Silent Knight, Solma, the Haze Knight, Asta, the Illusory Knight, Reyna, the Lightning Knight, and Diego, the Metered Knight. Zeke also remembers that all 5 were rumored to be alumni of Valhalla. Now that he has encountered both Reyna and Diego, Zeke decides he will seek out the others to confirm the rumor and strengthen his future influence early. After touring Valhalla for a while, Diego invites Zeke to eat at a Southern cuisine restaurant, which Zeke immediately refuses. He remembers trying Southern food in his past life and recalls it being underwhelming. Despite this, he still follows Diego to a place that is supposedly famous for its Southern dishes. Once he tastes the food, Zeke is genuinely impressed. Diego, being a Southern native, also agrees that it is the best he has ever had. Carried away by the meal, Zeke accidentally hints that he has been to the South before. Diego quickly picks up on this and questions him, forcing Zeke to deny it and claim he only heard stories about it. After finishing their meal, Zeke asks Diego how a Southern native ended up studying in Valhalla. Diego casually reveals that he is the prince of a small Southern kingdom, which catches Zeke off guard. The Southern continent is made up of several small kingdoms, with the Cusco kingdom standing at the center. In Zeke's previous life, most of its people migrated to the Central Kingdom after Cusco collapsed due to civil war. Watching Diego's casual and undignified behavior, Zeke finds it hard to believe he is royalty. Diego explains that his elders sent him to Valhalla after discovering his talent with twin swords, a traditional swordsmanship art of the Southern royal family. Despite the expectations placed on him, Diego has no interest in family legacy and only dreams of becoming a pop star. He even invites Zeke to join his music club, but Zeke immediately refuses. Afterward, Diego leads Zeke into a lecture meant for upperclassmen. Zeke complains that they might get into trouble, but Diego reassures him that Valhalla allows freedom in learning, unlike the academy with its strict class restrictions. Diego adds that today's lecture is special, with rumors of a major surprise. As they search for seats, Zeke wonders if Diego ever stops talking. Soon whispers spread throughout the hall as students recognize Zeke and begin discussing his accomplishments. Apparently, news of his achievements has already reached the upperclassmen. During the chatter, Diego finally learns that Zeke is a direct descendant of Draker. Zeke is surprised that Diego was unaware and shows him the gloves worn only by pureblood Draker Awakeners. Only then does Diego realize they are not decorative accessories. Diego admits that he had noticed the gloves earlier and assumed Zeke wore them just to look cool. Zeke is genuinely surprised by Diego's ignorance, finding it hard to believe someone in Valhalla could not recognize such a symbol. Seeing Diego's stunned reaction, Zeke admits that it is natural for someone encountering a rare case like him for the first time. He briefly hopes this revelation might calm Diego down. However, the moment Diego recovers, he becomes even more energetic than before. Moments later, the dean takes the stage, and Zeke understands why the lecture hall is packed. While the dean delivers his opening remarks, Diego is busy scribbling lyrics and trying to distract Zeke. Zeke, who is more interested in the lecture, tells Diego to cut it out. After concluding his speech, the dean invites Duke Draker, the Gale Knight, onto the stage. Like many students, Zeke is excited to see his master and wonders if Duke plans to return to the spotlight and engage in international activity. As Duke begins speaking, the students buzz with excitement over his long absence and speculate about the reason for his reemergence. However, after thanking them, Duke launches into tall tales about his past exploits. 2 hours later, most students are asleep or zoning out from boredom. Seeing no end to it, the dean had to personally force Duke off the stage to make room for other speakers. Once Duke is finally removed, the dean introduces the next speaker, shocking the audience by announcing a Guardian Knight. Guardian Knights stand at the very top of the Draker Knight hierarchy, above Advanced and Normal Knights. The Knights are classified into Guardian, Advanced, and Normal Knights at the bottom of the pyramid. There are even fewer than 10 Guardian Knights due to their rarity. Hearing this, Zeke grows eager to witness one firsthand. The dean nervously checks his watch as he waits for the second speaker to arrive. Moments later, a girl clad in silver armor with long flowing platinum blonde hair takes the stage. As soon as she takes the stage, excited chatter erupts among the students. But for Zeke, it is more of a shock because the Guardian Knight is actually his older sister, Carol Draker. Known as the White Silver Knight, Carol is the first direct descendant of the Draker line. Carol gained her title after cleaning up a lawless port town, opening up a new sea route. Isen, a city with an excellent geographical value due to its secure trade routes, was an important port town for sea travel in the central continent. It plays a major role in the Doltia Republic and in travel between the southern and eastern continents. However, Isen was not always such a budding seaport town. A few years ago, southern pirates occupied the town and it became a lawless wasteland. Carol, after becoming a knight of the Draker family, began cleaning up the lawless wasteland. 5 years after her pursuit, she had successfully cleaned up all the scum pirates occupying the town. After this, Isen became the greatest port city under the Draker family's protection. The remaining pirates who had escaped Carol's wrath fled to the south, hiding themselves in the deathly waters of the Doltia Republic. After securing trade routes in Isen, the Draker family acknowledged Carol's achievements and made her the youngest Guardian Knight, a feat that even a prodigy like Abel Draker couldn't achieve in Zeke's past life. Looking at her on the stage now, Zeke was really not expecting the guest speaker to be his eldest sister. Besides that, she is currently embroiled in a heated battle of succession against his older brother Abel. Just as Zeke is thinking about her, Carol suddenly taps on the lectern, fiercely ordering the students to keep quiet. Just the sound of her voice thundering sends shivers down the students' spines, leaving them trembling in fear, except for Zeke. Carol proceeds to voice her disappointment at their rowdy behavior, saying it is not how she remembers Valhalla students during her time. She then goes further, rambling about how their forefathers brought peace to the nation. Listening to Carol's speech, Zeke concluded that she is a classic boomer. Shortly after her speech, the special lecture came to an end without much excitement. Zeke hears a bunch of students complaining about Carol's fierceness. Some even preferred Duke's boring bragging to Carol's motivational speech. Ignoring them, Zeke prepares to head back. But first, he can't help but think about Diego's unreliability. After spending all 5 hours of the lecture composing his garbage music, Diego had abandoned him just like that and disappeared. Deciding it might be better to be ditched by Diego, Zeke decides to search for Terrakan's secret library with this free time. He's about to head off when Carol suddenly stops him, inviting him to a private meeting. Moments after arriving at Valhalla's public training room, she unsheathes her sword, preparing to duel Zeke. Zeke is stunned to see the mithril sword presented to Carol by the Holy Kingdom. The Holy Kingdom had experienced problems from the pirates because it shared borders with the Ison port city. After Carol helped clean up Ison, the Holy Kingdom gave her a pure mithril sword and armor to show their gratitude. She gained the title of White Silver Knight due to her appearance whenever she wore this gear. Moments after unsheathing her sword, Carol orders Zeke to duel with her without holding back his abilities. Zeke accepts, but has no plans of showing his full abilities. Now that his abilities are making the rounds, due to his performance in the entrance exam, Zeke knows that Carol is just another one trying to test if he is a threat to her. He unsheathes his sword and pours his aura on it just enough to give off the illusion that he is a blue knight. Zeke has no plans of putting himself at a disadvantage by showing off all his moves, especially because the Draker family believes in the law of the jungle. Basically, Zeke knows that if he were to display his ability as a red knight, then it would attract a lot of unwanted attention, especially since the Zimmons family would definitely use any method available to try and end him. There is also the Draker Patriarch, who might try his best to subdue Zeke under his control. Zeke has no plans of letting them see his true power until he can surpass the Patriarch. He plans to transcend his family and any other great family's control. Moments later, the duel between Zeke and Carol begins, and Carol slashes Zeke. To prevent his healing abilities from being discovered, Zeke mentally orders the system to temporarily pause his healing factor. He knows that Carol might easily notice the skill, just like Duke did the last time. After the system carries out his request, Zeke pours his focus into fighting his sister without letting too much slip. However, without using his full abilities, Zeke soon realizes he is no match at all for a Guardian Knight, making him wonder if he should use his Red Knight abilities. While contemplating his next strategy, Carol gives him no chance to breathe and attacks him. Surprisingly, Zeke uses the sword to block her strike, leaving her stunned because most swords would have shattered under the pressure of hers. Still trying to break through his defense, she notes that Zeke has an impressive sword. Meanwhile, Zeke struggles as he tries his best to push back on Carol's attack, and he succeeds. Watching her from a distance, Zeke knows he can't face her for too long while limiting his aura. They both stand opposite, staring at each other, making Zeke wonder why she let her guard down. As she attacks him despite the distance between them, Zeke finally recalls that before acquiring her current title, Carol was famously known as the Giant's Blade. This is because her aura blade, when swung around, resembled that of a giant's sword. Before Zeke can react, the giant aura blade strikes him, flinging him into a nearby wall. Watching the rubble left behind by her attack, Carol regrets going too far. To her shock, Zeke steps out of the rubble completely unharmed, save for a few minor bruises. He grins smugly, pleased with himself for putting on a convincing act to look weak. After the duel, Carol, clearly impressed, commends Zeke for enduring her attack. As Zeke steps out of the massive crater left behind by their clash, Carol prepares to explain why she approached him in the first place. However, before she can say anything, Zeke suddenly collapses to the ground. Startled, Carol rushes over and calls out his name repeatedly while checking his condition. After a brief inspection, she determines that his internal injuries are severe. She assumes he passed out due to excessive use of aura during the duel. Without hesitation, Carol takes out a high-tier recovery potion and forces it into Zeke's mouth. The moment the potion takes effect, the system immediately reactivates Zeke's healing factor. What Carol does not realize is that Zeke had been pretending to lose consciousness. His collapse was intentional, meant to make his condition appear worse than it actually was. Everything was part of a calculated plan to conceal his true strength and mislead others into believing he had only just reached the level of a Blue Knight. From the moment Carol's aura blade hit him, Zeke deliberately lowered his defenses. When the blade struck, he willingly allowed Carol's aura to flow into his body. However, Zeke genuinely lost consciousness afterward because his body possesses a constitution that naturally rejects aura. This reaction reinforced Carol's assumption that his internal injuries were caused by overusing aura, perfectly supporting Zeke's deception. Once his body finishes healing, Zeke wakes up dramatically, acting as though he had just been struck by Truck-kun. Carol immediately asks about his condition, and Zeke reassures her that he is fine while thanking her for saving him. Carol offers him a hand and tells him to call her sister, leaving him quite stunned. Shortly afterward, Carol takes Zeke to the outskirts of town in her carriage. Inside, she offers him a cup of premium tea. Zeke recalls hearing a similar offer during his meeting with the Patriarch, causing him to wonder how many people have already noticed his tea obsession. Zeke takes a closer look at the carriage interior and is surprised to find that it resembles a small luxury mansion. Carol explains that as a guardian knight, her carriage naturally attracts attention, so she uses camouflage magic to make it appear ordinary from the outside. This only deepens Zeke's curiosity about why she went to such lengths to ensure privacy. He asks her directly whether their discussion involves matters that would be troublesome if overheard. After a brief silence, Carol reveals that she wants to talk about Abel Draker, the butchering knight. She explains that she lacks the power needed to stop Abel's actions. According to her, Abel has already violated the Draker family's policy of neutrality by inserting himself into national conflicts. Specifically, he has been openly supporting the Roman Empire in its ongoing dispute with Alencia. Hearing this, Zeke immediately realizes that Abel began laying the groundwork for his ambitions far earlier than expected. He asks Carol whether the Four Seasons Fortress is aware of Abel's activities. She confirms that the leadership knows, but has chosen to turn a blind eye. Carol explains that the Four Seasons Fortress is currently divided internally. Supporters of the Rome Empire have begun appearing among the elders, quietly shifting the balance of power in Abel's favor. Although not all the elders have been swayed, Carol adds that some still maintain neutrality. Zeke concludes that it is only a matter of time before the remaining neutral elders are forced to choose sides. Carol agrees, expressing concern that allowing Abel to act unchecked could eventually lead to a large-scale war. Having lived through that future war himself, Zeke knows that Carol's fears are justified. He recalls that 7 years later, Abel, backed by the Roman Empire and the Draker family, would ignite a continental war. In his past life, the conflict resulted in countless deaths, darkened skies, and lands soaked in blood. Carol snaps Zeke out of his thoughts and firmly declares her intention to gather enough strength to stop Abel. She reveals that Abel already controls many of the higher-ranking Drakers. He believes Carol only commands garbage forces unworthy of his attention. Carol explains that she intends to rally the normal knights of the Four Seasons Fortress, who are often dismissed as trash. She believes that a true knight must stand for justice, regardless of rank. After outlining her plan, she invites Zeke to join her cause, but makes it clear she has no intention of forcing him. As Zeke listens, he concludes that despite her fearsome reputation, Carol is genuinely righteous. Though she appears cold on the surface, she is willing to bend when it comes to protecting others. Reflecting on their duel, Zeke realizes she deliberately left him an opening out of concern. Despite her image as an iron-willed Draker, Carol possesses a gentle heart. After a moment of silence, Carol warns Zeke that siding with her might label him a traitor in the future. Zeke thanks her, and ignoring the warning, he accepts without hesitation. Carol is visibly surprised by his swift decision and thanks him for choosing to walk the path of justice with her. The following day, while heading toward the Valhalla research facility, Zeke checks his system map while reflecting on Carol's situation. In his past life, he learned about the corruption within the Draker family through Kay, but recalling his discussion with Carol, he now knows that the rot ran much deeper, even long before the war in his past life. Zeke originally planned to distance himself from the family to prevent Abel from interfering with his preparations for the future conflict. However, now that Carol shares his goals, he decides to remain within the family to monitor Abel directly, with Carol as an additional layer of protection. Zeke resolves to officially become a knight and slowly sway public opinion in Carol's favor. Despite being the firstborn and a guardian knight, Carol was suppressed in Zeke's past life due to her lack of pure blood awakening and influential backing. Zeke believes that if he becomes an official knight as a pure blood awakener, he can help shift the balance in her favor. Although he feels unsuited for the role of knight, he accepts it as necessary for the greater good. Soon after, Zeke arrives at the Great Central Library of the Valhalla Research Facility, guided by his system map, intending to locate Terracon Draker's secret library. Moments later, the system informs him that he has reached his destination. Upon inspection, Zeke finds the library disappointingly ordinary. He was expecting something comparable to Bahamut's heart or fang, so he feels let down by the lack of any notable discoveries. Just as he is about to give up, the system alerts him that a data restoration point has been detected. A hidden section of the library suddenly projects itself into view. The system explains that this is the missing secret library of another administrator, Terracon Draker. Zeke is shocked and begins to wonder whether Terracon, like himself, was also a system user. Observing the structure, Zeke realizes the library only reacts to the system, which explains why it remained undiscovered until now. Shortly after, the system notifies him that the contents have been fully linked to his interface, meaning from now on, Zeke can access Terracon's secret library from his own system anytime. It also organizes the information automatically into categories for easier navigation. After browsing the categories, Zeke asks the system to locate a method to increase his growth. The system immediately retrieves a text detailing the secret technique of true dragon swordplay. Zeke has never heard of such a technique before, and to his astonishment, he discovers it was authored by Sheltern Draker, the right-hand man of Kaiser. Zeke learns that the book was written by Sheltern Draker to pass down everything he knew about the dragon swordplay technique, which he discovered. Rather than leaving behind only the swordplay techniques, Sheltern recorded the reason he created the sword style in the first place, hoping future generations would truly understand his intentions. According to him, the relationship between dragons and humans began with the hero king Kaiser. Because of Kaiser, humans were able to form contracts with dragons. Dragons, as supreme beings, pitied humans due to their weakness compared to other races, and therefore decided to help them tackle that weakness. Kaiser was the first one to contract a dragon, Kronos. After that, humanity entered the era of dragon contractors. These dragon contractors increased and spread across the continent, ultimately creating new civilizations. However, this development also caused Sheltern to grow uneasy. He feared that dragons might one day turn against humanity. And if that were to happen, humans would be completely annihilated. This fear pushed Sheltern to search for a way for humans to defeat dragons without relying on them. His first approach was magic, but he quickly dismissed it, because magic was a power gifted by dragons through inscriptions carved into the hearts of humans. Since humans could not naturally generate mana, using magic against dragons was no different from using a dragon's own power against it. Next, Sheltern studied Kaiser's elemental sword. Unfortunately, this power was unique to Kaiser alone due to his bloodline as a descendant of the fairy monarch, making imitating it fundamentally impossible for any other human. No matter how much Sheltern researched, he found no way to replicate it. According to his writings, Kronos, Kaiser's contracted dragon, assisted him during this research period. Kronos claimed he helped simply because he genuinely enjoyed helping the human race, but Sheltern remained skeptical of his true intentions. After countless failed attempts, Sheltern and Kronos eventually discovered Aura, a power exclusive to the human race. Even after Kaiser transcended to the spirit realm, Sheltern continued researching Aura on his own. Over time, he developed both the theory and practical application of Aura, along with a swordsmanship style designed specifically to use it. This became the foundation of the true dragon swordplay. Despite the effort he poured into it, Sheltern's work was dismissed as impractical and discarded as garbage. The world preferred to rely on dragon-made artifacts to amass easy power rather than mastering a demanding technique. By the time Sheltern completed the handbook, his fears had not yet come true. Even so, he firmly believed that the day would come when humanity would need this technique to survive. After finishing the record, Zeke reads Sheltern's foreword, where Sheltern expresses hope that someone in the future would understand his intentions and inherit his will, preserving the path he painstakingly carved through hardship. Almost immediately, the system issues Zeke a quest to learn the true dragon swordplay and become Sheltern's successor. The time limit is 3 months, and the reward is the coordinates to the treasury of the Kronos Kingdom. Zeke finds the reward appealing and sees it as another opportunity to grow stronger and richer. At the same time, he senses that this quest may be even more demanding than learning Kaiser's elemental sword trial. He decides to devote his full focus to completing it as quickly as possible. Reflecting on everything he read, he agrees that Sheltern's fear did come to pass because at some point humans and dragons became enemies, and the Liberation War began as a result of this betrayal. He wonders what exactly happened after Kaiser's era that made humans and dragons turn on each other. Zeke then asks the system to search for similar records like Tarakan's journal. After searching, the system locates a magic video entry of Tarakan's journal. Once the system opens the entry, the space around Zeke suddenly shifts, and he finds himself standing in a vast desert. As he examines his surroundings, a dragon appears before him without warning, startling him. The system immediately activates Zeke's indomitable mental defense to prevent further shock. Even though it is only a recorded illusion, he finds the realism overwhelming. Upon closer inspection, Zeke recognizes the dragon as Bahamut, the infamous evil dragon. Zeke is so distracted he doesn't sense the presence of a man behind him until the figure begins to speak. Although he doesn't know the identity of the man, he can sense that this person is a different kind of monster, one that radiates overwhelming pressure. Suddenly, the figure walks right through Zeke, alarming him. This makes Zeke conclude that he is literally inside the recording, experiencing it in 3D. He also surprisingly learns that this recording is the battle between Bahamut and Tarakan from the popular widespread legend of the Dragon Slayer. Zeke watches excitedly as the legendary battle passed down through tales begins right in front of him. At first, it looks like Bahamut is about to take the first shot, but he complains disappointedly when Tarakan hesitates to make any move. From their conversation, it is revealed that Tarakan is actually Bahamut's contractor. Zeke is left in shock when he learns this piece of information. He loses his earlier excitement because this contradicts everything recorded in history. Zeke racks his brain for a reasonable explanation for what he is witnessing. According to the popular legend of the Dragon Slayer, Tarakan subjugated Bahamut, and the contract between them was never mentioned anywhere in the history books. While Zeke is trying to make sense of the confusing situation, the magic video crackles, completely losing audio. He urgently tells the system to fix it, but the system fails to process his request, leaving him disappointed. Just as Zeke is about to lose all hope, he turns around to see Kaiser making a suspicious move, ultimately preparing to attack the dragon. Right then, Zeke recalls asking the Hero King about betrayal between dragons and contractors. Kaiser had told him that a contracted dragon can never betray its contractor. He had spoken with such certainty that he believed dragons could never betray humans. However, according to Kaiser, it is more likely for the betrayal to come from the contractor. Observing the sight before him, Zeke watches in horror as Bahamut's corpse begins to dissipate like ashes with just one strike from Tarakan. Before long, the dragon's body disappears completely, leaving only the heart and fang, the same parts Zeke had stumbled upon previously at the home of the Dragon Slayer. Now Zeke is even more confused as he contemplates whether this is how dragons usually die, by vanishing and leaving a part of themselves behind. Checking his glove, he dismisses the thought because they are made from dragon's leather. He concludes that Bahamut's case might actually be special. Shortly after, the video ends and the space surrounding Zeke begins to disappear, returning him once again to the library. With the end of the video, he is only left with more questions, and Zeke collapses to the floor disappointed. Still confused by all the new information and partial information he received today, Zeke decided to head back home. Later, he tries to replay the Tarakan's video journal again since it had synced to his system and he could access it anytime, anywhere. Regardless of how many times he tried to replay it, Zeke couldn't figure out how to hear the missing conversation between Bahamut and Tarakan due to a suspicious noise interference. Despite his disappointment with the incomplete recording, Zeke still managed to learn a surprising piece of new information thanks to his consistent study of the library records. Apparently, he learned that the dragon-slaying arts technique is basically a knockoff version of Sheltern's True Dragon swordplay. Tarakan had simplified and refined it to create the popular dragon-slaying arts without even giving the original creator any accolades. This version, created by Tarakan and widely circulated, is complete garbage that can't even deal any fatal damage to even a common dragonborn. Zeke had experienced this firsthand when he tried to defeat the Hydra in the dungeon during his last quest. Although a bit weak, one can deal considerable damage using the method by applying innate traits, just like Zeke did. Tarakan's simplified method caused Sheltern's technique to drop in power, but it made it easier to learn. Of all that he has learned so far, the thing still bothering Zeke is the alarming difference between the legend of the Dragon Slayer and the contents of Tarakan's journal. Basically, according to the popular legend of the Dragon Slayer, Tarakan slayed the evil Bahamut, ushering in a prosperous era. It was a classic feel-good hero saves the world tale. However, the part about the contract is totally unheard of, as if left out on purpose. Afterward, Zeke receives a message from Kay by carrier pigeon. He had instructed her to investigate the different variations of the Dragon Slayer folktale. In Kay's reply, she had investigated thoroughly, including versions not translated into the common human language. After extensive research, she couldn't find any tales mentioning Tarakan contracting a dragon. According to Kay, she did find traces of a hidden conspiracy, which piqued her interest to dig deeper. However, she received a message from the Draker family warning her to back off. Kay informs Zeke that her organization has decided to stop investigating the conspiracy due to the fear of a backlash from the Drakers. After reading the letter, Zeke immediately burns it, and as he walks back, he concludes that the Drakers have whitewashed the true story behind the legend of the Dragon Slayer. This just piqued his curiosity more because the Draker family built their reputation from Tarakan's dragon-slaying tales. But now that this same family is withholding information about their great founder, Zeke believes that there is something fishy going on behind the scenes. Moments later, he heads back home to search the secret library for anything he might have missed earlier. Entering his mansion, Zeke quickly scans around to make sure the place is empty. He had given all the employees, including Decker, a day off. Also, Duke and Andre would be late due to some urgent business. Taking advantage of the empty mansion, he heads to his room to access the library. But a masked figure lurches in the darkness, monitoring him. Zeke had already sensed the presence and he instructed the system to turn on the mini-map, which it immediately did. From the map, Zeke confirms the presence of two intruders, one inside and another outside the mansion. Recalling his encounter while searching for Kaiser's ruins, he wonders if the Empire's hounds from the mountain tracked him home. However, he quickly dismisses the thought because he didn't even utilize his dragon-slaying art or his true sword. During that encounter, he made sure to leave only traces connected to the McCain cartel. Casually heading up the stairs as if he hadn't discovered the intruders, Zeke decides to figure out who sent them instead of dwelling on their identities. Moments later, he heads into the room, shutting the door behind him. Zeke quietly appears from a window behind one of the intruders, casually asking if Abel sent him. The intruder, shocked by his sudden presence, completely ignores his question. Zeke, unfazed by his refusal to answer, casually strolls towards him, wondering if Abel already knows about his alliance with Carol. He pulls out a dagger, immediately attacking the dude while threatening to come up with fun ways to force him to talk. Moments later, the two engage in a fierce fight, but Zeke goes easy on him, intending to learn his identity through the fight. After crossing blades for a while, he ceases the attack, revealing he has an idea of the intruder's identity from his swordsmanship. Apparently, this dude is from the Gorka Kingdom of the Northern Continent. The Gorka Kingdom Rangers are known to be the strongest of the Northern Continent Guardians. These powerful Rangers wield a kukri, which is a dagger with a distinct shape. Due to their outstanding knife skills, they are highly valued in the Central Continent and are used as a special forces team designated for important missions. Now that he knows the intruder's identity, Zeke is sure that Abel didn't send them after him. This is because the Gorka Rangers never take requests that create chaos, like assassinations. Also, from their fight, Zeke recalls that the intruder only fought defensively, meaning he had no intention of inflicting any harm on Zeke. Even when Zeke purposely left several openings for him to attack, the Ranger didn't take advantage of them. After going through all possibilities, he concluded that these so-called intruders were only there to subdue him, and not to eliminate him. Right then, a tiny ball swings past Zeke, almost hitting the back of his head. Seeing the second Ranger outside, finally making a move, Zeke tries to avoid the ball, which he senses must be a sedative. He pushes the ball using his arm, but it explodes close to him, releasing a strange gas. From the smell, he can make out the distinct smell of a popular root used in making sedatives. Zeke pretends to collapse from the effect, curious to know the Ranger's true motive. As he fakes a collapse, the system immediately neutralizes the effect of the poison. The Ranger inside the house picks him up as the one outside also makes an appearance. Zeke complied with the kidnapping to catch the mastermind and resolve the whole thing quickly. The following day, Zeke finds himself on a farmland located on the outskirts of Atlas. He was surrounded by several cloaked figures and chained to a chair opposite the mastermind, Cliff Lionheart, the leader of the Reinhardt merchant group. Zeke grins, recognizing who Cliff is, calling him an outsider. Seeing that Zeke recognizes him, Cliff hopes their negotiations will go smoother than expected. Zeke actually recognized him because they had crossed paths in his past life. The Reinhardt merchant group is one of the 10 great merchant groups, and Alencia is its center of operation. From his past life, Zeke recalls that this group, along with the Alencia kingdom, was completely destroyed due to the continental war pioneered by Abel and the Empire. Back then, Zeke and Cliff fought on the same side, strongly resisting the Empire. Cliff had disappeared in Alencia amidst its collapse after giving Zeke damning evidence against the Empire. Zeke never saw him again after that encounter in his past life. Cliff went through so much to escape, so Zeke could never understand why he went back to a sinking ship. Afterward, Cliff apologizes for kidnapping Zeke and orders his guys to remove the chain. He wanted to discuss compensation for any discomfort caused, but Zeke immediately shuts him down, urging him to get to the point. Sensing their hesitation, he fiercely questions their purpose for summoning him. The aura emitting from Zeke scares the shit out of Cliff as he stammers for a response. He concludes that even young Drakers are still as fearful as the older ones. The rest of the guards surrounding Zeke are also ticked off by his fierce aura. Cliff had wanted to intimidate Zeke, but looking at the aura around him, Cliff is impressed that he has turned the tables against them, making it seem as though they were at his mercy. Despite the overwhelming feeling, Cliff decides to act. He hands Zeke a document telling him to check it. The document contains a record of those recently infected by a new pandemic spreading across the southern and the central continents. Zeke is puzzled and wonders why they felt the need to show him the document. Just then, Zeke stumbles upon Liam's mother's profile, finally realizing why they came to him. Zeke recalled she was also suffering from the Rose disease, but he gave Liam an antidote to cure her. After going through the document, he drops it and, feigning ignorance, asks Cliff what the document has to do with him. Cliff tells him about the deadly pandemic and then pulls out Elena, Liam's mother's profile. He reveals that Elena was cured of the disease, but even her attending physicians refused to reveal how she was cured. Eyeing Zeke suspiciously, he asks him if he knew anything about the cure. Zeke knows that Cliff already has an idea of what happened, but he is simply fishing for information to make him reveal it by himself. Zeke finds his intentions suspicious because, as a merchant, Cliff might be trying to make money using the cure. From what happened in his past life, he knows that the cure could be greatly monetized due to the deadliness of the disease. After pondering it, Zeke dismisses the thought as he believes that the Cliff from his past life is an upright merchant. He believes there is no way such a person would kidnap a Draker for the sake of greed. Deciding to trust his instincts, Zeke reveals he provided the cure for Elena's condition. Excited to hear the news, Cliff jumps from his chair, frantically begging Zeke to sell him the cure for any amount. Seeing his excitement, Zeke advises him to act like an actual merchant and calm down. Cliff studies his reaction and concludes that Zeke is not interested in money. Zeke says he has 3 requests in exchange for the cure. Cliff agrees, but on asking him for the 3 requests, Zeke surprisingly reveals he has no idea what to ask for yet. He promises to make the request when he figures out what to ask for. Cliff, hearing this, is clearly uneasy, and sensing that, Zeke assures him that he would never ask for anything unreasonable. Still not wanting to leave the fate of his group in Zeke's hands, Cliff wants to have an idea of what his requests might be. Zeke grins and, ignoring the question, scribbles information on how to make the cure for the disease. He immediately hands it to Cliff, who happily grabs the instructions. Before he can accept it, Zeke pulls back, asking Cliff who he truly plans to give the medicine to. Cliff, clearly hiding something, pretends to be clueless. He responds, saying he plans to mass-produce it and amass wealth. Zeke can smell through his lie because no one in their right senses will kidnap a member of one of the most powerful families just to get a cure to produce for money. Zeke further explains that Cliff's explosive attitude gave him away already, which is not the composure of a powerful merchant. Knowing that his lie has been exposed, Cliff droops his head, sighing heavily. He sits back down and reveals the cure is for a member of the Alencia Kingdom's royal family. Zeke is excited to hear the news, but on questioning which of the royals needs the cure, Cliff refuses to reveal the name, leaving him disappointed. Right then, Zeke realizes something as his mind wanders back to his past life when he last saw Cliff. After receiving the information about the Empire, Zeke had warned Cliff not to return to the collapsing kingdom, even advising him to seek asylum in the north. But Cliff stubbornly ignored his warning. After thanking Zeke for the warning, he simply said he was too tired and wanted to face his end in Alencia. Back in the present, Cliff decisively apologizes, refusing to reveal anything about the recipient of the cure. Zeke realized whoever this is must be someone precious to him because the look in his eyes was different from his dead gaze from their past life. However, recalling his conversation with Carol, Zeke notes that Alencia is taking a stand against the Empire. Apart from that, it is currently embroiled in a dispute regarding various ghetto areas surrounding its border. Due to Alencia's internal power disputes, the kingdom is already in a terrible state. Considering all these, Zeke decides to make connections with the Alencian royalty before the Continental War breaks out. He immediately hands the piece of paper to Cliff without asking any more questions. Hearing that the contract has been established without even signing any agreements, Cliff is surprised and confused. After a brief silence, he bows respectfully to show Zeke his gratitude. While he is still feeling a mix of emotions, Zeke completely shatters his peace, demanding to make his first request. Despite his doubts, Cliff still agrees, urging him to state his request. For his first wish, Zeke excitedly asks Cliff to get him hired into the Reinhardt Merchant Group. Cliff is surprised to hear Zeke's request and wonders if he plans to start a business, but he soon learns that Zeke only needs a fake identity for temporary use. Zeke explains that he wants to operate in the southern continent, an area known for rampant crime. Cliff accepts the request and tells him to use his cousin's identity. Excited, Zeke also asks for convenient transportation and a large house for storing cargo. After laying out the conditions for his first request, he asks Cliff about their plans to send him back to Valhalla. Cliff informs him that a horse will be provided for the journey back. Surprised by how smoothly the negotiation is going, Zeke concludes that whoever needs the cure must be extremely important to Cliff. After Cliff leaves, the same rangers who once kidnapped Zeke lead him out to receive the horse. Just as they are about to leave after he mounts it, Zeke exposes their true identities, leaving them stunned. They are shocked that the Draker family's influence reaches far enough to uncover their connection to the Gorka kingdom. Zeke then offers to contract them now that their deal with Cliff has ended. He asks them to rescue a target imprisoned by McCain. After hearing the proposal, the Rangers hesitate, making Zeke wonder if the payment is too small. They assure him that the reward is more than sufficient. However, they explain that the king of Gorka refuses to make deals with members of the great families. Zeke is surprised, so he reminds them of his new identity as Cliff's cousin. Besides, any remittance sent to the Gorka kingdom would be under that name, ensuring his true identity remains hidden from everyone except them. After a brief discussion, the Rangers accept the deal, warning Zeke not to let his identity be exposed. With the deal settled, Zeke decides to address their earlier act of kidnapping him. To their shock, he suddenly tosses both of their Kukrai daggers onto the ground in front of them. They did not even realize he had taken the weapons, which are supposed to remain with them at all times. Their expressions turn pale as the daggers symbolize their lives. The fact that Zeke took them so easily means their lives could have ended just as effortlessly. Before leaving, he mocks them in their mother tongue, enraging them further. Shortly after meeting with the Reinhardt merchant group, Zeke begins searching for comrades. He targets individuals who were heroes of the Continental War in his previous life, particularly the 5 Divine Knights. He plans to approach them and win them over as powerful allies. To support this plan, Zeke secures Dean Flaubert's backing, which helps him confirm the rumor that all the Divine Knights from his past life were alumni of Valhalla. Zeke soon faces a problem with his timing because Bishop, the Silent Knight, has already graduated and joined the Knight Order of the Thebai Kingdom. Solma, the Haze Knight, belongs to the current graduating class and is participating in an on-site training. Even Asta, the Illusory Knight, is on leave due to severe insomnia. Although Reyna has yet to enroll in Valhalla, Zeke is unconcerned since she is scheduled to enroll next year. As his blood relative, he believes getting close to her will be easy. This leaves Diego as the only available option, forcing Zeke to do the unthinkable by joining him on his absurd music quest. As he watches himself handling the drum during Diego's performance, Zeke is livid and cannot believe he has been reduced to something so undignified for a Draker. Earlier, he had gone to the club room intending to get close to Diego for his greater plans, only to be immediately dragged into becoming their drummer. With no choice but to comply for the sake of his goals, Zeke accepts the role. Since he is already involved, he decides to enjoy the experience rather than dwell on his pride. After the performance, Zeke returns to his manor completely burned out from getting carried away with Diego's high energy. Without resting, he heads straight to the training room and orders Decker not to disturb him. During his training, he struggles to comprehend Sheltern's True Dragon's swordplay, finally understanding why Tarakan rewrote it into the simple version in the dragon-slaying arts. He realizes that the True Dragon's swordplay demands extreme aura control, making it far more difficult than Tarakan's technique. While Tarakan's dragon-slaying art can be used against humans, Sheltern's technique is meant solely for going up against dragons. Zeke concludes that it might be even deadlier than Kaiser's elemental sword. After studying the manual, Zeke draws his sword and tests out several movements. As his understanding deepens, he practices Sheltern's technique by amplifying the dragon-slaying arts, releasing aura dense enough to slice through a great dragon in a single strike. Despite the difficulty, he breaks through with ease and soon practices the form relentlessly, while Decker watches in secret. Thanks to his divine body constitution, Zeke performs at the highest level. He marvels at the speed at which his body adapts and improves at an increased capacity. This is made possible because the system has translated the swordplay into a simplified structure, mapping every movement for Zeke clearly. Repeating each move over and over again, Zeke discovers he is mastering the technique faster. Suddenly, he breaks through to the level of a Black Knight. Zeke is stunned, having only recently surpassed the realm of a Red Knight. Faced with the wall of the Black Knight, Zeke believes he can surpass it because of the heart of Bahamut inside him. He can feel the heart of the great dragon resonating with the True Dragon swordplay and urging him to make a move. Accepting the challenge, Zeke takes a swing at the wall now that his sensations are at their peak. Suddenly, a circle of Bahamut appears, engraving itself on Zeke's chest. It soon disappears within him as if making itself one with Zeke. Almost immediately, the system notifies Zeke that Bahamut's heart has reacted to Sheltern Draker's True Dragon swordplay. Unexpectedly, it triggers a replay of the memories sealed within the heart. Zeke is plunged into a dark abyss, so deep that he cannot see anything. Suddenly, a cloaked figure emerges and asks Bahamut for a favor. The figure is revealed to be Sheltern, who pleads with Bahamut to help safeguard the True Dragon swordplay manual. Hearing the request, Bahamut is enraged and curses Sheltern for his brazen audacity. He questions why a dragon-killing technique should ever be entrusted to a dragon. Sheltern calmly responds that Kronos had also agreed to the request. He attempts to explain further, but Bahamut, already consumed by fury, launches an attack against him without warning. Bahamut rages, complaining that humans have completely brainwashed Kronos, stripping him of reason. Shelturn, faced with such domineering circumstances, remains unfazed, effortlessly dodging the assault. Bahamut continues his relentless attacks, ranting endlessly about his long-standing resentment toward Kronos and humanity. Seeing no end to the madness, Shelturn finally unsheathes his sword, using it to block the incoming spears. However, the spears multiply endlessly, assaulting him by the hundreds with no sign of stopping. Meanwhile, Zeke quietly watches the entire scene unfold before him. He is amazed as he witnesses the peak of dragon magic firsthand. Despite not being physically present, he can feel its overwhelming power, making Shelturn's calm resistance all the more impressive. The whole situation makes Zeke realize the vast gap between his own strength and Shelturn Draker's. He knows that he can barely block 2 spears at most, but Shelturn, however, withstands everything head-on. Still enraged, Bahamut threatens to annihilate the Kronos kingdom if Shelturn continues to provoke him in his lair. Despite his frightening threat, Shelturn remains unmoved, confident that Bahamut would suffer karmic sanctions should he attack the Kronos kingdom. Bahamut laughs mockingly at his claim, declaring that such rules could never apply to him, even if he wiped out the entire human race. Shelturn replies that the situation has unfolded exactly as Kronos predicted. He immediately drops his sword and produces a golden locket belonging to Kronos. Though momentarily stunned, Bahamut boasts that Shelturn cannot harm him even while wielding Kronos' power. He immediately unleashes another violent barrage of attacks. As the spears close in, Shelturn raises the locket, activating a magic circle beneath himself that freezes the attack midair. Zeke is stunned until he notices a matching circle beneath Bahamut, restraining his power entirely. Inside the locket is a clock, which Zeke assumes contains unimaginable power. Recalling Bahamut's earlier boasts, he concludes the locket must be an artifact infused with Kronos' power. Suddenly, Bahamut struggles violently, causing Zeke to wonder if the restraint has broken. Instantly, a shattering pain strikes Zeke's head, leaving him disoriented. Watching closely, he realizes Bahamut is experiencing the same agony. Bahamut soon recovers, revealing that Shelturn had shown him a terrifying vision, one of Kronos' prophecies. Shelturn then asks if Bahamut finally understands why he wished to entrust the true dragon's swordplay to him. After a long hesitation, Bahamut confirms his never-ending disgust, stating that dragons and humans should never have formed contracts. He now fully agrees with Kronos and Shelturn that humans should gain power through their own strength instead of relying on a quick and easy method like using dragon artifacts. Afterward, he agrees to Shelturn's request to safekeep the manual, even though it is supposed to contain a way to harm him. Immediately, he receives the book. Bahamut quickly scans through it at lightning speed, commending Shelturn for doing a good job. Shelturn lets him know he did it to protect the world, a reason that Bahamut finds absurd. He believes that Shelturn only came up with this technique to protect the human race. With no further explanation or claims from Shelturn, Bahamut promises to protect the true dragon's swordplay manual. However, he also warns that the book will never see the light of day if Kronos' prophecy is wrong. Shelturn ignores him, and as he turns to leave, he assures Bahamut that even without the book, humans will eventually learn to use aura. Hearing this, Bahamut vows to exterminate the human race if they ever start using aura. He disdains humans, and believes they're too insignificant and undeserving of such an immense power. Shelturn simply grins at his absurd claims. Even though he created the true dragon's swordplay because of his fear of dragons, he finds it unbelievable that he ended up entrusting the same dragons to help him safeguard the technique. Before leaving, he assures Bahamut that just like Kronos predicted, he would someday open his heart to a human, ultimately falling into the very contractual relationship he loathes, making Bahamut huff in disbelief. After Shelturn departs, Bahamut continues to reflect on his words. He still finds it unbelievable that he would one day open up his heart to a human contractor. After pondering the absurd claim for a while, he vows that such a day will never come to pass in his life. Moments later, Zeke returns to reality, left with even more questions than he had before watching Bahamut's memory replay. His only takeaway from the whole confusing conversation between Bahamut and Shelturn is that Bahamut is extremely distrustful of the human race. Due to Bahamut's heart within him, Zeke can empathize with his feelings. However, he wonders why Bahamut ended up forming a contract with Tarakan despite his distaste for humans. Afterwards, Zeke continues to search for more information to satisfy his curiosity. Unfortunately, he comes up empty every single time because all history regarding Tarakan had been manipulated by the Draker family. Currently, every single thing he could find points to Bahamut being an evil dragon defeated by Tarakan. Even though he doesn't find any useful clues or documents, Zeke refuses to give up. He continues practicing the true dragon's swordplay while searching for any new information concerning the truth behind Tarakan and Bahamut's true relationship. One day, he receives a message from the Reinhardt merchant group about his first request. From the letter, Zeke learns that preparations concerning his first request had been completed. Even though Zeke had requested a new identity to help him evade any suspicions, he is still surprised that they gave him the identity of deputy manager of the Reinhardt Group's southern branch. Checking out his new identity card, Zeke feels like the identity is a bit too exquisite. Suddenly he hears something from outside his window and turns to see a carrier pigeon, making him grin in satisfaction. Zeke seems to have been expecting a message from Kay for some time. After receiving Kay's message, Zeke, in his usual disguised appearance, heads to the Syndicate branch in Atlas, located in the Secret Garden Hotel, to meet her. He finds her inside the VIP lounge bar, and she greets him by calling him her partner, leaving him momentarily stunned. Just as he is about to comment, he stops mid-sentence, captivated by the stunning view of Atlas. Even though he has spent time in the city, seeing Atlas like this feels completely different. The scenery he remembers from the Continental War is a ruined cityscape, but now it appears vibrant and full of life. Zeke comments that he never imagined such a breathtaking side of Atlas. Kay, who had long noticed his distracted expression, is surprised that he was only absorbed in the scenery. Pouring him a drink, she explains that the hotel is one of the Syndicate's side hustles, created to give underground workers a private space for their dealings. Zeke politely turns down the drink, without revealing that it is because of his tea obsession. Kay chuckles, and thinking he refused due to his age, she calls him a cute kid. Zeke, embarrassed, quickly explains that he simply doesn't like drinking. During the celebration party with Andre and Duke, he had discovered that the system categorizing alcohol as poison helps him detoxify it. Therefore, no matter how much he drinks, Zeke can never get drunk, making it pointless to continue drinking. Although during his past life he occasionally drank to help him forget his worries, now with the poison resistance effect, he would rather just stick to tea. Deciding to drop her mockery of him, Kay presents the result of her investigation into the true identity of the Pabella group. After her previous conversation with Zeke about the group being actual remnants of pirates, Kay had launched a thorough investigation. According to her investigation, she truly learned that the Pabella cartel had its roots in piracy. Kay had found overwhelming evidence more than she expected, thus incriminating them. She explains that the pirate group had disappeared after Carol, the White Silver Knight, attacked them. However, there was a period of extreme growth for Pabella after its disappearance. She then shows him evidence of undocumented profits between the Pabella and McCain cartel. The evidence shows the second-in-command of the McCain cartel, Joaquin, aka El Menco, having secret dealings with their rival cartel Pabella. Kay finds the whole thing so shocking that she hasn't reported it to her superiors yet, as it might cause chaos within the syndicate. She wants to inform Zeke about her search for a buyer for his artifact, but Zeke stops her mid-sentence. Looking at the picture with a satisfied grin, he commends her for doing him a big favor. To her shock, Zeke reveals he has come up with a plan to make her the syndicate boss. Afterwards, Zeke arrives at a deserted alleyway to initiate his plan for chaos. From the system, he had learned how to open a teleportation portal, a key element to ensure no one suspects him. He prepares to leave, satisfied that all the pieces are falling into place. Just behind him lies a pool of blood marked with a red sigil. Zeke's excitement grows as he imagines the reactions once his plan unfolds. Only a select few can perform teleportation magic, and it demands rare materials, giving him confidence that his actions will remain concealed. With the stage set, he quietly departs, eagerly anticipating nightfall and the reaction of Don Juan, head of the McCain cartel. By nightfall, a nearby building ignites, drawing a crowd. Many wonder when the firefighting mages will arrive to put it out, while others fear the fight might spread further. Others question if anyone has informed the build owner about the situation. Elsewhere, Kay marvels at Zeke's brazen audacity to stir things up. She had expected him to be bold like a Draker, but she wasn't expecting him to be this crazy. Earlier during their meeting in the Secret Garden Hotel, Kay was shocked when she heard Zeke's plans. He planned to set fire to all Soma warehouses within the central continent belonging to the McCain cartel. After revealing his plan, he asked Kay to give him all the warehouse locations. However, she refused for fear of being exposed, because this information is only available to the McCain cartel and syndicate executives. Zeke insists, revealing his plan to pin the blame on Joaquin, since Kay had not yet reported her findings to the higher-ups. Right then, Kay is stunned when she finally understands his plan. With a sinister look, Zeke overturns the table, explaining that he plans to destroy the syndicate executives, including McCain and the Pabella cartel, in one swoop by using Don Juan. Kay trembles, sending shivers down her spine after listening to him. She finds his plan absurd and fears a backlash if the organization uncovers Zeke's plot. Zeke, sensing her fear, questions how anyone would hold them responsible if the executives are wiped out during the plan. He barks at her, asking how long she plans to remain an underdog for useless old geezers. After barking at her, Zeke fiercely warns her that she needs to decide to either fall in line or get thrown out like the others. Kay contemplates her choice, recalling how Zeke mysteriously uncovered the Pabella cartel's true identity, and even recovered countless quality artifacts in an ancient ruin undiscovered by others. Looking back at all these unbelievable feats, achieved by one young boy, she decided to place her fate in his hands. Determined to follow him, Kay pushes back all her fears, deciding to follow him. She grabs the bottle from Zeke, instantly pouring the contents into her mouth to show her resolve, leaving him stunned. As she slams the bottle on the table, Kay asks him whether he is convinced by her act. She excitedly reveals her determination to go all in, even if it costs her life. Zeke, happy with her decision, assures her that he will make sure she never regrets her decision. After reminiscing about her strategy meeting with Zeke, Kay quietly stands on the balcony after reading the fire report in the newspaper. The newspaper reported on several fires across the central continent. Elsewhere, Don Juan, head of the McCain cartel, sits in the darkness cursing under his breath after reading the same newspaper. He vows to find the culprit responsible for destroying his warehouses and making them pay the price. Close to the end of the semester at Valhalla, Zeke receives an invitation to the promotion banquet. It has been 6 months since it was revealed that he reached the level of Blue Knight. Staring at the invitation, Zeke is a bit nervous, even though he had been expecting it. The promotion banquet is basically a debutante event to celebrate young Drakers, who have crossed over from Yellow Swordsman to the level of Knight. Zeke is considered a prodigy because normally Drakers only reach the level of Purple or Blue Knights around the age of 20. The last time Zeke felt this nervous was 3 years ago, during his meeting with the Patriarch. Now he only wishes everything would go by smoothly without any major family drama. Soon, the celebration banquet day arrives, and it is held at the Four Seasons Fortress Central Banquet Hall. Abel soon arrives, cheerfully greeting Arthur, the Patriarch, like some innocent dude. Both of them express their surprise at seeing so many dignitaries at a simple celebration banquet. Arthur explains that it must be because Zeke is the youngest on the continent to reach the level of Blue Knight. Abel pretends to be calm, but deep down he feels envious knowing he once held that title. Arthur excuses himself to go prepare for the rites before the main character arrives. He quickly apologizes to Abel for having to leave so abruptly, since they have not seen each other for a long time. After bowing respectfully, telling him not to worry, Abel stares at him with rage as Arthur walks away. Moments later, Zeke heads to the banquet hall, tugging at his suffocating official regalia while trailing beside Duke. He hasn't seen his master at the mansion for a while, and Duke complains that they are working him like a mule. He grumbles that Arthur has refused to let him rest, even forcing him to be Zeke's escort to the banquet. Duke explains that Arthur had given him a speech about a master escorting his disciple to make him comply. Hearing all his complaints, Zeke finally understands why he has been grumpy all day. Duke then reveals they are heading to the Spring Garden, the only place in the Four Seasons Fortress where outsiders are allowed. The Four Seasons Fortress consists of 4 main areas. The Spring Garden hosts most ceremonies, while the Summer Lock is dedicated to all matters related to Drakers. The Autumn Fell is reserved for internal events, such as the Drakers' Knighting ceremony. Lastly, the Winter Keep protects a collection of artifacts that span centuries. As Zeke explores the fortress for the first time, he takes in his surroundings. In his previous life, he never set foot here because he had been expelled from the academy. A few moments later, they reach the entrance of the Spring Garden. Duke tells Zeke that he must go in alone, explaining that only the main character of the event can enter through this door. He adds that he is too busy to join the main festivities. Giving Zeke a reassuring pat on the shoulder, Duke encourages him to be brave and give it his all. While Zeke appreciates Duke's concern, he playfully teases him for being so worried. Duke fires back at him, hoping he doesn't end up causing a scene at the event. Shortly after, a trumpet erupts in the room as someone announces Zeke's entrance. Almost immediately, everyone turns their attention to the door, anticipating his entrance. The door soon swings open and immediately Zeke steps in. The crowd erupts in a chatter. As they watch him walk to the main stage, people chatter amongst themselves about his achievements and how he easily broke Abel's record. They even speculate that he surpassed all of Abel's previous achievements at the academy. Soon enough, the knighting ceremony commences with Arthur delivering some ceremonial jargon, while Zeke kneels respectfully. After finishing the recitation, Arthur gently taps Zeke on the shoulder with a sword, signaling the conclusion of the rites. Just when Zeke believes the ceremony is complete, Arthur unexpectedly continues speaking, causing Zeke to feel a sense of discomfort. To his shock, the Patriarch bestows upon him the prestigious title of a formerly ranked Knight of Draker. This revelation stuns the audience, as Zeke has just achieved formal knighthood at the astonishingly young age of 15, which is remarkably early even for the continent's prodigies. Zeke also feels like Arthur is trying to put him under fire, because the requirement to attain formal knighthood is to gain real achievements. Even though the Drakers are blessed with aura, causing them to awaken earlier than others, they still need real achievements instead of relying on their aura mastery. Even Abel, once known as a prodigy, only gained the rank of a formal knight after gathering achievements for 3 months. Zeke reasons that Arthur's decision is a clear violation of the rules.
even though he has autonomy as the patriarch to confer titles as he pleases. Just as Zeke is still struggling to understand his father's mindset, Arthur proudly introduces him to everyone, boasting about his achievement as the first golden light pure blood awakener and the youngest Blue Knight. He further reveals that Zeke will one day surpass him. He then raises his glass, inviting everyone to celebrate Zeke's talent. In response, everyone raises their glass and then joins him to drink in unison. Meanwhile, Zeke, irritated, stares at the same man who was indifferent when he was kicked out in his previous life, acting like a proud father now. He is snapped back to reality when Arthur calls out his name, inviting him for a private conversation as father and son. Abel, on the other hand, is struggling to hide his envy, so his friend reminds him to try and keep a straight face. He inquires about the prince, and his friend informs him that the prince plans to show up later. From their conversation, it seems the two have other plans besides joining the ceremony for the fun of it. Zeke steps out of a room holding a token after his conversation with Arthur. Checking out the token, which can be exchanged for one artifact in the Draker's treasury, he wonders why Arthur gave him something like that. Finding no suitable reason, Zeke is frustrated by his father's sudden, bizarre behavior. He soon heads back into the banquet hall, silently dreading the event, which is supposed to last for several days. Zeke wonders how he is supposed to stay sane while maintaining a pleasant face for several days in a row. At this very moment, he truly regrets being a noble. Suddenly, someone calls his name, introducing herself as Melissa, the first princess of the Alencia Kingdom. Zeke instantly recognizes her as the same princess from his past life who became the next monarch of the Alencia Kingdom. Unlike the frail and ailing current ruler, Melissa is poised to implement transformative policies that prioritize the needs of the Alencia people. In his previous life, she garnered immense support from the people due to her leadership style, but this also put her at odds with the greedy aristocrats of the kingdom. Zeke believes it was only a matter of time before the aristocrats would find themselves at her mercy once she officially ascended the throne. Unfortunately, in his past life, Melissa vanished without a trace as tensions with the Empire escalated. Before his regression, he had read several articles speculating about her whereabouts. No one was able to uncover the truth, even after the kingdom fell to the Empire during the war. Now that she has appeared before him, Zeke still knows so little about her activities. Right then, he suddenly makes the connection between her sparse news to Cliff looking for a cure for the rose disease. He finally realizes that Melissa has been silent so far because she might have been down due to the disease. He then cheerfully greets her, thanking her for gracing his event. Melissa, surprised to learn that Zeke has heard about her, questions him about it. Zeke simply reveals he has been fascinated by her policies, leaving her speechless. To her further surprise, he rambles on about the intricacies of her policies, showing he truly cares about them. Regaining her composure, Melissa chuckles quietly, realizing the rumors about Zeke being different are actually true. Zeke is confused by the sudden laugh, prompting him to ask if he has offended her. Melissa replies that she simply finds it delightful to see someone who can relate to her grievances. Still elated, she quickly excuses herself to leave, leaving Zeke confused about her sudden departure. Melissa explains that as much as she enjoys his company, it would be rude of her to monopolize his time. Although he doesn't mind chatting with her, he worries that she would certainly feel burdened by all the glares from the guests waiting to speak to him as well. Before leaving, Melissa assures him that they'll find a good opportunity to chat next time. Afterward, Zeke beams with happiness after entertaining the last guest. He tries his best to keep a straight face, while miserably wishing he could just return to his training room. A loud clank of armor soon draws his attention, and he quickly scans the room, looking for the source. He wonders who in their right mind would wear full armor to a banquet. Before he can locate them, a blonde boy clad in full armor with armored soldiers surrounding him appears before Zeke. This dude is the fourth imperial prince of the Roman Empire, named Callus Nerva. Despite his cheerful outward appearance, Callus oozes an ominous aura. Zeke immediately recognizes him from his past life as the one who joined hands with Abel to wage the Continental War. Callus then introduces himself to Zeke, stretching his hand forward to shake him. However, Zeke, ignoring the handshake, bows respectfully to offer his greetings, making Callus a bit pissed. He also thanks the prince for attending the banquet. After a moment of hesitation, Callus simply smiles, immediately grabbing Zeke's shoulder as if they had been besties for eternity. Ignoring a confused Zeke, he orders someone to bring them drinks to celebrate their first meeting. He pours a drink for a nervous Zeke, urging him to down it. Amidst disdainful stares from the guests, Zeke quickly chugs down the drink. The crowd quietly murmurs, calling him a kid for taking the prince's words seriously. Even Callus is surprised when Zeke downs the glass of wine. Whispers soon circulate about the prince pulling such a disrespectful stunt at a Draker event. Energized by the moment, Callus further encourages Zeke to join him in a drinking spree. Just then, Abel arrives and he invites him to join them, but Abel turns down the offer, inviting him for a private discussion. Callus presses him for further details, but Abel explains that the matter is sensitive.
Hearing this piques Zeke's interest as he looks at them suspiciously. Callus then apologizes to Zeke for his sudden departure, and before leaving, he promises to share a drink with him. The crowd watches with disdain as the prince departs, flanked by his armored guards. They ridicule him for being a terrible leader and express their frustration with the Empire for allowing such a prince to exist. Meanwhile, they commend Abel for stepping in and escorting the prince away before he embarrasses himself further. Zeke listens quietly to their conversation, realizing that people are drawn to someone like Abel who stirs up trouble. He refrains from judging their opinions, acknowledging that Abel has skillfully concealed his true nature from the public. As Zeke tunes out the ignorant remarks, he reflects on the relationship between Abel and Callus. Observing their closeness, he suspects they have been allies for longer than he anticipated from his past life. Remembering their recent interaction, Zeke senses their bond may be even stronger than that of blood brothers. He now fears that the Continental War could arrive sooner than he expected. After the banquet, Zeke heads to the Winter Keep, examining the token he received from Arthur at the banquet while reflecting on their private conversation. During their discussion, Arthur had inquired about Zeke's ambitions to become the strongest on the continent. Noticing the prominent dignitaries at the knighthood ceremony, he remarked that Zeke's plans must be progressing smoothly. Zeke acknowledged that everything is indeed going well, largely due to Arthur's support. However, when Zeke addresses him formally, Arthur urges him to relax and call him father. This surprised Zeke and reminded him of Carol's similar request for him to address her casually. Now thinking back to that time, Zeke feels the same discomfort he experienced with Carol's request. He reasoned that, like Carol, Arthur must know about Abel's secret quest for power, leading Zeke to suspect that his father is turning a blind eye to Abel's schemes. Despite Arthur's attempts to present himself in a friendly manner, Zeke ultimately concludes that he has chosen to side with Abel. Choosing to proceed with caution, he agrees, and casually refers to Arthur as father. Delighted by this, Arthur decides to give him the token as a gift to inspire him toward his goal. Zeke learns from Arthur that the token can be exchanged for any treasure hidden in the Winter Keep of the Four Seasons Fortress. Eager to explore the renowned Draker's treasury, which is said to hold the continent's rarest artifacts, he accepted the token. Arthur cautioned him to stay vigilant, as the treasury not only contains valuable items but also worthless junk disguised as treasure. Shortly after, Zeke arrives at the Winter Keep, still pondering why Arthur had given him the token. Despite his uncertainty, he resolves to make the most of this opportunity. Outside the treasury, a staff member is ready to guide Zeke inside. Before they enter, she takes a moment to explain the storage facility. She shares that the treasury currently holds around 17,000 rare artifacts. She adds that Zeke can exchange as many tokens as he has for an equal number of artifacts. She further explains that while he can remain in the vault for as long as he likes, he cannot re-enter once he leaves. Curious about the lack of guards, Zeke asks why there aren't any present. The receptionist explains that the vault is protected by security magic similar to that in Arthur's study, eliminating the need for guards. Additionally, she mentions that each relic is equipped with a magic tracking system, making theft impossible. After her explanation, she points to an opening, instructing Zeke to place the token. Zeke immediately drops the token inside, triggering a mechanism that opens the giant vault door. As soon as he enters, he is met with an overwhelming, gigantic view inside. It looked even bigger than he had imagined compared with the outside. After the receptionist leaves him all alone in the enormous treasury, Zeke is left wondering how to identify what he needs. To make his task easier, he asks the system to help him organize the treasury information according to his desired criteria. Immediately, the system links the relevant artifacts to his dragon eyes, asking him to select a target using the dragon eyes effect. Zeke feels a bit confused at first, but as he understands the situation, he quickly activates his dragon eyes skill. This ability allows him to see detailed information about individuals and objects. He springs into action, swiftly scanning the treasury using the Gale Art's shadowless steps. Within seconds, he completes the scan, and the system notifies him that over 17,000 selected items will now appear on the minimap. Zeke swiftly reviews the minimap and directs the system to filter out irrelevant items, given the overwhelming amount of information. The system promptly complies, narrowing the list to about 9,000 items. However, that is still too many to sift through, so Zeke instructs it to eliminate anything inferior to his Stygian sword. After examining the updated list, he realizes that all other blades have been removed, confirming that his sword stands out among the so-called rare artifacts in the treasury. Suddenly he stops when he stumbles upon an artifact without any displayed information. Afterward, Zeke sets out to find the mysterious artifact. When he arrives at the exact location, he discovers an unremarkable bracelet. Disappointed, he examines it closely when, suddenly, the system alerts him that the bracelet has reacted to his status as the heir to Tarakan Draker. He picks it up to study, eager for more information about the bracelet. Moments later, Zeke learns from the system that it contains a sacred guardian stone blessed by the fairy monarch. This bracelet can call forth a summon that aligns with its user's soul. Without warning, the system registers the sacred guardian stone as Zeke's possession, prompting him to summon a familiar that suits him. As the bracelet disappears, Zeke is left confused, since he never agreed to any of this. However, the system explains that it became his due to his identity as the heir of Terrakin Draker, a title that cannot be revoked, meaning the item cannot be returned. Frustrated, Zeke wishes he had the chance to explore his options before making a decision. Nevertheless, he resolves to accept his fate, knowing that anything connected to Terrakin is bound to be extraordinary. He then instructs the system to activate the bracelet's properties. Activating the sacred stone, the system searches for a summon suitable for Zeke's soul. Soon after, the bracelet appears on his wrist, drawing him into a magical circle. To his astonishment, Zeke discovers that, thanks to the blessing of the fairy monarch, he can now summon holy beasts, which are at a higher level than ordinary summons. Moments later, the magic identifies a suitable holy beast for Zeke's soul and brings it forth. A blinding light erupts before him, and from the portal emerges a magnificent creature with a stunning blonde mane. The system informs him that this is a draconic steed holy beast. Zeke is thrilled to add this remarkable creature to his collection, which already includes Bahamut's heart and fang. Gazing at the insane beast before him, Zeke can't help but wonder what other extraordinary treasures Terrakin has in store. The draconic steed gently rests its mouth on Zeke's forehead, marking the beginning of their soul bond. Despite this being their first encounter, Zeke feels as if he is reconnecting with an old friend. Overwhelmed by a sense of familiarity, he embraces the creature and expresses his fondness for it. Their moment is soon interrupted by a system notification, prompting Zeke to name the beast so he can summon it at will. He takes a moment to observe the beast before settling on the name, Bucephalus. The holy beast seems to respond as if approving of its new name. The system quickly registers the name, revealing that Bucephalus's two horns can summon thunder. As Zeke reads on, he learns that his holy beast is the king of all draconic steeds. Puzzled by this revelation, he glances at Bucephalus with curiosity. Without warning, Bucephalus grabs Zeke by the collar, ignoring his protests, and tosses him onto its back. Realizing the creature only intended to give him a ride, Zeke happily strokes its mane, impressed by its intelligence. The beast seemed to understand Zeke's curiosity about its abilities and had placed him on its back to demonstrate. Suddenly, Bucephalus gallops forward, lightning crackling around it, startling Zeke. Once he regains his composure, Zeke excitedly encourages the beast to run. Bucephalus responds eagerly, dashing like a flash and leaving a trail of lightning in its wake. Despite its immense speed, Zeke realizes its hooves are silent, leaving no noise as it hits the ground. Still reveling in the insane moment, several magic circles suddenly appear in the air, and Bucephalus uses them to teleport from one point to another, leaving Zeke completely mind-blown. He happily commends the beast for performing beyond his expectations. Afterward, Zeke returns to his mansion, reflecting on his brief interaction with the receptionist as he left. She looked puzzled when he showed her the item he had chosen. Remembering Arthur's warning about treasures that might actually be worthless, Zeke understands her confusion. Before the bracelet responded to his title, even the system couldn't provide any information about it. This suggests that no one had uncovered the bracelet's true origins or value until now. Looking back, Zeke feels fortunate to have found something so remarkable. As he relaxes in his carriage, he eagerly anticipates getting home to unwind after a long day. Zeke arrives at the mansion to find Cliff waiting for him in an unsettling outfit. Cliff formally congratulates Zeke on becoming a knight, but Zeke feels uneasy and questions the strange attire and formal greeting. Chuckling, Cliff explains that his behavior is fitting for Zeke's new esteemed position. Frustrated with the awkwardness, Zeke quickly shuts him down and warns Cliff not to approach him so casually, as it could jeopardize his future plans if their relationship is discovered. Cliff quickly apologizes and points to another cloaked figure who has requested a private meeting with Zeke. The figure removes the cloak, revealing Princess Melissa. She greets Zeke warmly before shockingly disclosing that she is the owner of the Reinhardt Group. Looking at Zeke's expression, Melissa chuckles softly, seeing that he already knew about her true identity. Truly, Zeke already guessed it after Melissa suddenly made an appearance at his banquet after her long hiatus. That period coincides with the timing of the Rose disease patient being completely cured after Cliff received the cure from him. Seeing that there is no need for any long explanations, Melissa gets down to discussing the purpose of her urgent visit. She shows him a couple of documents explaining that they are the analysis results of the Rose disease, from the Nirvana Transcendent family. After reviewing the documents, Zeke is taken aback by their contents and asks Melissa once more to confirm their authenticity. The analysis reveals that the disease was artificially created using magic. Melissa reassures him that the document bears the sigil of the Nirvana family, confirming its legitimacy. The Nirvana family is one of the 3 most powerful families skilled in magic. Zeke observes that the Rose disease is spreading more rapidly than it did in his previous life, leading him to wonder if his regression has triggered a butterfly effect. Melissa uses thumbtacks to mark the locations in a small village on the border of the Alencia Kingdom and the Rome Empire where the disease first emerged. She explains that the disease is spreading toward the Alencia Kingdom, but not the Empire. As Zeke studies the map, he realizes that the Rome Empire intentionally created and released the rose disease to target Alencia. He remembers that in his previous life, the Empire significantly weakened Alencia by exploiting the devastation caused by the rose disease. Zeke finally understands that Melissa seeks his permission to mass-produce the cure for this disease. This is because the previous contract with Cliff only gave their merchant group the right to produce it. Now they need to draw up a new contract for the Alencia Kingdom to distribute the cure in bulk. Melissa and Zeke discuss the terms of the contract while Cliff quietly listens from the side. From how well she discusses business, Zeke is quite impressed, noting that she truly deserves the title of Reinhardt Merchant Group's main leader. Explaining her terms further, she tells Zeke not to worry about the production and distribution. After producing the cure, she plans to distribute it to her people as part of her usual relief supplies. She gives him the new contract, promising to compensate him properly. Zeke is stunned when he learns that the new terms state that he would get 20% of the merchant group's shares. Zeke carefully evaluates the value of the shares, considering that if the group remains stable along with the Alencia Kingdom, then these shares could become quite valuable. He estimates that converting 20% of their shares now could yield millions in gold. He also believes that if he can prevent the war, the shares might even be worth billions. After a moment of contemplation, he decides to ask Melissa a few questions to gauge her true perspective. He inquires about the possibility of his siding with the Empire, and Melissa confidently replies that she is certain he hasn't aligned himself with Rome. Thanks to her keen observation skills, she noticed his demeanor at the banquet after their conversation. From her brief assessment, Melissa points out that Zeke displayed a cold attitude toward anyone associated with the Empire, particularly when he declined the handshake from the fourth Imperial Prince. While others saw his bow as a simple gesture of respect, Melissa interpreted it as Zeke's attempt to distance himself from the prince out of disdain. Zeke is impressed after hearing Melissa's analysis of his true intentions. She further adds that losing 20% shares to save her people is worth it. Hearing this, Zeke is suddenly transported back to his past life. He remembers trying to persuade Queen Alicia to retreat, but she had stubbornly refused. To him, defeating the Empire held no value if it meant losing her life. Alicia insisted she understood the need to regroup, yet Zeke couldn't understand why she remained so stubborn. She told him, much like Melissa did now, that she would gladly sacrifice her own life to buy time for her people to escape. These painful memories weigh heavily on Zeke, filling him with sadness. He wished to forget them, but Melissa's words had brought them rushing back. In that moment, Zeke declares his intention to work with Melissa, making her extremely happy. As they finalize their agreement, he cautions her to keep his identity a secret. 2 weeks later, Zeke is back to his old routine, enjoying his favorite time in the training hall of his estate. From his insane moves, Zeke seems to have improved greatly in the True Dragon's swordplay. After an intense practice session, the system informs him that he has successfully learned the True Dragon's swordplay at an S-rank beginner level. Zeke is excited to hear this news, impressed that it only took him about a month to complete. With the conditions for the quest to become Sheltern's heir completed, the system rewards him with a bunch of good stuff, including 2 random boxes, 500 karma points, and the Kronos Kingdom treasury map. After checking out the rewards, Zeke is excited to replenish the points he spent burning down McCain's Soma warehouses. Zeke then pulls out one of the rewards, the Kronos Kingdom report radar, to check out the contents. However, to his shock, the system fails to read the coordinates in the capsule. It advises Zeke to locate the scattered seals required for activating the coordinates. He also learns that the seals are linked and visible on the system minimap. Zeke immediately checks the minimap to discover 2 seals in the middle and 1 each in the south and north. Zeke is now concerned that this new quest might take a while because of the distance between the seals. Almost immediately, the system turns into an actual quest, but Zeke is not surprised, as he has been expecting the notification to pop up. His new quest is to find the scattered seals and restore them to their original state. The quest has no time limits, and as a reward, Zeke will be granted the title of Kronos Kingdom's successor. Zeke finds the quest reward disappointing. It makes him wonder if the treasures he will obtain after restoring the seals have already been included, leaving nothing extra to gain. He also wonders if this reward title will trigger some reaction, like the bracelet from the Draker's vault. Frustrated by these questions, Zeke decides to put the quest on hold since it has no time limit. He decides to attend to other pressing matters. Having previously received a message from Kay, he sets out for the south. Afterward, he arrives in Port Gulfa, a port town on the southern continent. As the ship docks, Zeke immediately notices the familiar smell of blood mixed with the sea. It is the same scent he remembers from his past life. He had traveled south on a Reinhardt Merchant Group ship. Just as he tries to slip away quietly, The crew shouts their farewells at the top of their lungs, making him embarrassed. He wore his usual disguise to stay unnoticed, but their loud voices drew far too much attention to him. Once off the ship, Zeke strolls through the town, which still looks similar to before his regression. Not long after, the Northern Rangers who once kidnapped him arrive. They compliment how well he pulls off merchant clothes, and Zeke thanks them. He quickly gets to the point and asks if they memorized the plan he sent them. One of the Rangers answers confidently, saying they are ready. He explains how they plan to use chaos to rescue the prisoner from McCain's hands on the day of the operation. After ensuring they understand the plan, Zeke tells them to keep their guard up, as it involves more than just rescuing the target. The scarred Ranger is curious to know what type of chaos to expect on the day of the operation. Zeke did not tell them about it to prevent any leaks in his plan, so the Ranger wonders if there are going to be any chaotic festivities. Zeke simply grins and assures them that what he has planned is going to be more chaotic than any festival. He grins wickedly, telling them that he plans to make McCain disappear that day. Seeing the look on Zeke's face when he says this makes the Ranger a bit uneasy. Just then, a guide from the Reinhardt merchant group suddenly interrupts them, looking for Zeke. Seeing that they are still busy, the guide tries to leave to give them more time, but Zeke stops him. Zeke immediately leaves with the guide to the carriage prepared by the merchant group. Watching him leave, one of the Rangers asks Zeke if he wants to wage war against McCain. Zeke replies to him saying he was only joking with them. But both Rangers know better than to take his words lightly. Moments later, Zeke is in a carriage discussing his plans with Kay. They discuss the warehouse provided by the merchant group, which looks ordinary on the outside, but has a luxury interior. Kay wants to go over the plan again to make sure she understands everything. According to Zeke's plan, they are to take advantage of Don Juan's birthday. Today is his birthday, but also the day when all executives will gather for business. Taking advantage of that, Kay and Zeke will be there under the disguise of attending the business meeting. After repeating the plan, Kay asks Zeke to confirm she hasn't left anything out. However, Zeke seems uninterested because they have already gone over the plan quite a few times. He scolds Kay for being a blockhead since it was already her 5th time asking him about the details. Kay snaps at him, saying she is very nervous, which is why she doesn't want to make any mistakes. Zeke had already realized why she was acting a bit off, and now he understands it is because of her nerves. He looks on amusingly as Kay trembles all over, panicking about the consequences of their plan failing. She fears what McCain will do to them if he discovers their involvement in the Soma warehouse case. Zeke, on the other hand, seems to be enjoying Kay's predicament. He even wants to tease her for shivering like a wet puppy. He then cheerfully explains to her a strange belief in the South about mages. Basically, in the South, it is believed that the corpse of a mage can block curses. Zeke further adds that instead of feeding her to swamp dragons, McCain will probably chop her up like sausages and sell each part for a good price since she is a mage. This revelation completely shocks Kay, sending shivers down her spine. It is at this moment that she realizes that the necklaces on McCain's subordinates are actual fingers. Kay wonders how much her fingers will fetch in the market. She frantically pleads with Zeke to help her recover her body if McCain uncovers their plot. Kay wonders how he knows so much about McCain's inside operations. This question reminds Zeke of his past life and how he helped McCain raise the cartel to prosperity. After he was kicked out of the academy, Zeke was captured by traffickers who sold him to a Soma plantation owned by McCain. After spending a little time harvesting Soma, he was soon sent to the battlefield as a human shield. Luckily, Zeke became the sole survivor over and over again. Looking back at that time, Zeke realizes he must have survived by subconsciously activating the healing skill. After surviving the horrifying incident 6 times, Don Juan decided to train Zeke as a hitman. Before long, Zeke became the best in his field and could effortlessly take down a purple knight. Back then, he made his targets let their guard down before using poison to defeat them. However, this tactic never worked on the Blue Knights. He had tried to sneak up on them several times, but they would always detect his presence. Despite striking a few with a poisoned blade, the Blue Knights always found a way to expel the poison by manipulating their aura. Eventually, Zeke was able to take down the Blue Knights by taking advantage of small openings. It was only after eliminating a dozen Blue Knights that he was able to secure his position as a hitman in the McCain cartel. Zeke's position after that grew rapidly due to his achievement in bringing down the Pabella cartel. In the end, he became Don Juan's foster son and even secured the position of heir. However, on the day the top executives gathered to announce him as the successor, Zeke annihilated every single one of them, including Don Juan. After getting his long-awaited revenge, he left the McCain cartel. Zeke was still reminiscing about all these past events when Kay snapped him back to reality. She has been trying to get his attention for a while now, making her suspect he is avoiding the topic. She then asks him bluntly if he is a spy for the McCain cartel. Kay even fears that Zeke is trying to set her up just to destroy the syndicate. Zeke simply ignores her absurd claims, making her even more uneasy. He finds the current clumsy Kay more amusing than the one from his last life. A few moments later, they arrive at Don Juan's mansion for the business meeting. They head inside a secret room behind the banquet hall, and Kay greets the boss, introducing herself as a syndicate official. Zeke, meanwhile, is so engrossed in admiring McCain's expensive roster of hitmen and rangers. Don Juan responds to Kay's greeting, commenting on how surprised he is that she is a female mage. As if making a mockery of her, he asks her to speak her planned wise address. Kay proceeds with her speech, and as soon as she mentions the warehouse fire, the whole room falls into an icy cold silence. The cheery smile on Don Juan also fades as he anticipates what she has to say about the incident. The sudden icy look on his face makes Kay lose her composure, but she continues speaking, telling them that the incident was caused by a traitor in the room. She explains that the traitor conspired with Pabella to set fire to those warehouses. The executives are shocked by the revelation, and some angrily order guards to throw Kay out. Don Juan slams his fist on the table to silence them. He then asks Kay if she can take responsibility for her claims, and she simply nods in response. Next, he demands that she reveal the name of the traitor in the room. A few guilty executives begin sweating, fearing exposure. Suddenly, Zeke steps forward, pressing a knife against Joaquin's throat as he introduces himself to Don Juan. Don Juan frowns, asking why Zeke brought a knife instead of a present for his birthday. Zeke grins and announces that Joaquin is his gift to the boss. Don Juan casually asks if they really mean to accuse his beloved brother of being a traitor. Zeke tightens his grip on Joaquin, urging him to confess. He even calls him El Menco, a name Joaquin only uses for secret dealings with Pabella. Joaquin freezes, stunned, wondering how Zeke uncovered what even a boss like Don Juan failed to discover. He barks at his henchmen to rescue him, but they remain rooted in fear. Enraged, Joaquin scolds them for being useless money wasters. One henchman explains that Zeke looks like a professional hitman and they can't risk moving against him. From their observations of his movements, Zeke leaves no opening to attack. Even if they tried from a distance, he would simply use Joaquin as a shield. As a last-ditch move, Joaquin suggests that Zeke might actually be a Pabella spy. Zeke sees through the attempt and calls him gutsy for accusing him despite being a spy himself. Like a dog clinging to a bone, Joaquin keeps pressing, trying to make others doubt Zeke. His composure finally cracks when Zeke announces he has evidence to prove his claim. Zeke signals Kay, and she casts a spell to reveal the evidence before Don Juan. Don Juan picks up the document, scanning it silently. His eyes narrow as he praises Zeke for providing such a detailed and compelling report. He reads a summary aloud, exposing Joaquin's collusion with the syndicate to sabotage the McCain cartel. Disgust flashes across Don Juan's face when he reaches the section proving that the Pabella cartel is actually a pirate group. The executives snarl at Joaquin upon hearing this. Zeke smirks, clearly enjoying the tense shift the revelation has caused. Apart from the fact that no one likes pirates, Southerners in particular hold a grudge against them. This is because the South is situated too close to pirate outposts, causing them to suffer constant attacks from pirates compared to other regions of the continent. The most important aspect that Zeke factored in is that Don Juan lost his family to pirates, meaning he bears even more resentment for pirates than others in the room. Zeke looks forward to his reaction because he is sure that Don Juan will never ignore this betrayal from Joaquin. Don Juan quietly studies the document further, and as soon as he stumbles on a photo of Joaquin with a pirate, he stops. Joaquin almost craps his pants in fear, wondering where Zeke obtained such a damning photo of him. He also notices that the report links him with the warehouse fires. However, that picture was only from a deal he made with the Pabella cartel. Joaquin fears that this whole situation really makes him look guilty of setting the Soma warehouses on fire. Don Juan finishes studying the report and thanks Zeke for providing it. However, he voices his doubt over such circumstantial evidence. He adds that such a thing is not enough to make him doubt Joaquin, who is like a brother to him. Zeke already anticipated this, so he decided to use another method. He didn't want to, but looking at the situation, he has no choice but to fall back on his plan B. He then quietly whispers something in Joaquin's ear. Don Juan, on the other hand, proceeds to announce Zeke's punishment for falsely accusing his right-hand man. Joaquin suddenly cuts him off mid-sentence and admits to the charges. The room falls silent, heavy as a grave. Don Juan breaks the silence, expressing his deep disappointment over the betrayal. With nothing more to add, he promises to show Joaquin respect for confessing voluntarily. To Zeke's shock, Don Juan hurls a sickle at Joaquin, instantly exterminating him. Zeke freezes with blood spattering his cheek as he stares at the corpse in disbelief. It is revealed that Zeke had convinced Joaquin to confess by threatening his family. He finds it fascinating that Southerners truly believe in oaths sworn in the name of their supreme being. Zeke had sworn not to touch Joaquin's hidden family, even though he never intended to mess with them. After wiping the blood from his face, he looks at Don Juan with admiration, impressed by the swift, decisive action that solidly depicts him as a criminal boss. Looking at the whole situation, Zeke realizes that Don Juan did not punish Joaquin because he believed that he was a traitor. It was simply because he had to do it to assert his authority over the others. From the beginning of the drama, Zeke had noticed how he remained calm after Kay's testimony linked the warehouse fires to the Pabella spy. After he accused Joaquin and the shocking revelation about the hidden pirate group, Don Juan still maintained a calm composure. Zeke had noticed that despite everything, Don Juan wanted to stay neutral and analyze the situation properly. Unfortunately, the executives had already signed out after hearing the part about collusion with a hidden pirate. At that point, even though he wanted to save Joaquin despite the confession, he couldn't. Don Juan knew if he didn't make a decisive decision right there, the organization would fall apart. After analyzing the whole thing, Zeke concludes that Don Juan is still as calculating as ever. Meanwhile, Don Juan picks up his weapon and swings it to wipe the blood off it. He then turns to face the syndicate executives with a threatening expression. He says that since Kay's testimony is correct, it must mean there are other traitors among them. He slams his weapon on the document, explaining that in the report, the burning of the warehouse was the syndicate's first plan in betraying the McCain cartel. He then threatens them to confess, promising to give the traitors a painless end. By now, the syndicate executives are terrified. One of them denies all the allegations, claiming Kay is setting them up and urges Don Juan to interrogate her. Without warning, Zeke suddenly eliminates the loudmouth right in front of Kay, leaving her frozen in shock. Looking at the body beneath her feet, she trembles uncontrollably. Don Juan narrows his eyes at Zeke, questioning why he would act so brazenly in his presence. Zeke calmly explains that he was simply helping the boss deal with the traitor. He adds that, since Joaquin worked with the syndicate and already confessed to colluding with Pabella, there is no doubt the others are also traitors.
Don Juan stares at Zeke, suspicion flashing across his face, finally realizing he had been used as a pawn. He now understands that Zeke planned to manipulate him to eliminate the syndicate executives. Hanging his head as if exhausted, he questions whether Zeke is an angel sent to help or a spawn of the underworld sent to destroy him. Zeke only smiles, replying that he is simply a businessman, here to propose a new partnership.
Don Juan, taken aback by his sudden offer, looks at him with a curious expression. Zeke explains that they share the same goal of eliminating Syndicate and strengthening the McCain cartel. Zeke reveals that Don Juan didn't want to punish Syndicate executives for fear of retaliation since they are his only distribution channel for Soma. He had guessed this because Pabella and Ishtar cartels already control the ocean routes, leaving Syndicate as the only distribution channel for the McCain cartel's Soma business. From his tone, Don Juan is surprised because Zeke sounds like he knows him well. To reassure him that there will be no retaliation, Zeke then informs Don Juan that Kay handles all the Syndicate's Soma distribution. He finally adds that he will join Kay in handling all of McCain's Soma distribution. After considering the offer for a moment, Don Juan replies that he can't fully trust Zeke, even though it is an enticing proposition. He explains that since this is their first meeting, there is no foundation of trust between them. Zeke steps up to the table, tossing Don Juan's weapon aside. He hurls a few documents into the air and drives his blade straight into a document bearing the Pabella cartel sigil. As a gesture of goodwill and to earn Don Juan's trust, Zeke promises to destroy the lands under Paulo's command. Paulo Santos of the Pabella cartel is not widely known due to his cautious nature. His caution earned him the nickname Cowardly Paulo for always taking the safest path. Don Juan is impressed that Zeke not only knows of his existence, but even recalls his nickname. Satisfied, he accepts Zeke's deal, stating that accomplishing it will be enough to earn his trust. Don Juan offers to assign an assassination troop to assist Zeke, claiming the task is too dangerous to handle alone. But Zeke senses it is merely a ploy to monitor him. Don Juan also insists that Kay remain with the cartel until Zeke returns. Zeke, however, knows it is just a subtler way of keeping her as leverage. Despite understanding all of this, he agrees to every one of Don Juan's terms. Later that night, Zeke leads the group of assassins toward the Pabella Soma production factory, deep in Paulo's territory. They move silently under the cover of darkness, following Zeke's precise orders. Even the squad commander Manuel finds himself completely under Zeke's control, unable to explain why. Watching Zeke's covert skills, Manuel feels no regret for tagging along like a dummy. He notices Zeke's stamina far surpasses that of a normal assassin. He also discovers that Zeke's movements are swift, precise, and seemingly calculated, as if he had already memorized the entire southern lands. During a sudden werewolf attack, Manuel witnesses Zeke in action and concludes that he is nothing short of a monster. Moments later, they stop a short distance from the factory, and Zeke orders them to hold their position. Manuel starts to object, but Zeke reminds him that their role is only to observe. He adds that he has positioned them to see the entire factory clearly without any strain. Zeke warns Manuel not to pretend they are there to assist in combat. He insists they focus solely on observation and avoid getting in his way. Before Manuel can argue further, Zeke quickly disappears into the shadows, leaving him speechless. The rest of the squad, also confused, asks their commander for further orders, but Manuel simply tells them to observe, as Zeke said earlier. He admits that their true purpose is to observe, so there is no need for them to risk their lives. Manuel orders the group to set up a camouflage outpost so they don't get caught. Somewhere close to the factory, the Rangers are already in position. Suddenly, an explosion erupts in the factory, making them wonder if Zeke has made his move. Meanwhile, inside the factory rages absolute chaos, with fire razing the place and corpses lying on the ground. A huge fire tornado soon tears through the factory, and a guard informs his colleagues that a mage is among the intruders. Seeing that they can't handle the situation, he orders someone to call the magic squad for reinforcements. Unknown to them, there is only Zeke, hidden somewhere using the elemental sword technique. Moments later, one of the guards spots Zeke and calls for backup. Before long, he is surrounded by a group of armed men. Even so, Zeke is mildly impressed that they managed to locate him so quickly. As they charge towards him, he activates the elemental sword flame field, releasing a barrage of fireballs on them. In a single strike, he barbecues them completely, leaving no survivors behind. Even with such a powerful move, Zeke still feels it is too poor for his warm-up. Suddenly, he senses another presence behind him, and suspects cowardly Paulo has finally made his move. Turning around, he finds himself surrounded by several war magic tanks. Zeke reasons that this kind of extravagant defense suits a notorious coward like Paulo. Hiring a mage would have been cheaper, but spending a fortune on heavy machinery is the safest choice for a wuss like Paulo. Less than a minute later, the magic tanks crackle to life and fire multiple rounds at him. Zeke calmly deflects the massive projectiles with his blade, swatting them aside as if they were mosquitoes. Each shell explodes upon landing in different directions around him. Even then, Zeke finds himself impressed by Paulo's criminal instincts, noting that the Pabella cartel must have seen value in him to entrust him with their operations. Zeke then activates the elemental sword wind field, summoning a massive tornado. The raging wind lifts every magic tank into the air, smashing them apart like falling dominoes. Clearly enjoying the destruction unfolding, he reflects that in his past life he would have cowered and fled at the mere sight of such weapons. But now the situation is different. He releases one final wind strike, wiping out the remaining magic tanks. After dealing with the surface defenses, Zeke heads underground in search of his main target. Along the way, he takes out a dozen henchmen, wondering why the main dish has yet to appear. Hoping to draw him out, he moves deeper inside. Suddenly, an arrow shoots straight towards Zeke's head. He effortlessly stops it midair, but it detonates in his hand, releasing poison. The system immediately activates to neutralize it, but Zeke halts the process halfway and orders his healing factor to pause as well. At last, cowardly Paulo steps forward, complaining about the useless henchmen above ground who failed to stop a single intruder. He goes on to proudly educate Zeke about the poison that just exploded in his face. He boasts that it is potent enough to bring down even the strongest aura users. Offering an antidote, Paulo demands information about Zeke's companions in exchange. He urges Zeke to accept, claiming the group above ground must have already been captured. From the unnatural silence on the surface, Paulo concludes his men have dealt with the other intruders. Zeke, knowing there is no antidote for black mamba poison, secretly mocks Paulo for trying to deceive him. An ordinary person would have died within minutes. Even a blue knight, after forcibly expelling it, would suffer lasting after effects. Since Zeke knows he is an exception, he shatters the vial in Paulo's hand, startling him. Paulo calls Zeke a mad dog, asking if he intends to hasten his own death. Zeke calmly replies that he is immune to all poisons. Paulo grows even more terrified when Zeke reveals the surface is quiet because all his henchmen have been wiped out. He finds it hard to believe, given that his forces include Pabella's elites and insane magic weapons. Sensing his disbelief, Zeke tells him to confirm it himself if he can leave unscathed. Now furious, Paulo demands to know Zeke's true identity and the mastermind behind the attack. Zeke simply tells him to take a wild guess. After a moment, Paulo settles on the McCain cartel, and Zeke immediately confirms it. Paulo is confused, since despite being rivals, the two cartels have always respected each other's territories. Zeke explains that Pabella operatives were found lurking in McCain's land, waiting for a chance to strike. Paulo is left speechless, only to be further shaken when Zeke reveals that Pabella's piracy routes have also been exposed. Zeke adds that his boss has officially declared war on all filthy southern pirates, including the Pabella cartel. With everything laid bare, Paulo sees no reason to keep fighting and flees in panic. Zeke immediately gives chase, but eventually loses him on purpose in a strange section of the factory. Zeke looks around, noting that this area feels different from the underground mines where he encountered Paulo. He also notices that the path leading here was filled with far more traps. They were so excessive that he found it difficult to restrain his power, in case someone was secretly watching. Judging from their placement and condition, Zeke senses the traps were installed recently. The strange setup makes him wonder what Pabella had been planning to do in this place. As Zeke scans the ruins, someone lurking in the shadows suddenly attacks. He narrowly dodges the strike, prompting the attacker to glance at him in surprise. Without hesitation, the cloaked man attacks again, but Zeke overwhelms him. With a single strike from the elemental sword wind field, Zeke shatters the man's sword and fatally wounds him. As he moves to inspect the body, a blonde dude surrounded by several other cloaked figures emerges. From their attire, Zeke immediately recognizes them as the Empire's infamous hunting dogs. The blonde dude expresses his dissatisfaction about working with Southerners. He rambles on smugly, referring to Zeke as a rat. He boasts that since Zeke wandered into the ruins, he will be leaving in a body bag. Zeke recalls spotting a marked ruin in the southern continent during his search for Kaiser's ruins and wonders if this site also contains an artifact the Emperor seeks. Meanwhile, the blonde dude studies Zeke's dagger, noting that though it looks ordinary, he recalls seeing it wrapped in wind earlier. To avoid any surprises, he warns his team to stay alert, suspecting it might be an artifact. Suddenly, his attention snaps to something in Zeke's hand, and he orders everyone to brace themselves for impact. Apparently, he mistook it for a destructive magic scroll. Zeke calmly tells them to relax, explaining it is only for soundproofing and barrier magic. He adds that it has no lethal effects and will last for 30 minutes. Zeke intends to test some of his new skills without drawing attention or leaving any survivors. After sealing the area, Zeke retrieves his main sword from system storage. The blonde dude stiffens as a massive blade materializes out of thin air. Combined with the wind-wrapped dagger and the barrier spell, the scene leaves him confused. At first, he assumed Zeke was a mage, but now he can no longer tell what he is. His unease spikes even further when Zeke channels aura into the blade, making him wonder if Zeke is a blue knight. But Zeke gives them no time to think, as he executes Chapter 1, Verse 1 of the True Dragon's swordplay. With terrifying precision, he unleashes Sky Slice, completely annihilating the hunting dogs, including the blondie. As violent energy tears through the ruins, the barrier spell prevents any sound or debris from escaping. Moments later, the barrier dissipates as Zeke burns the remains, wanting to leave no traces behind. He plans to set up the whole show today to make it appear as though the McCain cartel used knights and mages to attack the Pabella cartel. This is just one step in his plan to pit the two against each other and intensify the tension between them. While finalizing the setup, Zeke questions why Pabella and the Empire were cooperating. The most likely explanation he comes up with is that the Empire is using Pabella's network to search for ancient artifacts. He soon recalls that in his past life, he searched this ruin and found no artifacts. He didn't find any traces of the Empire either, suggesting they left long before his arrival. Regardless of their goal, Zeke is satisfied that he disrupted the Emperor's plans by clearing out this underground ruin now. After finishing the cleanup and satisfied with his masterpiece, Zeke prepares to leave, but trouble arrives uninvited. An armored redhead appears, claiming he sensed a strange, chaotic surge of magic earlier, only for it to vanish. He fixes his gaze on Zeke and remarks that, despite not being invited, Zeke somehow managed to wander into this place. Zeke studies the armor and quickly identifies it as Hersion, a magical armor issued exclusively to the Red Knights of the Roman Empire. It is considered a supreme artifact, enchanted with multiple spells including lightning enhancement and automatic restoration. After observing it closely, Zeke notices subtle differences from the standard Empire-issued Hersion armor. He asks the redhead for his identity, but instead of answering, the dude suddenly attacks, catching Zeke off guard. Zeke reacts just in time, switching from his dagger to his sword to block the blow. The two soon clash fiercely, their exchange of power kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Before Zeke can fully recover from round one of the battle, the redhead reappears out of nowhere and charges again, relentlessly like an annoying mosquito. Zeke blocks the strike, but the battle quickly turns into a test of endurance. The overwhelming power behind Red's sword makes Zeke suspect he may not even be human. As he caves under the pressure from Red, Zeke wonders if this version of Hersion is enchanted with strength-enhancing magic. Just as Red is about to smash him into the ground, Zeke suddenly vanishes, leaving his opponent momentarily confused. While hidden, Zeke activates the elemental sword steel field, trapping the armored dude inside an earth enclosure. But Red effortlessly shatters it with a single strike. Before he can regain his footing, massive stones crash down from above, crushing into him. Taking advantage of the chaos from the falling rocks, Zeke activates a flashbang. He tries to deal a fatal blow while Red is disoriented from the stones and flashbang. To his shock, Red deflects the aura-infused blade, ending Zeke's attempt. Without giving Zeke time to recover, Red launches another attack, which Zeke blocks using his dragon-scale armor. Red finally stops the attacks, remarking that Zeke possesses an unusual number of strange abilities. Deciding that Zeke is a worthy opponent, he finally reveals that his name is Cain Zimmons Constantinus. Zeke is surprised to hear this because Constantinus is a name reserved solely for the imperial bloodline of the Roman Empire. Moreover, the imperial bloodline's middle name is granted only to Elector Prince families. The Elector Prince families are noble houses granted the authority to elect an emperor. The fact that this prince bears the middle name of the Zimmons makes Zeke wonder if the Zimmons family is one of the Elector prince families of the Roman Empire. While Zeke is still pondering the situation, the atmosphere suddenly crackles with red lightning. The system immediately alerts him that miasma has been detected in the air. It informs him that defeating a target infused with miasma will grant bonus points. The notice only leaves Zeke more confused, as he has no idea what miasma even is. Almost immediately, the air around Cain erupts as even more red lightning surges violently around his body. From a distance, Zeke can feel the crushing pressure radiating off him. This is enough to convince him that this so-called miasma is extremely dangerous. Feeling like the main character of the story, Cain raises his sword, revealing a massive aura blade looming behind it. He declares that he will show Zeke proper respect by granting him an honorable death. He also adds that he never expected to encounter a worthy rival in such a remote location. He continues rambling about fighting with his full strength as the highest form of respect he can offer an opponent. Zeke, unconcerned by his bullcrap speech, is genuinely uneasy as he considers how to deal with this monster. He knows that ordinary techniques would be useless. Even at his current level, the elemental sword is far from enough to contend with someone like Cain. After a brief consideration, he settles on the True Dragon Swordplay, Chapter 8, Verse 2, and launches the Dragon Scale Thrust. Even then, the attack fails to leave so much as a scratch on Cain. Recalling Cain's overwhelming strength enhancement, aura deflection, and rapid regeneration, Zeke realizes that winning this fight outright may be impossible. After weighing his options, he reaches a conclusion that the only way forward is to destroy the Hirschen armor. Only then would he stand a chance of dealing any real damage. With no better way to close the distance and tear off that armor, Zeke decides to activate Mana Reflection. He knows it won't overpower Cain outright, but the skill can at least suppress the armor's functions and slightly level the playing field. The effect activates almost instantly, pausing all Hirschen's functions. Cain is surprised as he realizes his overpowered suit has stopped working. He questions Zeke about what he did, but Zeke simply shrugs, feigning ignorance. Rather than getting angry, Cain finds the situation amusing. He then prepares to attack, remarking that uncovering an opponent's petty tricks is part of the joy of battle. The moment his blade swings down, chaos erupts once more between them. In less than a second, the two fight violently, their clash resembling a battle between raging dragons. Shockwaves tear through the area, and by the time the fighting heightens, the already ruined dungeon has been reduced to absolute devastation. Eventually the dust settles, and Zeke is left sitting in a pool of his own blood, completely exhausted. The system warns him that his miasma corrosion limit has been exceeded. This drastically weakens his healing abilities, pushing him into a critical state. Cain, on the other hand, appears far less damaged. As the Hirschen armor restores its functions, he steps forward and looms over Zeke, his sword pointed straight at him. He then calmly exposes Zeke's true identity, praising his exceptional combat skills. Zeke is stunned and wonders how he was discovered. Cain explains that only Draker Mana can temporarily halt the Hirschen armor's functions. He also adds that during their final clash, Zeke used a technique closely resembling the dragon-slaying arts. The realization that he has been exposed hits Zeke hard. What shocks him even more is that Cain recognized the True Dragon Thrust technique at all. While the dragon-slaying arts originate from True Dragon Swordplay, the Dragon Scale Thrust is a closely guarded secret taught only within the Draker family. For an Imperial Knight to know it, Zeke concludes that the Zimmons family must have sold the dragon-slaying arts to the Empire. The realization distresses him so badly that he coughs up blood. Seeing him at the end of the rope, Cain calmly notes that the miasma must have already destroyed Zeke's insides. Declaring him a worthy opponent, he decides to grant Zeke a painless and honorable end. After finishing his bullcrap speech, Cain plunges his sword into Zeke's chest. As Zeke closes his eyes, Cain quietly wishes him a peaceful journey to the underworld. After finishing him off, Cain proudly turns to leave, still running his mouth about Zeke being a worthy opponent. Before he can take another step, a dagger suddenly flies out of nowhere and tears straight through his jugular. As blood sprays from the fatal wound, Cain staggers forward in disbelief. He turns around, only to find that Zeke's body has somehow vanished without a trace. Clutching his neck, Cain desperately tries to stop the bleeding while struggling to understand what just happened. Behind him, Zeke quietly reappears, preparing to send him to the afterlife. Having used a top-grade healing potion, Zeke's body is already in recovery. Without giving Cain a moment to react, Zeke completely severs his blockhead with one single clean slice. The moment it ends, Zeke drops to his knees, coughing violently. The system is still repairing the damage from earlier, and forcing that final strike pushes his body beyond its limits once again. Zeke, struggling to catch his breath, recalls how he had used the Holy Grail healing potion, named Salvation. This is the item he had kept in his shortcut slot back then for emergencies. It can only be used once to recover stamina and mortal injuries. Apart from that, it can also grant an unknown effect. While this potion saved his life, it failed to heal his aura-inflicted wounds completely. A few moments later, the system cracks, as though it is infected with a virus. Zeke suddenly feels an unbearable pain, just as the system attempts to shut him down due to excessive skill usage. Refusing to pass out in enemy territory, he fights against the system's shutdown protocol with all his willpower. For a brief moment, it becomes a struggle for consciousness between him and the system's safety protocols. As his body almost gives in and crashes toward the ground, he forces himself to stay awake. Zeke desperately chides himself to stay awake no matter what. Just before hitting the ground and losing consciousness, he remembers Kane's body and he instantly activates gluttony. Right then, a dark abyss opens beneath him and completely devours Kane's remains. Since Kane was a miasma-corrupted demonic human, the system converts the absorption into a massive recovery, refilling Zeke's stamina and mana. On top of that, he also acquires a grade A lightning skill from Kane's bloodline. After completing the absorption process, Zeke wakes with a sharp gasp, as though he just forced himself out of the grasp of the Grim Reaper. Relieved he stopped the forced shutdown, Zeke is glad he remembered to activate gluttony just before losing consciousness. The system immediately informs him that he has obtained Kane's armor and urges him to register as its user. Zeke finds it quite curious that he cannot find any name or detailed information about the armor in the system interface. Deciding not to dwell on it, he accepts the registration. When he equips the armor, Zeke discovers that it can change freely into different forms based on his preference. He also learns that he can currently activate 3 out of the 28 magic circles engraved within it. After testing its lightness and functionality, Zeke is more than satisfied. However, to avoid drawing the Empire's unwanted attention, he stores it away for now. He plans to use it only after changing its form later. Just as he is about to leave the underground ruin, Zeke perceives the stench of blood and decay. He heads out to investigate, only to stumble into an active human experiment lab. The sight instantly sends him into rage. He can't believe the Empire has sunk this far in their shitty behavior. The workers in the lab are all busy, completely oblivious to Zeke's presence. Just then, one of the mad scientists sees him and immediately alerts the others. He orders them to attack, and they immediately use a magically formulated poison to attack Zeke. Due to the nature of the poison, the system is unable to neutralize it. To counter the poison's effects, Zeke drinks an upper-class antidote. After annihilating everyone and wreaking havoc in the lab, he decides to grab the lab's research papers since they might contain something related to the Rose disease. Just as Zeke prepares to round up, the main mad scientist arrives, pissed at Zeke for destroying his lab. Without even waiting to hear him talk trash, Zeke unleashes his aura blade and charges forward to end the old geezer. Despite his surprise to see someone wielding an aura blade, the old geezer, who happens to be a mage, blocks the attack using a magic circle. Zeke immediately recognizes the crest behind his cloak. This crest belongs to the Desert Scorpion clan, who are practitioners of forbidden magic. From the proficiency of his skill, Zeke can tell he is an executive-level 6th Circle mage, meaning he is a tough opponent to handle. He also realizes that the Empire is willing to collude with every disgusting gutter rat it can find. Not wanting to waste time in this territory anymore, Zeke activates Mana Reflection, nullifying the old geezer's magic. The moment his magic shuts down, the old man realizes Zeke is a pure bloodline Draker. With his magic temporarily shut off, the old dude panics and quickly uses a magic artifact to summon a grotesque synthetic chimera. As the abomination charges in, the old man proudly lets Zeke know that it is his greatest creation. He claims that even a pure-blood Draker can't defeat it. The creature attacks relentlessly, its claws tearing through the air as Zeke struggles to block each strike. Activating Shadowless Steps, Zeke leaps above it and counterattacks, slicing off several stingers. He then studies the creature closely, searching for a blind spot, but finds none. Growing frustrated and aware that reinforcements could arrive at any moment, Zeke unleashes a barrage of attacks that barely leave a scratch. He had not planned to waste any more time in enemy territory, but this new problem seems to be preventing his evacuation plans. Just as he reaches his limit, the system sends a sudden notification. It informs Zeke that he can now activate Innate Authority Draconic Control. The system asks if he wishes to subjugate the target, noting that the creature possesses draconic origins. Staring at the raging abomination lunging toward him, Zeke can hardly believe it. The idea that he might actually control the damn thing feels unreal. The moment the grotesque creature inches closer, Zeke accepts the system's suggestion and commands the ugly bird-like abomination to submit. Just as it is about to tear his head off, the creature suddenly freezes mid-motion. Fear floods its instincts as the command takes hold, strengthening Zeke's control over it. With full authority established, Zeke orders the system to proceed with subjugation. In an instant, a magic circle appears beneath the creature, and glowing chains wrap tightly around its body. Once the process is complete, the once rampaging beast becomes obedient. Zeke casually reaches out and pats it as though taming a pet. Meanwhile, the old geezer cowers in a corner, desperately shouting orders at the beasts that go unanswered. Peeking out, he watches in disbelief as his greatest creation behaves like a harmless pony. Zeke, ever ruthless, casually commands his new pet to deal with him. In less than a second, the creature strikes, forcing the old man's soul to flee from his exhausted, fragile body. Zeke checks the old dude's bag to find his identification. He learns that the old man's name is Gurav. Thinking about it now, he wonders if Gurav is the second in command of the Scorpion clan. He is still trying to figure it out when the Chimera nudges him. Just as Zeke is wondering why it is so clingy, the system notifies him to give it a name. This is to make it easier to respond to summons later. Without even thinking about it, he simply names the creature Gurav and the system registers it. The creature clearly dislikes the new name, but Zeke informs it that it cannot be changed anymore. After all his near-death ordeals, Zeke returns to report to Don Juan, who commends him for completing the mission. Don Juan says he wishes to treat Zeke as his own child, but Zeke hates those very words. This is because he knows that a man like Don Juan only uses people as tools. Zeke seethes with rage as he recalls how he was used as a human shield in his past life. This memory renews his resolve once again, and he vows there and then to completely end Don Juan. Don Juan then hands him some packages, saying he prepared them as gifts. He explains that the gift is his way of establishing trust between them since Zeke wants to partner up. As Zeke prepares to unwrap the gift, dread fills his heart. Deep down, he already guessed what might be in the boxes because they are dripping with blood. He opens one up to find the remains of a syndicate executive. Zeke can already tell that the other boxes must contain the remains of the other executives. Don Juan asks Zeke if he likes the present, and after a brief silence, Zeke replies that he likes them. Deep down, Zeke is absolutely ecstatic because everything is going exactly according to his plan. With the syndicate executives eliminated, he plans to push K to the top next. Later, Don Juan informs Zeke that Pabella has discovered their involvement in Paulo's territory raid. He also adds that a rumor is going around that they used mages and knights in the raid. Although he feigns ignorance, secretly, Zeke is pleased because this was all his doing. Don Juan, feeling like the whole world is about to become his playground, informs Zeke that he wants to take things further. He explains that he wants to attack the Pabella again as a warning. Apart from that, he wants them to know that Zeke is now the master of the southern continent. Zeke immediately sees through Don Juan's plan to use him, but he still agrees to carry out the mission. Although he wants Zeke to agree, Don Juan is taken aback by his readiness to agree. Zeke, resolving to take on the challenge, promises to pass on Don Juan's will to the Pabella cartel. In return for accepting the mission, he asks Don Juan to give Kay the power to become the new head of the syndicate. After thinking about it for a while, Don Juan agrees to be Kay's backer. He also assigns the cartel's greatest hitman squad to assist Zeke, claiming they'll be useful to help with his mission. In less than a second, the hitman squad swoops into the room without warning. One of them, with a patch over one eye, immediately catches Zeke's attention. Meanwhile, Abel is busy checking out the underground ruin where Zeke dealt with Cain. He arrived after the Imperial Investigation Bureau to investigate what went down in Paulo's territory. Abel scans the ruins for any evidence, but his friend William informs him that the team already searched and found nothing of use there. William continues explaining things while Abel studies the ground without paying him any attention. From the investigation reports, the colleague speculates that a night squad caused the damage. After picking up some sand residue, Abel informs him that only one person was involved in the attack and not a squad. William finds it unbelievable because, from the look of things, there are traces of swords and magic. All these convinced him that the squad of attackers consisted of both knights and mages. However, Abel stands on the conclusion that the attacker was definitely one person and a red knight at that. He further adds that something fishy must be going on because, from his investigation, it looks like the Intelligence Bureau did the investigation in a hurry. Abel believes that they must be trying to hide something. Now more curious, he informs William that they need to uncover whatever the Empire was hiding in these ruins. Before he can leave to dig up the truth, William tries to stop him. He lets Abel know that it might be dangerous to poke around the Intelligence Bureau. But Abel stubbornly refuses to back down, claiming there is something here that he must uncover. Abel barks at William, saying his instincts are telling him to keep digging. With a creepy look on his face, he reminds William about his utmost desire to become the supreme ruler of both the Draker family and the Empire. Elsewhere, Zeke and the Hitman squad arrive at the Pabella cartel port on a small boat. One of the guards watching over the port notices the boat and demands to know their identity. In response, Zeke immediately lunges into the air and eliminates him in one swift motion. As the guard falls from the fortress wall, the patch-eyed assassin uses his sword to slow the fall, allowing the body to slip into the water without making a sound. Seeing the quick thinking, Zeke commends the man, whose name is Simon. He then signals for the others to move up, but Simon only stares at him in silence. When Don Juan first introduced the squad, Zeke had recognized Simon instantly from his past life. Simon was the one who taught him Southern-style martial arts and assassination techniques. Back then, Simon was the only person he trusted within the McCain cartel. Because Simon trained him, their fighting styles gradually became similar. Even now, Zeke is impressed by how naturally they complement each other in combat. As Simon and the rest of the team disembark from the boat, Zeke finds himself wishing he could win Simon over to his side. Not long after, they sneak into the main port city, only to find guards scattered throughout the area. Simon asks if Zeke has a way to infiltrate the central district, and Zeke replies that he does. He explains that the city was built on former imperial land, meaning underground passages should be spread across it. Simon agrees with the idea but notes that those paths form a maze. He asks how Zeke plans to navigate them, but Zeke simply tells him to watch. Moments later, they follow Zeke into the underground maze. Unknown to the others, Zeke is secretly using the system minimap to guide them. He avoids heavily guarded zones while moving forward. Even though the system shows enemy positions clearly, Zeke still proceeds cautiously. This is because Red Knights and higher-tier Knights cannot be marked on the minimap, which was the reason he failed to avoid Kane before. Shortly after, Zeke informs the group that they are close to their target, Mateo's office. Mateo happens to be the second in command of the Pabella cartel. Zeke orders the squad to split up and plant bombs in as many locations as possible while he handles Mateo alone. They accept the orders and Zeke moves ahead, leaving them behind. Later, Zeke arrives at an underground sewer where he stops to think about his plans. He wants to eliminate Mateo to make Pabella's boss furious and wage war against McCain. After confirming the plan, he rips off the cover of a drainage and sneaks in through it. While heading into the pipe, Zeke can't help but wonder why Don Juan suggested this mission in the first place. After thinking about how Don Juan eliminated Joaquin to keep subordinates in line, Zeke finally understands his real plan. He concludes that Don Juan wants everyone on this mission eliminated after helping him do his dirty work. He reasons that the crazy man only wants to use this attack as a warning to Pabella, so sacrificing a few operatives is nothing to him. As Zeke presses on, he resolves to ruin Don Juan's scheme by actually killing Mateo. The mission was supposed to be nothing more than disruption, but Zeke has no intention of holding back. At that moment, he drops out of the pipe system, alerting nearby guards. Before they can react, Zeke swiftly eliminates them. Afterward, he finds it strange that there are no Imperial guards present. Since Pabella worked with the Empire at the ruin, he expected to see them here. He checks the minimap but finds no trace of Imperial forces. Suddenly, a bright light flashes in his face as several Imperial soldiers rush in. Their captain orders them to capture Zeke alive. Overconfident, they charge at him head-on. Zeke cuts down the swordsman in less than a second. The mage squad follows, activating magic circles, but Zeke uses swift steps and closes the distance instantly. With the elemental sword Windfield, he wipes them out without effort. While doing so, Zeke feels disappointed by their mediocre skills. He expected more from the Imperial army, but this bunch of weasels seems to be too weak for him to enjoy destroying them. Finding the boring fight underwhelming, Zeke stops attacking and activates the dragon's dignity skill. This skill can petrify even the most headstrong dragon. The pressure alone terrifies the remaining guards. He orders them to flee if they want to live, or advance if they want a straight ticket to the underworld. After a single fierce glance, the guards scatter, leaving the room silent. With that settled, Zeke wonders what the Empire is doing this far south. Just then, he senses an awful aura seep into the room and turns around to see a cloaked figure staring at him. The cloaked figure calls Zeke an annoying roach, complaining that he is messing up their great plans. Zeke is surprised because he didn't even sense any presence until now. He questions the cloaked figure about his identity. The man simply ignores Zeke and waves his hand, releasing that same foul dark aura from a ring on his finger. The dark aura flows into the corpses on the ground, and just like that, they turn to freaking raging zombies. Once again, he threatens to take Zeke's soul since he interrupted the great plan. He then orders the zombies to eliminate Zeke, and they instantly charge in, growling like hungry dogs. Zeke swoops into action, but he can't help but be amazed by the cloaked dude's power. He reasons that raising this many zombies in one go is only something a high-level mage can do. Zeke faces off with the zombies while studying the Dark Mage. From his observation, a mage of such level should only be from the Scorpion clan, like the old geezer Gurov. However, he notes that this mage doesn't possess the Scorpion clan's affiliation circle, which puzzles him. Like a puppeteer, the Dark Mage continues to feed the dark miasma into the soldiers while Zeke takes them down. After destroying several zombies, the system rewards Zeke with 10 karma points for each kill, making him ecstatic. Energized by this, he wipes out the rest with renewed momentum. He becomes so absorbed in receiving free points that he barely notices when the last zombie drops. Expecting more, Zeke quietly waits, but the cloaked mage retreats instead, leaving Zeke disappointed. Unwilling to accept the fact that his fun had been cut short, He decides to catch the cloaked dude later and turn him into reward points. With no time to waste, Zeke resumes the mission. As he nears Mateo's office, he senses someone closing in. Just then, a knife nearly grazes his neck, but Zeke does not react, having anticipated the attack. The assailant is immediately revealed to be One-Eyed Simon. Zeke reveals that he had already expected Simon to track him down here. He wonders if Don Juan sent Simon to stop him from pushing things too far. Simon ignores the questions and grabs Zeke, slowly edging the dagger closer to his neck. He explains that Don Juan plans to wipe Pabella out completely, but Zeke will not live long enough to take credit for it. Zeke points out that McCain would have lost the Pabella distribution network without his help. Simon calmly responds that the operation will continue smoothly without him. He adds that they will use Kay's influence in the syndicate instead. Ignoring the threat, Zeke suspends his healing ability and leans closer to the blade. He urges Simon to kill him and calls him by his secret code name, Shadowless Ghost. Simon freezes in shock and immediately demands to know how Zeke learned his former name. Zeke replies that he knows Simon's past and the real reason he works under Don Juan. The revelation unsettles Simon as he never expected a stranger to know anything about him. Zeke continues, stating that Simon's true goal was to protect the last surviving bloodline of the Cusco Kingdom. Simon is left stunned, questioning how Zeke could possibly know this. Seeing Simon distracted, Zeke decides to make his move. He quickly draws his dagger and deflects the blade at his neck. Simon refuses to retreat and counters, demanding how much Zeke truly knows. He presses further, asking who Zeke really is. Zeke reveals that he is a direct descendant of Draker. Hearing the name Zeke Draker, Simon pauses and asks if he is the same one rumored to be the youngest Blue Knight. Moments later, Simon resumes his attack, believing that a Draker's presence would only worsen the situation in the southern continent. Zeke explains that he is not acting on behalf of the Draker family and insists he is working alone. Simon remains doubtful and demands to know why Zeke revealed his identity instead of hiding it until the end. Their blades clash again, but Zeke refuses to fight seriously and knocks Simon's weapon away. He proposes an alliance, urging Simon to side with him instead of Don Juan. Zeke promises to protect the Cusco bloodline and assist in rebuilding the fallen kingdom. Hearing this, Simon freezes, as Zeke continues to tell him all the reasons why he should not side with the McCain cartel. He asks Simon to think about what will happen after he carries out Don Juan's request and eliminates him here. Zeke tries to convince him that Don Juan only sent them here to die after helping him achieve his goals. He assures Simon that the bastard will never send reinforcements after they finish the mission. Reflecting on all their previous missions, Simon finally realizes that Don Juan has never sent reinforcements for them. They always had to find a way to survive after every mission, no matter how dire the situation. Zeke, adding more fuel to the fire, reminds Simon that the cartels took over the Cusco lands after the kingdom collapsed. He adds that Don Juan intends to erase all remaining royal knights so he can sell the surviving princess to the rebels for profit. 10 years ago, when the kingdom fell, Simon took the newborn princess to the border to take refuge. To become stronger, he became an outlaw, mostly to gain power to defeat the rebels and restore the princess to the throne one day. This reason pushed him to become a hitman under Don Juan. Even though Simon hid his true purpose, Don Juan already discovered it long ago. Zeke remembers that in his past life, Don Juan disposed of Simon and sold the princess to rebel forces. Before he died back then, he had asked Zeke to take care of her. But before Zeke could find her, she had already perished in a fire. Still regretting that he could not keep his promise in his last life, Zeke wants to save Simon in this one. Having listened to Zeke's convincing speech, Simon decides not to ask how Zeke knew about his past anymore. He admits that siding with McCain once seemed like the best option. Now, with Zeke's arrival, he sees the cartel's foundation crumbling. He adds that chaos erupted the moment Zeke appeared at Don Juan's birthday party, leaving him uncertain of everything. To decide his next move, Simon asks Zeke to reveal his true objective. Zeke explains that he intends to force Pabella and McCain into war, then eliminate McCain once the conflict ends. Simon finally understands that Don Juan was Zeke's real target from the beginning. Zeke invites Simon to join him, and Simon agrees under several conditions. He asks Zeke to protect his subordinates, honor his promise to safeguard the Cusco bloodline, and help rebuild the kingdom. Zeke agrees without hesitation, swearing on his honor as a knight. Once Zeke swears to him, Simon bows respectfully, pledging his allegiance to his new master. Zeke always finds this type of formality annoying, so he quickly tells Simon to rise. He tells him they need to finish up quickly, and asks about the other hitmen. Simon tells him that the others are in place, waiting to detonate the bombs once he gives them the signal. Zeke tells Simon to send the signal and call the others to gather at the underground path entrance. Simon then reveals he has already captured and tied up Mateo inside. After exchanging information, the two of them go their separate ways to finish up the plan. A few moments later, Zeke finds Mateo inside the office, bundled up like a bag of meat. While struggling to break free, Mateo assures Zeke that his boss will definitely come after the McCain cartel. Zeke, trying to put on his usual show, tells Mateo that no one will be safe if a war breaks out between the two cartels. He then forces a note into Mateo's mouth, making it clear the attack was carried out by McCain. After securing it, Zeke eliminates him swiftly and takes Pabella's secret ledger. Outside, he runs into Simon, who informs him that the signal has been sent. Sensing danger in the hallway, Zeke orders Simon to get behind him. He quickly reshapes his sword into a shield, just in time to block the attack. Just then, Pabella cartel members rush in, wielding crude weapons. Zeke immediately activates the elemental sword and releases the blaze field, wiping the pirates littering the hallway. Afterward, Zeke and Simon regroup with the rest of the team. Simon orders them to acknowledge their new leader and the squad bows to Zeke. Without delay, Zeke commands them to evacuate before trackers arrive. As they flee through the tunnel, Zeke senses the tracking team's pursuit and orders the group to split up. He instructs Simon to lead the others out while he draws the trackers away. He also tells Simon to find Kay and mention his name. Simon hesitates, reminding Zeke that the princess is still with the cartel. Zeke calmly reveals that he already planned for this long ago. He had commissioned the two Gorka Rangers back then to rescue the princess. Zeke proudly informs Simon that the princess has already long been rescued. Meanwhile, Don Juan is having a miserable time back home. 1 full month has passed since the attack on Pabella, yet McCain continues to suffer repeated retaliation. Strike after strike has weakened their influence, and Don Juan can barely contain his frustration. He vents his anger at the remaining executives as the pressure from Pabella steadily tightens. The numerous empty chairs scattered around the meeting table make it painfully clear that nearly half of McCain's executives have already been eliminated. Looking at the situation now, Don Juan deeply regrets attempting to manipulate Simon and Zeke against each other. Because he considered them dangerous variables, he sent them on that reckless mission with the intention of disposing of them. Instead, they escalated the situation far beyond his expectations, provoking Pabella into unleashing a shitstorm of retaliation that now threatens to crush McCain entirely. During the tense meeting, one executive cautiously suggests that Don Juan temporarily step away from cartel affairs. Don Juan immediately rejects the idea, refusing to retreat like a wuss. The executive quickly clarifies that it is not an escape but a strategic withdrawal. He explains that Pabella's revenge will continue relentlessly, and remaining exposed would only worsen the damage. He proposes relocating Don Juan to a secured villa in Tawani while deliberately luring Pabella's forces toward the main mansion. This will allow them to wipe out the attackers in one decisive counterstrike. After carefully weighing the suggestion, Don Juan ultimately agrees to the plan. Once the decision is finalized, Don Juan delivers a bold speech meant to steady the shaken executives and restore their confidence. After the meeting concludes, the executives gradually leave the room, leaving behind only the man who proposed the relocation plan. As the executive tries to leave, Zeke suddenly appears behind him, pressing a dagger tightly against his throat. Terrified, the man frantically explains that Don Juan has already been lured to the Tawani villa exactly as instructed. Ignoring his desperate pleas, Zeke eliminates him without hesitation. Under his breath, Zeke happily thanks the man for helping him set up the stage for the main course. Later that day, Don Juan arrives at the villa in Tawani, completely unaware that he has walked straight into a trap. As he steps out of the carriage, he angrily curses Pabella for forcing him to hide in what he considers a worthless dump. That night, while enjoying what would unknowingly be his final bottle of premium wine, a shadow silently appears inside the room. Assuming it belongs to a servant, Don Juan dismisses the figure without turning around. When no response follows, his irritation rises. He barks another order and finally turns, only to see a masked figure wrapped in dark miasma. The figure removes the mask, revealing Zeke and leaving Don Juan frozen in shock. Quickly recovering, Don Juan scoffs and lifts his wine bottle, clearly underestimating the threat standing before him. He dismisses Zeke's intrusion as a childish prank and pours himself another drink. Zeke strikes the glass, shattering it instantly. Expecting fear or pleading, Zeke instead finds satisfaction in Don Juan's arrogance and decides to end things without delay. Leaning closer, he remarks that it would have been dull if Don Juan begged for his life. Furious at the disrespect, Don Juan curses him and orders his guards to force Zeke to kneel. Zeke calmly informs him that every guard in the villa has already been eliminated. Preparing to end Don Juan, Zeke steps closer and speaks of his past life, expressing regret that he was unable to make Don Juan suffer properly back then. He recalls the years of humiliation, abuse, and the countless assassinations he was forced to carry out under Don Juan's command. He admits that those memories still haunt him relentlessly. Don Juan, unable to comprehend the nonsense talk of past lives, denies everything in panic and begs Zeke to stop. Ignoring his pleas, Zeke attacks, declaring that the voices of his victims still echo endlessly in his nightmares, all begging for mercy just as Don Juan now does. Rage consumes him as he recounts their final words while choking Don Juan. As Zeke prepares to deliver the final blow, Don Juan begins rambling about being chosen. which only further enrages him. Refusing to listen any longer, Zeke chops him up and leaves him to die slowly. Eventually, he seals his remains inside a body bag like beef before heading downstairs to meet Kay and Simon. Zeke asks Kay for an update regarding the syndicate. She reports that everything proceeded smoothly. All executives who sided with Pabella were eliminated, and evidence was planted to make it appear as though Don Juan orchestrated the purge himself. Kay assures Zeke that the syndicate is fully under control. Zeke hands her a Reinhardt Group contract. While removing his usual disguise, he explains that the contract is for transporting highly refined soma. According to Zeke, the Reinhardt Group wants to establish a pharmaceutical company. He plans to produce high-quality soma and distribute it through them. Apparently, refining soma properly yields a lot of good medicines. Before leaving, he tells Kay that he will be entrusting the logistics plans to her. Confused by the incomplete explanation, Kay presses him for details about production and how to legally move the products. Zeke informs her that permits will follow once the Cusco Kingdom is rebuilt. He adds that the rest has already been planned, though he lacks time to explain it to her. Kay is left frustrated as he quickly departs. Later, Zeke arrives at a secluded location wearing his Valhalla uniform. Decker has summoned him urgently on behalf of Prince Callus, who has remained in Atlas since the banquet. Zeke plans to teleport to the central continent, knowing that traveling normally would delay him and raise suspicion. Any lateness could trigger an investigation tracing him back to the south. Zeke even suspects that they might already be suspecting him, hence the invitation. Deciding to tread cautiously, he plans to construct a convincing alibi. To do that, he uses the system teleportation portal and spends 600 points to teleport to the Atlas ruins. Soon after, Zeke arrives on time at the Atlas Hotel Sky Lounge to meet Callus. Seeing Abel present does not surprise him, as the two are rarely seen apart. Maintaining his composure, Zeke pays his respects to Callus and immediately asks why he was summoned. Callus claims it is for a serious matter, but to Zeke's shock, it turns out to be nothing more than getting wasted. The crazy prince throws an arm around Zeke like they are lifelong drinking buddies. He starts complaining that Abel and William are excellent at work, but absolutely useless when it comes to holding their liquor. He explains that he called Zeke because of how well he handled himself at the banquet last time. Just listening to Callus ramble already drains Zeke's energy for the rest of the day. Being stuck in a room with so many dangerous people also makes him uneasy. As he quietly observes the group, Zeke suspects Abel actually wants to speak with him alone. Callus wastes no time and shoves a drink into Zeke's hand, urging him to drink. Zeke accepts it, and they clink glasses, signaling the start of a long night. Before long, Callus drinks himself into oblivion, forcing William to drag him away like a sack of potatoes. Zeke remains completely unaffected thanks to his convenient ability to neutralize alcohol. He almost feels bad being the only one with such an unfair cheat code. After the others leave, Abel apologizes for pulling Zeke into this mess. He mentions hearing that Zeke had been in long, closed-door training. Zeke plays along, saying he was not making any progress anyway, so the invitation did not interrupt anything important. Abel accepts this and invites Zeke to drink with him. Zeke finds it strange, never imagining he would share a drink with the future butchering knight. He immediately senses Abel has something important to say. Before Zeke can even take a sip, Abel asks for his honest thoughts about House Draker. Zeke stays silent, confused by the question. Sensing his confusion, Abel clarifies that he wants a personal answer. When Zeke still does not respond, Abel suddenly declares that he plans to destroy House Draker someday. The confession shocks Zeke so badly that he stands up from his seat. Abel ignores his reaction and continues, claiming that Zeke carries the same scent as him, a scent of blood, battle, death, and victory. He goes on to say that this is how a true pure-blooded Draker should be, even calling Zeke a predator. Zeke is irritated by the obsession with bloodlines and predators. Deciding to play along despite his irritation, he asks whether Abel's closeness to the Empire is also part of his plan to destroy it. Abel answers vaguely, saying that ruling one city is meaningless and that true strength comes from expansion. Abel goes on to praise the Empire, saying they are the perfect example of true power. This is because they claim to be building roads, but in truth, they are uniting the North, South, and even the Eastern continent into one. He praises them for this unification plan under one rule and claims that once everything is unified, the world will become a utopia. He delivers the speech with the enthusiasm of a politician chasing votes. Listening to him, Zeke feels like he is hearing an emperor in the making. The speech also reminds him of Cain, who also shares the name Zimmons. He recalls that Zimmons is also Abel's maternal family and sponsor. The connection becomes obvious to Zeke that Abel, the Zimmons family, and the Empire are all tied together. After several more bottles, Abel finally reveals his real goal is to have Zeke as an ally. Zeke calmly considers his response, then politely refuses and walks away from the drama. Abel warns him that he will regret this decision one day. Zeke answers without hesitation that he never will. Deep down, he swears he will never become a butcher like Abel. Later, William returns and finds Abel alone like a sad puppy. He asks about Zeke's whereabouts, and Abel tells him that Zeke has chosen a different path. With a fiery expression, Abel declares that the only option now is to crush Zeke before he grows stronger. The expression on Abel's face unsettles William, who can only stare at the man spiraling deeper into madness. Later, Zeke heads to the dean's office for an interview regarding his early graduation request. Zeke is now 17 years old and in his second year at Valhalla. However, he has no plans of staying in Valhalla for 5 whole years. This is why he submitted an early graduation application. In his application letter, he claimed that he needed to graduate early to support his family. The letter was received well, and an interview was scheduled for him right away. As he approaches the office, Diego calls out to him and joins him with a blonde boy who looks like life has personally offended him. Zeke has never seen the dude before and is curious about his identity. The boy does not even respond when Zeke asks who he is. Moments later, the three of them enter the office to see the dean. The dean calls the blonde boy Asta, making Zeke realize he is the illusory knight from the future 5 divine knights. Back in his past life, Zeke never found any information about Asta, hence his surprise. He feels a little uneasy standing beside one of the greatest knights from his past life. In the meantime, Asta apologizes to the dean for missing class due to his severe insomnia. Diego offers to sing a lullaby to knock him out, but Asta, whose head is spinning, tells him to be quiet. Zeke quietly observes Asta, remembering his future alignment with the Empire and deciding he might be worth recruiting. Finally, the dean gets down to the truth of why he summoned the three of them. Apparently, Diego and Asta also applied for early graduation. He informs them that the professors have also approved their request. The dean then hands them a Delphoa cooperation document, saying he plans to send them on a mission as their final assessment. He asks them if they have heard about the Yaksha, the Black Knight. Diego hasn't, while Asta can't even focus due to migraine, but Zeke answers. He explains that Yaksha is an outlaw, wanted by the entire continent. Basically, Yaksha is public enemy number 1, and the entire continent has agreed to eliminate him on sight. His recent activities have been tracked to Delphoa, so the dean informs them that they are to cooperate with the Delphoa Knights to capture him. The dean further explains that outlaws awaken their aura solely to kill. Apparently, due to their insane combat style, Delphoa requested Purple Knights or higher as reinforcements. The dean then informs them that they can still back out now since this is a deadly mission. Diego wants to know how many levels this final assessment contains. The dean replies that it has 3 rounds and this is the first one. With no other questions from them, the dean concludes that they all want to participate, so he tells them to go get ready. After the meeting, Asta heads out, still grappling with migraines. Zeke catches up with him, offering to give him medicine for his insomnia. Asta is taken aback by the offer and decides to turn it down, driven by deep skepticism. Over the years, he had tried countless remedies to fix his condition, yet every single one failed without exception. Seeing his hesitation, Zeke urges him to at least give it a try, assuring him that he would only sign a future supply contract if it actually worked. Asta still refuses outright, but the moment he catches a whiff of the contents inside the bag, his body gives in. He collapses on the spot and quickly falls into a deep sleep, even letting out a few soft snores. When he finally wakes up, his attitude changes completely, and he happily signs a contract with Zeke without hesitation. Zeke is genuinely surprised that Asta agreed to such a one-sided contract and urges him to read through it carefully. Asta refuses, explaining that as long as he can finally sleep, the contents of the contract do not matter to him. Looking over the agreement himself, Zeke is satisfied, realizing that he managed to find something surprisingly valuable in the system store. The item he gave Asta turns out to be a sleeping pill known as Sandman's Sleep Sand. While Zeke celebrates gaining another useful ally, Asta is busy staring at Valhalla with a clear mind as if he is watching a beautiful girl with insane jugs. Watching the strange dude in front of him, Zeke wonders why nearly all the divine knights he has met seem unusual. This makes him conclude that Reina might be the most normal among them. After storing the contract, Zeke decides to test Asta's combat ability before they leave for the mission. A few moments later, Asta pulls out his spear and begins warming up. Zeke immediately notices that Asta's entire demeanor shifts the moment he grips the weapon. He orders Asta to attack him at full strength, even allowing the use of aura. Asta agrees and charges forward at full speed until their weapons clash head-on. Because of Asta's choice of weapon, Zeke quickly realizes that his effective threat range is quite wide. He also notices that while Asta's blocking technique is solid, he relies far more on defense than offense when wielding the spear. Zeke activates Shadow Steps and vanishes, reappearing instantly behind Asta. Sensing the attack just in time, Asta splits his spear in half and uses the detached section to block effortlessly. Zeke follows up with another strike. But Asta, now fighting with both halves of the spear, continues to deflect each attack cleanly. Zeke is surprised that the spear can even split apart in the first place. What surprises him even more is that the technique Asta uses is typically associated with outlaws rather than knights. As the exchange continues, Zeke grows increasingly impressed and even finds himself enjoying the fight. He switches to a dagger, prompting Asta to reattach his spear into a single weapon and deflect the blow. When Zeke draws his sword again to continue, he pauses briefly as Asta prepares to split the spear once more. Even so, Zeke charges forward using True Dragon's swordplay, Chapter 2, Verse 1, confident that Asta will be unable to block it. As Zeke unleashes the Earth Slice, Asta hesitates in confusion. Deciding not to split the spear again, he instead uses a counter technique called Cross-Current Spear. In addition to strengthening the weapon, the skill extends its length. The two attacks collide, and a brilliant flash of light erupts from the impact. After the duel ends, Asta is wrapped in bandages and covered with pain patches. He curses Zeke, calling him a monster for defeating him so effortlessly, especially since he himself is known as a genius. Zeke calmly explains to Asta that he has allowed his fame to dull his edge, causing his skills to stagnate. He informs Asta that they will undergo harsh training before the Delphua mission begins. The way Zeke looks at him while saying this sends a wave of discomfort through Asta. Later that day, Zeke returns home, and Decker informs him that a guest is waiting inside. Zeke enters to find the blacksmith Galleon, marveling at the insane scale of the mansion. Ignoring the comment, Zeke moves straight to the reason he summoned him. This immediately makes Galleon uneasy, as he fears it might concern a problem with the Stygian blade. Apparently, Galleon has been steadily gaining fame after using the magic brazier from his past life. Zeke is pleased that Galleon began forging quality weapons earlier than before and plans to secure him as an ally before someone else does. Sensing Galleon's nervousness, Zeke reassures him that there is nothing wrong with the blade. He then equips Kane's former armor to show it to Galleon. Galleon screams in shock, demanding to know what the armor is, but Zeke admits that he has no idea. He explains that the reason he called Galleon over was precisely to identify the strange armor he acquired. Removing it, he hands it to Galleon for closer inspection. Zeke wants Galleon to examine it since he can't use outside experts for fear of being exposed to the Empire. After some time examining it, Galleon fails to find any clear explanation and apologizes to Zeke. He asks whether the armor has any special or unique properties that could help his research. Zeke thinks back to his fight with Kane and recalls that the armor deflected his aura blade. Hearing this, Galleon is stunned, but the detail allows him to narrow the possibilities down to a single rare metal capable of such a feat. He concludes that the armor must be made from orichalcum, known as the metal of the gods.